This video covers chapter 121 to 180. For previous chapters, please check our playlist or search on the channel. Chapter 120 Qi Yu makes a move and kills the 2-star dragon. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 120 Qi Yu makes a move and kills the 2-star dragon. For more, please subscribe. At this moment, Wise, who had escaped for help, finally broke through the blockade of thunder and lightning. Like a flaming pop, he pierced through the atmosphere of the liquid planet, and then got into the spaceship where Qi Yu and Tacy were. The bald-headed devil, it's not good. The bald-headed devil, come out quickly. Qi Yu, who had just taken a shower, was still holding an ice drink. When he heard Weiss yelling, he walked out of the room. What are you yelling for? Don't tell me you can't beat that 2-star dragon together. Because he had endured too much lightning, Wise had turned into an exploding head at this moment, with smoke all over his body. Seeing Qi Yu, he hurriedly said, "There is not only an evil dragon on that planet, but also a rage Shenron. We were ambushed by them. Go and see quickly. Otherwise, Beerus and the others are all dead." Oh, after hearing what Wise said, Qi Yu put down his drink and asked, "Who is the other evil dragon?" Whispered Rage Shenron. Qi Yu touched his chin and said, "Water and electricity. That's really tricky." Wise was stunned. He didn't understand how Qi Yu 22 knew that Rage Shenron's ability was lightning. In fact, he was very curious a long time ago. Qi Yu, this man, seems to have a kind of prophetic ability. Of course, Qi Yu won't tell them that what he knows is all from cartoons. Qi Yu put on his own clothes and said, "Okay, I'll just go with you." After all, Beerus has given him a lot of help. Qi Yu is a person with clear grievances, and he doesn't mind helping Beerus when he encounters such a matter that can be solved easily. At this moment, a beam of silver and white light soared into the sky, cutting through the void with black as the background. Weiss looked at the beam of light and said, "What is this?" Judging from the breath, this should be another change in Son Goku. Because Akira Toriyama is the eunuch, so in the original work, Ultra Instinct is the strongest state of Son Goku. Unexpectedly, this guy has reached even higher heights now. Qi Yu narrowed his eyes and then said, "It's interesting. Let's go and have a look." White's beam of light shot up into the sky, almost penetrating the entire universe. Standing under the beam of light, the scarred Beerus and Rage Shenron both stopped fighting. Beerus said, "Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Son Goku has become stronger again." Vegeta's breakthrough just now surprised Beerus, and now Son Goku has become stronger one after another, and Saiyan's growth rate is really jaw-dropping. After all, only a few days have passed since the power conference at this time. If it weren't for Qi Yu's lesson from the past, Beerus would have been ashamed to hit the wall immediately. As gods of destruction, he gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of these guys' growth. The surging silver energy rolled into a hurricane, and Son Goku in it roared angrily, constantly surpassing his own limit. After an unknown amount of time, he finally walked out from the beam of light. It still looks like Super Saiyan, but his hair and eyes have turned into silver and white light. D*MN ~, you actually killed Vegeta. I want to destroy you ~. After all, Son Goku's figure turned into a silver light and charged towards the Super 2-star dragon below. The 2-star dragon was originally the weakest guy among the 7 evil dragons. Compared with Rage Shenron, his strength was still far behind. Seeing Son Goku swooping in, it immediately summoned the Thunder Dragon, but it couldn't stop Son Goku's powerful attack. Rumble! The silver light pierced through the Thunder Dragon's blockade, pushing against the Super 2-star dragon's body, and charged deeper into the planet. After a loud bang, the entire planet was blown up into rain that flew towards all directions of the universe. Amid the raging energy, the body of the Super 2-star dragon continued to disintegrate. "Impossible, how could I be killed by a Saiyan? I'm a super evil dragon. I am." The screams of the Super 2-star dragon became smaller and smaller, and after another violent explosion, the Super 2-star dragon was wiped out by Son Goku. At this time, Qi Yu and Wise also rushed to the scene. In the void, Qi Yu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it has reached the level of Jiren's breaking, and it has evolved from no combat power to not much combat power. This is also a surprise. Afro Wise was sweating profusely, but he had to admit that what Qi Yu said was true. Jiren couldn't stop Qi Yu's casual punch, not to mention Son Goku, who just reached this level. At this moment, the invincible Son Goku suddenly loosened his body, and then turned into a common form and passed out. Qi Yu couldn't help but comp. Chapter 121, Silly Bird, How Did Your Hair Grow? 5 updates, please subscribe. Chapter 121, Silly Bird, How Did Your Hair Grow? 5 updates, please subscribe. Now is not the time to study this, come and help me. Seeing Qi Yu coming, Beerus was relieved. I didn't expect you to have helpers. Seeing Qi Yu, Super Rage Shenron said, it's just a common Earthling. If I remember correctly, the Earthlings should be a tiny planet on the edge of the Milky Way. Humans are weak to death. Young gods of destruction, you actually want a human from Earth to be my opponent. The Super Dragon Ball existed much longer than the gods of destruction. And in the eyes of the evil dragon who hosts the Super Dragon Ball, Beerus is indeed a very young guy. At this moment, Qi Yu floated in front of Beerus and said to Super Rage Shenron, Bald bird, you dare to imitate my hairstyle, which makes me very unhappy. Who are you calling a bald bird? D*MN people on Earth. Super Rage Shenron said angrily, I warn you, I am not the same as the 2-star dragon. Of course I'm calling you an idiot. Don't you have a brain problem? Can't you understand other people's words? I am going to kill you. After finishing speaking, Erxinglong let out a loud and clear cry. Immediately afterwards, strands of purple liquid separated from the wreckage floating around and injected into the body of the 2-star dragon. Qi Yu still remembers that in the original Rage, Shenron was supposed to fight with slime. Purple slime can automatically attack enemies and also enhance the power of Rage Shenron. When he first came here, Qi Yu was looking for these slimes everywhere unexpectedly. This goose actually hid them in the liquid planet. The slime and black water dissolve each other, so those water dragons can be charged to attack. As the mucus was poured into Rage Shenron's body, a burst of lightning burst out from its body, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire galaxy. The second difference between Super Rage Shenron and the 5-star Earth is that its body does not become larger due to the absorption of mucus, but keeps shrinking. Only its chi and the lightning around him grew. In a short while, Super Rage Shenron completed the transformation. Super Rage Shenron's body became more well-proportioned and favorable, and on the originally bald bird's head, there were continuous bursts of lightning, just like continuously fluttering hair. Seeing Super Rage Shenron's new hairstyle, Qi Yu immediately became restless. See, this is my strongest state thunder form. In this state, my strength can be multiplied by 100 times. Even the silver-haired Xianren just now is definitely not my opponent. Except in addition, I can move at lightning speed and no one can keep up with me. After speaking, the Super Rage Shenron turned into a bolt of lightning and flew continuously in the void. It went east for a while and went west for a while, making it impossible to capture its movements at all. In fact, the reason why the human eye can see things is entirely because objects can reflect all kinds of light. The light falls on the retina of the eye and is processed by the brain to form the image we see. The speed of lightning is infinitely close to the speed of light, so no matter how sharp your eyes are, you will never see the action of Super Rage Shenron. Of all the enemies encountered so far, Super Rage Shenron is definitely the king of speed. Seeing this scene, Beerus couldn't help but began to worry again. Qi Yu's strength is so great that it can smash the universe with one punch. But no matter how powerful it is, it doesn't mean anything if it can't hit the enemy. The enemy in front of it is so fast, can Qi Yu touch it? At this moment, Super Rage Shenron launched an attack on Qi Yu. However, this attack only lasted for a moment before it ended suddenly. When the Super Rage Shenron passed by Qi Yu at lightning speed, the bald devil stretched out his hand even faster and grabbed Super Rage Shenron's neck. How is it possible? How can you be faster than me? You. At this moment, Qi Yu's face was terribly dark. Those who are familiar with him know that every time Qi Yu shows such an expression, someone will be in trouble. It was Qi Yu who looked at the bolts of lightning above Super Rage Shenron's head and said, "Say, how did your hair grow?" "You earthling, you are just an earthling, why do you have a speed that surpasses mine? Let go of me, I want to compete with you again." "Am I asking you questions, or are you asking me? I will give you one last chance to tell me how your hair grows." For Qi Yu, hair has always been an obsession in his heart. No matter how many methods he tried, he couldn't find any clues to unravel the curse. But just now, this bald bird grew hair in front of Qi Yu, which made Qi Yu completely unacceptable. Beerus beside him was already dumbfounded. Since the first contact week, Beerus has. Chapter 122 I Don and Amp #039 T even know how strong I am. 6 more, please subscribe. Chapter 122 I Don and Amp #039 T even know how strong I am. 6 more, please subscribe. Luckily, Son Goku had 6 fairy beans with him. Otherwise, these two guys would really have to confess. Son Goku was better. Vegeta almost had only half a breath left and was dragged back from the gate of hell. After recovering, Son Goku has been nagging Vegeta all the time. "Vegeta, thank you. I didn't expect that you gave me the chance to survive in the end." "Vegeta, thank you so much." "Vegeta, I really appreciate you." Every time Son Goku said something, Vegeta's face turned red, and in the end he became a monkey's butt. At this moment, Qi Yu hugged his hands, imitated Vegeta's standing posture, and imitated his tone. "Kakarot, if you die, I will feel very." Qi Yu's actions caused a burst of laughter, and Tacy and Beerus had hugged their stomachs and fell to the ground laughing. "Shut up tilde, shut up tilde." Under repeated bombings, Vegeta finally became furious. The worst thing is that he can't beat this guy in front of him. But Qi Yu didn't spare him 440 and continued to imitate. "Actually, I hate you very much, but I am also very grateful to you, Kakarot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't marry Bulma, and I wouldn't have 2 children." With a loud cry, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue God and rushed towards Qi Yu. But his fate was doomed to be bleak. Qi Yu waved his hand, and Vegeta flew back at a faster speed than when he just came, smashing into the wall of the spaceship. Qi Yu said, "Tragedy Tower, you are getting more and more courageous. You dare to attack me." Vegeta tore his head out of the metal wall and said angrily, "Don't call me Tragedy Tower tilde." While everyone was playing around, a dazzling spot of light suddenly appeared on the Dragon Ball radar, and a new target was discovered. Wise said, "We found a new evil dragon, less than 3 light years ahead of us. When it comes to business, the family is quiet." In the previous battle, the evil dragon left a deep impression on everyone. It can be said that although the power of the evil dragon is not Sikak, as exaggerated as Grand Priest said, it must not be underestimated. In fact, Qi Yu really wanted to tell them that the power of these 2 dragons might exceed everyone's expectations again, but seeing Son Goku eager to try, he was too lazy to say any more. Soon, a khaki planet appeared in front of everyone. The planet was shrouded in a hurricane, constantly swaying its own dust in the universe, turning the surrounding starry sky gray. "With the experience of last time, I will be more careful to everyone." Wise zoomed in on the Dragon Ball radar screen and said, "Same as last time, there are 2 evil dragons on this planet. It seems that these guys are acting in teams of 2. Beerus took a closer look, and sure enough there were 2 Dragon Ball light spots on the screen. Qi Yu said, "2 are the best together. There are 5 evil dragons in the 7th universe. Doesn't this mean that we only need to run 3 times to completely eliminate these guys?" Beerus sighed, "Only you would think so." At this moment, Son Goku clasped his hands together and said to Qi Yu, "Please, Mr. Qi Yu, please leave me 10 opponents this time no matter what. There are very few opportunities to fight against strong players like this." Seeing that Goku took the initiative to ask for a fight, Vegeta, who refused to admit defeat, also jumped up and said, "Kakarot can't be left alone, I also want to fight." Qi Yu squinted at Vegeta and didn't speak, but the meaning was already written on his face. Son Goku's strength has improved so much that even a fight with the evil dragon is not a problem. But Vegeta is different. Although he has made some breakthroughs, he still has a long way to go before fighting at this level. Seeing Qi Yu's expression, Vegeta said angrily again, "What is your expression?" Qi Yu said, "Tragedy Tower, you are trying to die. You are obviously not the opponent of the evil dragon. Why do you want to save face? And you can't die if you admit cowardice." Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "Wise, give me a shield that can fight in the universe. I'm going to show this guy how powerful I am, Prince Saiyan." Under all kinds of rogues, Wise could only wave his magic wand and put a halo of light on Vegeta's body. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta left the spaceship with Son Goku. Beerus looked at Vegeta's leaving back and said, "Qi Yu, you will kill him like this." Qi Yu said, "I don't know why, but every time I molested the Tower of Tragedy, I felt very happy, so I couldn't help but do it. But don't worry, with me here, no one will die." Qi Yu said this with absolute confidence, and only he dared to make such a guarantee. Along the way, both Beerus and Wise have seen Qi Yu's power many times. It's C. Important notice. This book is officially renamed One Punch Man in Dragon Ball. Important notice. This book is officially renamed One Punch Man in Dragon Ball. Important notice, this book is applying for recommendation, but the operating editor requested to change the title. This book has now been renamed One Punch Man in Dragon Ball. Dear readers, I am sorry. Originally, the title of the book was very good, but now the website stipulates that the title of the book cannot contain words, so I can only change the title of the book, which is not very brilliant. The author is also very reluctant to part with the previous title, but there is no other way but to change. Chapter 123, Super Evil Naturon Shenron, 1 update, please subscribe. Chapter 123, Super Evil Naturon Shenron, 1 update, please subscribe. Vegeta is a reckless man. In order to prove his strength, he broke into the huge khaki planet alone. But Qi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. According to the plot in his memory, these two evil dragons are not easy, especially if they stay together. They may easily kill Vegeta in seconds. Therefore, he, Beerus, and the others quickly followed Vegeta and quickly approached the planet. The Earth-yellow giant planet is chaotic, and there are quite violent hurricane clouds in the atmosphere. The wind is howling, thunder and lightning are endless, like a doomsday scene. "Evil dragon, come out to me, I, Vegeta, will knock you all down and take back the Super Dragon Ball." Vegeta rushed to the sky above the planet, yelling into the vast void. Unfortunately, no one responded to him after calling for a long time. Beiji's 380 tower suddenly became angry. "If you don't come out, then I will beat you out." After finishing speaking, a group of dazzling Kai Blast appeared in Vegeta's hand, which was one of his unique moves. Ultimate Flash. With Vegeta's current strength, this kind of ultimate flash, he can shoot hundreds of shots in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. I saw the light in his hand flickering continuously, and the ultimate flash energy bomb blasted out of his hand as if it didn't cost money. Bomb the planet below. Rumble. Rumble. These Kai Blasts are like nuclear bombs. They are continuously projected towards the surface of the planet, causing an unspeakable terrorist explosion impact. Moment. The khaki star was exploded. The ground began to crack, and huge cracks spread from the ground in an instant, shattering like a mirror. Click. 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 The entire planet's crust was blown up by Vegeta, and the planet's core was affected, and it might not take long for it to explode completely. This is the horror of these people today. With every gesture, the planet can be destroyed. And Vegeta's seemingly reckless scene is actually his strategy. Therefore, when the planet was about to explode, a gigantic figure emerged from the interior of the planet. Here's another evil dragon. The appearance of this evil dragon is like a giant groundhog, with a long nose, a huge body, and 2 huge wings growing on both sides of its head. Most importantly, it's all in purple. Ho 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 ho, who is disturbing my good deeds, who drove me out of the center of the earth? The evil dragon let out a deafening roar. It stands on the surface of the planet, and it is as tall as 1% of a planet. In other words, this evil dragon is comparable in size to an asteroid. However, when you think of a super Shenron that is much bigger than an asteroid, everyone will be surprised. Seeing that he successfully forced out the evil dragon, Vegeta revealed a sinister smile. "Hey, I thought how long you were going to hide. It looks like you are the super Naturon Shenron, right? Are you ready to die?" Vegeta's voice was unusually loud, and it clearly reached the ears of the 7-star evil dragon. Only then did it notice the insignificant human being in front of it. "Human, are you disturbing my slumber?" Evil Naturon Shenron is an earth dragon. It likes to drill into the planet and devour the energy in the center of the earth. When it has devoured the energy in the center of the earth, it will destroy the planet and move on to the next one. Moreover, most of the planets it chooses are living planets. In other words, many innocent creatures will be destroyed by him. Since the birth of this evil dragon, it has been wreaking havoc in the 7th universe. In just a few days, it has destroyed an unknown number of living planets. If it is not stopped, the 7th universe will probably be destroyed. The degree of destruction of this guy is even more ferocious than the previous gods of destruction Beerus. HMPH, that's right, the one standing in front of you is the noble Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Evil Naturon Shenron, let you die under my hands, you should be relieved. Vegeta stepped into the void and clenched his fists. "Oh, you are that human named Vegeta? You look weak. The ancestors of your Saiyan were just a group of monkeys who didn't evolve. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of this dragon god? Trash, rubbish." Evil Naturon Shenron sneered wildly. It said a few words casually, and the whole khaki planet shook violently, as if it couldn't bear his huge strength. D*emenit, how dare you laugh at the proud Prince Saiyan? Vegeta became angry. People can say whatever they want, but they can't say that their Saiyan is rubbish. Heh, Vegeta, I know your details very well. Judging by the breath left on your body, it should belong to Urksinglong and Rage Shenron, right? I didn't expect those two trash to be cleaned up by you, no. You probably don't have that tea. Chapter 124 Beerus Explodes. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 124 Beerus Explodes. 2 more, please subscribe. D*emen. D*emenit, how could this be? Although Vegeta knew that he could not kill the evil Naturon Shenron with one blow, he did not expect that the evil Naturon Shenron was not only not injured, but on the contrary, aroused his excitement and fighting spirit. "Vegeta, you succeeded in provoking my desire to kill, so I'll pay you back." The evil Naturon Shenron uttered these words with a smirk. Then a huge energy shock wave erupted from his mouth, instantly turning into a dazzling energy giant column and bombarding Vegeta. Danger! Vegeta had a warning in his heart, and at the very moment he dodged this attack. As a result, a star behind him suffered. The star that was in the aging period was blown up by the energy bomb of the evil Naturon Shenron, and it instantly became a scene of a supernova explosion. The star expanded violently at first, and its volume soared dozens of times, like eating a fat man in one breath. The energy bomb that the evil Naturon Shenron blasted into the star was too powerful, directly causing the core of the star to collapse instantly. Then the ultimate Big Bang began. Boom 22 Rumble. 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 This aging star staged an earth-shattering explosion and then implicated other asteroids around it. A black hole began to evolve inside the star, like a magnet, forcibly sucking other asteroids in. All of a sudden, a chain reaction occurred, the surrounding void became completely dark, and the endless power of devouring came, causing an unimaginable source of destruction. Ha ha ha, it's wonderful, it's really wonderful. As long as I see destruction, I will be excited, so I will destroy you too, Vegeta. Taking advantage of Vegeta's daze, the evil Naturon Shenron instantly sent out another devastating shock wave, which directly exploded on Vegeta's body. Rumble. Vegeta couldn't reach the defense and was hit, and the whole person was ruthlessly blasted out. Puffs. With super strong attack power, Vegeta, who was in a Super Saiyan state, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and was hit hard in an instant. Vegeta's body kept receding in the starry sky, crashing into many meteorites and piercing them one by one. Seeing that he was about to be sent flying into the black hole, a white-haired figure appeared. It was Wise holding the scepter. Wise stretched out a hand and lightly pressed Vegeta's shoulder. "Oh ho 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 ho. Vegeta-san, you failed again." "Mr. Wise, it's you." Vegeta came back to his senses and looked at Wise behind him with a pale face. "Don't be brave, these evil dragons are not easy to mess with the earth. The strength of the two evil dragons before is infinitely close to that of Jiren. Even Goku barely resisted. You are much worse than Goku. You are not the opponent of the evil Naturon Shenron at all. Let's step back and watch the battle," Wise said lightly. "But I'm not reconciled. Why, no matter how hard I try to catch up, I can't catch up with you. Even Kakarot I can't surpass." Vegeta looked frustrated and unwilling. Wise shook his head and looked at Vegeta with wise eyes. "Don't be discouraged. In fact, you also have your own strengths. Although you can't easily enter the Ultra Instinct state like Goku, but you are calmer than him, and your fighting talent is not as good as his. How much worse, maybe? You should go another way, on the same way, you can only catch up forever." "Go your own way." Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. He seems to have grasped the key point. "Haha, I believe you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Goku, and even catch up with Goku is not impossible." Wise patted Vegeta on the shoulder and encouraged him. "I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wise." After hearing what Wise said, Vegeta's eyes reappeared with raging confidence and fighting spirit. Just then, a lazy voice came. "Wise, what are you doing there? Come here." When the two looked back, it turned out that it was Beerus, Goku, and others who were confronting the evil Naturon Shenron. At this point, he and Son Goku are arguing over who will play next. "Master Beerus, you can't do this. This evil Naturon Shenron is my opponent, we agreed before," Son Goku said impatiently. And Beerus folded his hands on his chest and said with a displeased face, "Stop talking nonsense with me. I'll take care of this stupid dragon. You two always ignore my majestic gods of destruction. Let me fight with you, soy sauce. This pissed me off. You know what?" Beerus' voice is full of rage. This made Son Goku shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered when Beerus first descended to Wang Xing. At that time, Beerus was also so indifferent. He easily crushed Son Goku with just one finger. Could it be that Master Beerus is going to explode this time? It's interesting at Chapter 125, You Are Not a Sick Cat, You Are Clearly a Kobold. 3 more please subscribe. Chapter 125, You Are Not a Sick Cat, You Are Clearly a Kobold. 3 more please subscribe. Seeing so many uninvited guests, the evil Naturon Shenron's face suddenly became gloomy, especially Beerus, who had just exploded with strength, brought him a sense of danger. HMPH, Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe, when did you hang out with mortals? You like destruction, and mine is destruction too. We should be in the same camp. The voice of the evil Naturon Shenron is deafening, echoing throughout the starry sky. "What are you, worthy of being compared with me?" Beerus said with a look of disgust. The evil Naturon Shenron was angry. "I am the evil Naturon Shenron, born of the evil dragon god, a terrifying existence capable of destroying the entire universe. How dare you call me a gods of destruction? Gods of destruction of the 7th universe? I advise you not to be ignorant. Hee, this is my universe, and I am the master of the 7th universe. If I want to destroy that planet, I will destroy that planet, but you can't." Beerus' eyes have become very cold. "Then you can die for me." The evil Naturon Shenron roared, and a gigantic energy bomb exploded from his mouth, directly blasting towards Beerus. "Just a trick." Beerus' eyes were cold, and his whole body began to emit a burst of dazzling white light, which is the characteristic of entering the Ultra Instinct state. Oh, Master Beerus is going to be serious now. I haven't seen a scene in Wen for many years, except for the one time I was killed by a bad god. Wise covered his mouth and smiled. As Beerus' servant and teacher, Wise can be said to be the person who knows Beerus best. His self-esteem is extremely strong, not weaker than Beerus at all. Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta's continuous progress, especially Qi Yu's blow to him, it is impossible for Beerus' original pride not to be frustrated. During this period of time, he has actually been cultivating secretly. You know, Bissy has never practiced since he was born. Acceleration Space's short 1-month training time has allowed Beerus to make rapid progress. After all, he is gods of destruction, and his starting point is higher than that of Son Goku. I don't know how many times. Drink! Beerus roared angrily and exploded with all his might. The whole person turned into a stream of white light, soaring straight into the sky. Halfway, he stretched out his hand and knocked out the super energy bomb of the evil Naturon Shenron. However, he came before the evil Naturon Shenron in an instant. How is this possible? The evil Naturon Shenron was a little stunned seeing this scene. You must know that the power of this super energy bomb is extremely powerful, and even Vegito in the super Saiyan state can't stop it either. But Beerus, he bounced it off with one hand. D***emenet, one super energy bomb can't kill you, so let you try 100. The evil Naturon Shenron roared, opened his mouth again, and spewed out hundreds of dazzling super energy bombs in succession, bombarding Beerus. Whoosh whoosh. Facing these energy bombs, Beerus' eyes were as calm as water, and there was no wave at all. His body was like the most sophisticated instrument, and every jump and flicker was just right, just to avoid those super energy bombs. This is completely relying on the body's instinct to avoid. This is the Ultra Instinct. Every muscle and strength of the whole body can be perfectly controlled, whether it is fighting or dodging. It depends entirely on the instinct of the body. There are no routines and trajectories at all, making it hard to guard against. Relying on Ultra Instinct, Beerus completely avoided those super energy bombs very easily, and arrived in front of the evil Naturon Shenron in an instant. Enough, Beerus looked at the huge evil Naturon Shenron, but his eyes were full of contempt. D***emen, how can you completely escape my attack? The evil Naturon Shenron finally panicked. Wanna know? Go to hell and ask, destroy. Beerus stretched out a finger coldly, and a group of dazzling black destructive energy continued to grow from his fingertips. Bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger. In the end, the black destructive energy was as big as a football, and it was ejected by Beerus. Rumble! A huge roar sounded, and the space began to tremble. The surrounding void seemed to be unable to withstand the destructive energy of the black in Beerus' hands, and was about to collapse and disintegrate. What the hell is this? It's too dangerous, I have to run. The evil Naturon Shenron felt the breath of death. It could not help but tremble all over, and then hugged itself into a ball, wanting to jump up from the khaki planet under its feet and run away towards the deep space of the universe. Unfortunately, it's too late. Because Beerus' destructive energies were. Chapter 126, Evil Oceanus Shenron is a Woman. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 126, Evil Oceanus Shenron is a Woman. For more, please subscribe. It was Qi Yu who spoke. He stood behind the crowd, looking at Beerus with a little frivolity in his eyes. Smelly bald, you told me I'm not a dog, Beerus said angrily. You are not a dog, you are obviously a kobold. Qi Yu curled his lips and said disdainfully. D***emenet, I'm going to beat you to death. Beerus' Ultra Instinct's full combat power has increased a lot at this moment, and even Qi Yu doesn't look down on him. Then you can give it a try, but I want to remind you, let's deal with another evil dragon that is hiding first. Qi Yu smiled. What? After being reminded by the adventure, others remembered that the Dragon Ball radar showed that there were 2 evil dragons on this khaki planet. But now they only hit one side, and there is another one, but it has not appeared for a long time. At this time, the khaki yellow life planet was on the verge of collapse, but despite this, the other hidden evil dragon did not come out. Where is this evil dragon? The Dragon Ball radar shows that the distance between these 2 super Dragon Balls is not very far, and they should be nearby. Son Goku took out the Dragon Ball radar with 623 and said with some doubts, HMPH, this guy thinks we haven't found him yet. Since he won't come out, this gods of destruction will drive him out. After speaking, Beerus stretched out his hand towards the khaki planet below, and a drop of destructive energy, the size of a water drop, fell straight down. Rumble. This seemingly insignificant destructive energy instantly caused an unparalleled huge destructive power. The khaki planet, which had already come to the brink of collapse, went straight to the end of its life. A huge explosion sounded. Another planet exploded. This gorgeous scene can be called the most beautiful landscape in the universe. It was a gorgeous fireworks that evolved at the cost of the death of a living planet. Cull. A strong storm hit everyone. It was the countless dust and meteorite fragments produced by the planetary explosion. Densely covered the surrounding starry sky, and they were extremely fast, like bullets, and rode out in all directions. Although these meteorite fragments are small, their destructive power is extremely powerful. With the impact force of these meteorites, they can instantly knock out living planets into huge craters and even destroy some asteroids directly. However, these terrifying powers of nature are nothing to Son Goku and the others who are divine-grade masters. Standing outside the starry sky, gold flames burned on their bodies one after another, forming a layer of incomparably strong energy defense shield, which could easily resist the impact of those meteorite fragments. But Beerus, who caused this wave of destruction, didn't gain anything. The remaining evil dragon disappeared, and it was not on this khaki life planet at all. Where is it then? Could it be that the Dragon Ball radar is wrong? Why don't we go back and find Bumashu first? Son Goku suggested. No, it's nearby. I already feel the evil breath of this evil dragon, Beerus said lightly, opening his closed eyes. Son Goku was very puzzled. Since the evil dragon was here, why didn't it appear? At this moment, they noticed the starry sky around them, and they didn't know when a large group of black clouds suddenly appeared. These black clouds covered the sky and the sun, and even the universe's starry sky seemed to be covered by a giant curtain. Everyone looked around in surprise. What's going on here? How can the sky be so dark? Vegeta looked up at the sky and found that the stars around him had disappeared, as if they were isolated from the world by a dark room. The starlight couldn't shine in, and the surrounding area was completely dark. This weird scene made everyone vigilant. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind Vegeta and kicked him hard. Vegeta suddenly staggered forward, fell to the ground in embarrassment, and was directly stunned. He didn't even know when the other party appeared next to him. He didn't feel any flow of chi at all. This guy seemed to appear out of thin air. Who? Seeing Vegeta being attacked, Son Goku, Beerus Wise, and others immediately became alert. They looked around carefully, trying to find out who was behind the scenes. But after looking around, I didn't find where the evil dragon was. It's really weird. Isn't the evil dragon huge? Why can't we find his figure? Does this guy have superpowers and can be invisible? Son Goku was a little helpless. Before he finished speaking, he felt a heavy blow in the back, which made him almost vomit, and even the Dragon Ball radar was dropped. Son Goku couldn't follow in Vegeta's footsteps and was raped along with him. It hurts so much. What the hell is this? Why can't I pinpoint exactly we? Chapter 127 Qi Yuvs Evil Oceanus Shenron. 5 more, please subscribe. Chapter 127 Qi Yuvs Evil Oceanus Shenron. 5 more, please subscribe. Among the evil dragons, Oceanus Shenron has certain strength, especially the Super Oceanus Shenron. It stood there, and the surrounding violent winds gathered meteorites, forming a natural protective barrier. Seeing the 3 Super Dragon Balls dragged behind by wise divine power, Oceanus Shenron couldn't help sighing. Unexpectedly, you were able to defeat 3 evil dragons, but that's it. The 2-star dragon, Naturon Shenron and Rage Shenron, was originally the weakest of the 3 evil dragons, but I am different from them. Son Goku looked at the delicate girl in front of him, touched the back of his head and said, "Really, it's a girl. It's not good to beat a girl." It was the same when the kid met Chichai for the first time, but at that time, Chichai just came to marry Goku. The dragon in front of him is the evil dragon that destroys the universe. If you don't defeat it, then everyone will have to finish the game. Beerus punched Goku on the head and said angrily, "What girl? This guy is an evil dragon, take it seriously. This is not the time to be a gentleman." Seeing Son Goku's reaction, Super Oceanus Shenron let out a chattering and weird laugh. and then said, "That's right, I'm a girl, can you just attack me like this?" At this moment, Qi Yu grabbed a pebble floating in the void and flicked it lightly towards the Super Oceanus Shenron. Immediately afterwards, the stone flew towards the Super Oceanus Shenron like a bullet fired from the chamber. Qi Yu's power is so great. I saw that the Super Oceanus Shenron's hurricane barrier was blasted out of a big hole in an instant. And then the stone, still undiminished, hit the Super Oceanus Shenron's body. Then something strange happened. I saw the image of Super Oceanus Shenron distorted for a while, and then turned into a super monster with a toad head. It turns out that Super Oceanus Shenron is rotating at high speed all the time, and it is because of this rotation that his image and appearance have become that delicate girl. In fact, this toad-like monster is its original image. Beerus laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 tilde tilde tilde, so it's an ugly monster tilde tilde tilde." Nuova Shenron, whose real identity was exposed, was furious, and then shouted at Qi Yu, "D*emenit, you dare to break through my disguise, I will kill you. You dead bald tilde tilde tilde." "Cut," Qi Yu said disdainfully. "It's fine if you're an ugly monster, but you still have to pretend to be a beautiful woman to deceive people. What's the difference between you and asking a pee with someone else's photo? Poor guy." Hearing Qi Yu's taunt, Super Oceanus Shenron was furious. Its body rotated rapidly, and then set off a new round of storm. But this time, Super Oceanus Shenron didn't hold back at all. Controlled by the powerful chi of the Super Oceanus Shenron, the surrounding meteorites were continuously shattered, and then turned into comets, revolving rapidly around the Super Oceanus Shenron. Because the speed is too fast. The mass thrown by the meteorite formed streaks of silver light in the void, and finally formed a dazzling tornado of light, rushing towards Goku and the others. Diamond Star Storm tilde tilde tilde. Son Goku and Beerus couldn't dodge in time, and they were touched by the light tornado. In just an instant, a lot of blood gushed out from the two of them, and they fell backwards. D*emenit, what the hell is this? Beerus uttered a cry, then steadied himself. Immediately afterwards, a destructive Kai blast appeared in his hand, blasting towards the radiant tornado. Without the expected explosion impact, the tornado was like a huge millstone. Before Kai blast could get close to the tornado, it was completely torn apart under the huge force and then disappeared. Son Goku said, "It's not good, this hurricane can't be hit with Kai blast at all, let alone directly attacked with fists. What should we do?" Just a touch, Son Goku and Beerus were almost scraped off a layer of skin. If he really took a direct blow, I am afraid that he will have to confess directly. Asking for flowers. Seeing this situation, everyone was helpless, but Qi Yu said, "What's the big deal? Isn't it just going around in circles? I will too. Seriously go around in the Must Kill series." After finishing speaking, Qi Yu's body spun rapidly. Huge qi overflowed from his body, and then turned into a terrifying energy vortex, instantly setting off a storm in the void. Under the centripetal force beyond common sense, the surrounding planets began to be gradually torn apart, and the debris that appeared flew towards Qi Yu and then formed a new tornado. However, unlike the Super Oceanus Shenron, this light tornado is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more powerful, engulfing half of the galaxy gradually. Seeing that Qi Yu was going to go crazy again, Wise dragged a few Super Dragon Balls and... Chapter 128 Fit, Super Vegito. 6 more, please subscribe. Chapter 128 Fit, Super Vegito. 6 more, please subscribe. At some point, the Super Oceanus Shenron had given up spinning, and could only stare blankly at the tornado of light that was more terrifying than it. A hurricane of this scale is simply irresistible. Super Oceanus Shenron has no doubts. As long as it is lightly rubbed by this thing, any object will be reduced to ashes in an instant. As for hiding, where to hide? This hurricane is still growing, almost engulfing the entire galaxy. In the face of such a majestic force, no matter where you hide, it is useless. At this time, the mouths of the 4 of Beerus could already swallow an ostrich egg. Beerus said, "Sure enough, the bald devil is really terrifying." This time, Vegito was no longer the hardest, but exclaimed, This is too outrageous. At this moment, the hurricane controlled by Qi Yu suddenly accelerated, directly hitting the super Oceanus Shenron in front of him, 483. In the face of such terrifying power, super Oceanus Shenron didn't even make any resistance and was completely swallowed up. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, like a grain of sand falling into the desert. There was no explosion and no sound, as it was simply too small to cause any noticeable reaction. Just like that, super Oceanus Shenron disappeared. Qi Yu slowly stopped spinning, and the berserk energy wind was still raging in the void. At this moment, a huge meteor appeared in front of everyone, which marked the death of Oceanus Shenron. It's over, it's over. Tacy looked at her exaggerated husband through the window and was cheering, but Beerus's face was full of black lines. Looking at the galaxies that had been completely destroyed, Beerus gritted his teeth and said, "This is the last time, no matter what, we can't let Qi Yu do anything again. Qi Yu's destructive power is too great. This time it is just a galaxy. Next time it may be the entire universe." The last battle between Qi Yu and the Dark Man is still vivid in his memory. If this guy is let go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wise also nodded, and then patted Vegeta and Son Goku on the shoulders and said, "In such a galaxy, even if Supreme Kai works non-stop, it will take hundreds of years to make up for it. If you don't want this to happen, you have to work hard gone." Vegeta and Goku nodded again and again. At this time, Qi Yu had already flown back with the planet-sized Super Dragon Ball in one hand. Everyone at this time would not have imagined what kind of existence they were about to face when they came down. After that, Wise dragged the spaceship and the Super Dragon Ball with his divine power and continued to drive forward. After a while, I saw a sun. The reason why everyone notices this star is because its appearance is a bit different from ordinary stars. On the surface of the lava-boiling planet, cracks are like bottomless canyons, covering the entire surface of the planet. In addition, the entire star is like a human heart, beating non-stop, as if it may explode at any time. In the universe, such things as supernovae do exist, but even the sun that is about to explode is definitely not like this. Weiss looked at the dots on the Dragon Ball radar and said, "This is it." Everyone floated out of the spaceship, because it was discussed in advance, so Master Beerus rushed towards the generous star without hesitation. And facing Chi said, "The big, bald devil. You don't need to do anything this time. We can handle it by ourselves, tilde tilde. Yes, you have worked hard, just stay and watch tilde tilde. This time, the three of us will definitely take care of the last guy. There are 5 Super Dragon Balls left in the 7th universe. 4 were eliminated before, and now the last one is left. As long as this super evil dragon is dealt with, then the entire 7th universe will be considered safe." At this time, Beerus and others never thought that the enemies they encountered this time would be different. In Dragon Balled, only Nuova Shenron's ability is solar radiation, and it can use stars as a foothold. This guy in front of him must be a Super Nuova Shenron. Among all the evil dragons, Super Nuova Shenron's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3. It can be said to be extremely powerful. Even if it's just the Nuova Shenron formed from the Earth's Dragon Ball, it can firmly hold down Son Goku in Super Saiyan's 4 states. If it's a Super Nuova Shenron, then Qi Yu can only say hee to the 3 of Beerus. Sure enough, at this moment, a rough and thick voice came from inside the star. "I feel 3 little bugs. Where did you come from?" Beerus said, "I am Gods of Destruction Beerus of this universe, and also the administrator of this world, Super Evil Dragon. You dare to destroy my universe. Come out and lead to death." At this moment, the sun suddenly exploded. In a galaxy, th. Chapter 129, Evil Nuova Shenron. 7 more, please subscribe. Chapter 129, Evil Nuova Shenron. 7 more, please subscribe. Fusion technique can bring great power, but under normal circumstances, Vegeta is absolutely unwilling to use this move. Sure enough, Vegeta clenched his fists and said, "D*eminit, I don't want to merge with Kakarot. I will feel his thoughts if I share the same head with this guy, and I will become an idiot in the future. And that action is really embarrassing." Vegeta, Beerus yelled angrily. The current battle is related to the survival of the entire universe. Do you still care about your poor self-esteem? At this time, the Super Nuova Shenron spoke. Have you discussed it? If it is discussed, I will go. Super Nuova Shenron is a very special existence. Although this guy is a villain, his character is above board. Generally speaking, it is impossible to launch a surprise attack at this time. With the despicable and cunning Super Omega Shenron, Vegeta no longer has to think about whether to fit together, because the Super Omega Shenron will never give them this chance. Hearing what Beerus said, Vegeta finally made a 22 decision. Kakarot, you better hurry up tilde. Good Vegeta. After all, the two began to dance the preparatory dance before the fit. After a burst of white light, Son Goku and Vegeta merged into one. Super Vegito appeared in this world again. After this period of fighting and training, Vegeta and Goku have grown in strength at this time. Likewise, the current Super Vegito is not what it used to be. But the Super Nuova Shenron didn't seem to take it seriously, just folded his hands and said, "Oh, is this the warrior of this universe? It's a rare ability to be able to combine two into one to increase strength. Hey, you still have time to comment here. It's just unlucky for you to meet my Super Vegito. Are you ready? I'm going to go." After finishing speaking, Vegeta burst out with powerful chi, and then punched Super Nuova Shenron. However, the invincible Super Vegito was deflated this time, and his extremely powerful fist was held by the Super Nuova Shenron with one hand. Super Nuova Shenron's body was countless times hotter than the sun, and Vegito's skin began to smoke continuously when it touched his hand. Hot, tilde. It is indeed a very powerful punch, but it is too naive to want to defeat me like this. After all, Super Nuova Shenron kicked Vegeta in the stomach. The latter turned into a shooting star and flew out backwards with a loud bang. It took a long time before he managed to stabilize his body. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, then let out a grunting sneer. Super Nuova Shenron said, "What are you laughing at?" Vegito said, "It's nothing, I'm just very happy. I haven't met such a powerful opponent like you for a long time." Saiyan is a battle maniac, not to mention Vegeta is a fusion of two battle maniacs, Vegeta and Son Goku. Seeing that the Super Nuova Shenron has such power, Vegito couldn't help but get excited. After all, the flame of blue erupted from Vegito's body and became Vegito, the Super Blue God. At this time, Vegito's strength has surpassed Jiren's. The battle started again. Super Nuova Shenron stands with folded hands among the wreckage of the star. Vegito appeared in front of him with an instant transmission, then his fists and feet exploded like a storm. Super Nuova Shenron just stood there at first, fighting with one hand, diffusing Vegito's attack casually. At this moment, Kaioken's unique red light appeared on Vegito. 10 times Kaioken tilde. Between Zuran, Super Nuova Shenron felt the pressure increased and began to fight with both hands. 20 times Kaioken tilde. 30 times Kaioken tilde. 100 times Kaioken tilde. The bloody aura on Vegito's body became more and more intense, and his strength also doubled rapidly with Kaioken, becoming stronger and stronger. Finally, Nuova Shenron moved. Instead of standing still, he flew up and attacked Super Vegito. The fists and feet of the two collided fiercely in the night sky, and blasted out terrifying explosion light balls. But that's it, Vegito is still no match for the Super Nuova Shenron. Once the Super Nuova Shenron became serious, it was like a different person, and his combat power suddenly skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. His strength has gradually approached that of the Dark Man Qi Yu, who appeared 10 years later, beating Vegito to vomit blood again and again. At this time, Beerus clenched his fists and said, "Stop playing with Vegito, you only have 15 minutes to fit together, show me your strength." Vegito seized the opportunity, kicked the Super Nuova Shenron away, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted to Beerus, "It's hard for me to meet such an opponent, so I'm a little excited." OSHT tilde. Super Nuova Shenron clasped his hands together and said, "You still H." Chapter 130, the 11th universe that is about to be destroyed. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 130, the 11th universe that is about to be destroyed. One update, please subscribe. Cracks like spider webs covered Nuova Shenron's whole body. And then, a vast heat wave broke through its body surface, rushing towards all directions. Red's skin was like the shell of an egg, slowly peeling off from the Nuova Shenron's body surface. And after a while, a brand new gold Nuova Shenron appeared in front of everyone. Nuova Shenron said, "My body is made up of the most extreme heat. In order to prevent heat loss, my surface has always been covered with a shell. Only when this shell is uncovered can I exert my full potential. True strength. Are you ready, Vegito? Or just try the power of my Super Nuova Shenron." After all, Super Nuova Shenron suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Super White God Vegeta and launched an attack on him. Originally, Vegito's strength has been improved a lot, but unexpectedly, the Super Nuova Shenron has been improved even more. Its fist hit Super Vegito's body with devastating force. Just as Vegeta was being knocked into the air, the speed of light of thousands of equatorial reds followed closely, setting off a violent explosion on Vegeta. Super Nuova Shenron's Kai Blast brought extreme heat, almost charring Vegito's skin. However, this is just the beginning. After the explosion, the Super Nuova Shenron followed closely and continued to attack Vegito fiercely. How to do? Even the current Super Vegito is no match for Nuova Shenron, and Beerus is even more useless. At this time, Qi Yu is their only hope. So Beerus looked at Qi Yu. Qi Yu dug his ears and said, don't you need my help?" Qi Yu has this kind of character. When you meet someone like Super Nuova Shenron, even if you don't tell him, he will help. After all, everyone has a good friendship and has experienced so many things together. After all, Vegeta is still his brother-in-law. But once you offend him, it's hard to say. Beerus knew that at this time, he could only sign a contract that humiliated the country. He ran in front of Qi Yu and said, "The bald demon king, we just miscalculated the enemy's strength. If you want me to take action, you will be my low-level slave for 100 years from today. Whatever I ask you to do in the future, you have to do, you know." In any case, this punishment is still a bit too severe. Even for the universe as a whole, Beerus is a little hard to accept. After all, he is the dignified gods of destruction, the master of the entire universe. What? You pretended to agree. If Qi Yu really got mad, the consequences would probably be more serious than 100 Super Nuova Shenrons combined. Anyway, only 100 years, for gods of destruction, this is just a moment in a long life. Grit your teeth and bear it, maybe it will pass. At this moment, Vegito was hit hard by the enemy again, and it was about to die. Finally, Beerus made a decision. He tugged at his ears and said, "I see, I'll be your slave for 100 years, so it's all right. Come on now." Qi Yu snapped his fingers and said, "Refreshing." Then he took off his sunglasses, pointed to Nuova Shenron in front of him, and said, "You, that's you, come here tilde." At this time, Nuova Shenron was holding Vegito's collar, ready to give the defeated guy a final blow. Suddenly heard a voice, looked back, and saw a bald man yelling. He was just like the campus big brother in the college, full of arrogance, pointing at himself while shouting. From this person, Nuova Shenron couldn't feel any aura, but Nuova Shenron understood that it was absolutely impossible for the common humans to be calm in the void. So Nuova Shenron put down the Vegito in his hand and asked Qi Yu, "Are you the companion of this person in front of you?" Qi Yu said, "It's half. I told you to come over, didn't you hear? If you don't come over, I will go over." Super Nuova Shenron tilted his head and couldn't figure out where this guy came from. No matter from which angle it looks, this person is very common, but for some reason, Nuova Shenron can feel a sense of danger from him. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly disappeared. Nuova Shenron blinked, and when it opened its eyes again, Qi Yu had already appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a smooth fist followed the wind. The violent impact swept away the surrounding planetary debris, and the Super Nuova Shenron's body soared into the sky, directly passing through the entire galaxy. In the next second, that bald head appeared above him again, attacking it again. At this time, the power of the Super Nuova Shenron had partially surpassed that of the previous Dark Man Qi Yu, and it didn't lose its fighting power directly after being punched by Qi Yu. But the scars all over his body told him that he was definitely no match for this Qi. Chapter 131 Super Evil Eyes Shenron. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 131 Super Evil Eyes Shenron. 2 more, please subscribe. The 11th universe and the 2nd universe were born after the 1st and 12th universes, because the time is longer than the 7th universe, so the world here has more civilization development and more planets. At this point, only a few days have passed, and the 12th universe has not been completely destroyed. On the Dragon Ball radar, 2 light spots are located at the 2 ends of the universe, and they are constantly flashing. Qi Yu said, "It seems that these 2 guys are splitting up. We have to choose one of the 2. Vermut said anxiously, "Let's hurry up. The destructive power of those 2 evil dragons is too great." Weiss nodded, then pulled the spaceship and the Super Dragon Ball and rushed to the depths of the stars. After a while, they saw a dead star. The surfaces of these planets are covered with solid ice, like sculptures made of glass, exuding a chilling air. Vermut said, "The ice is so strange that it cannot be melted at all unless it is eliminated along with the planet with destructive energy. But if you do this, everything will be meaningless." Qi Yu nodded, and also knew that these ices were made of negative energy, and it would be very troublesome to clean them up if the evil dragon was not defeated. Just then, Super Eyes Shenron appeared. 253, Super Eyes Shenron is the twin big brother of Super Nuova Shenron. It looks exactly the same as Super Nuova Shenron, but his body is azure blue. In terms of combat effectiveness, Super Eyes Shenron is not even higher than Super Nuova Shenron. Feeling the stronger Qi, Beerus became a little unsteady and tremblingly said, "Boss, let's go, don't call this muddy water." Everyone has already seen the strength of Super Nuova Shenron. Even Vegito in Super White God state can't handle it. Now these 2 guys are stronger than Super Nuova Shenron, so Beerus can't help but not worry. In case these 2 evil dragons are really pissed off, no one can stand it if they go to the 7th universe to make trouble again. Qi Yu ignored Beerus and just said to Super Samsung, "You are bullying my slave." Super Eyes Shenron's personality is as cold as his abilities. After hearing Qi Yu's words, he looked at Vermut and said, "Oh, did gods of destruction actually give a human as a slave? After living for such a long time, I'm not the first C for the first time." This sentence means that CCDA, Beerus and Vermut are both old blushing. In order to save their universe, these 2 guys can be regarded as signing a contract of sale. Qi Yu said, "Actually, the person I'm looking for is not you. If there's nothing wrong with you, get out of here quickly. The Super Omega Shenron is my goal, and I don't have time to talk to you here." Super Nuova Shenron sneered and said, "So you look down on me." After all, a deep and piercing chill emanated from Super Eyes Shenron's body. He looked at the 4 stars behind Qi Yu again and said, "Do you think that if you defeat my brother, you will definitely reach me? Eyes Shenron can beat my brother by a lot. Prepare to die tilde tilde." After finishing speaking, a mirror appeared in front of Eyes Shenron, and tens of thousands of blue lasers stabbed at Qi Yu at the same time. Qi Yu didn't dodge in time, and instantly turned into a lump of ice. Seeing this scene, Beerus and the others couldn't help but die. According to Vermut, the ice cannot be melted. Vermut's face turned pale and he said, "It's over now, the big bald devil is frozen. Could it be that even Qi Yu?" Eyes Shenron laughed triumphantly and said, "My ice is the hardest thing in the universe. No matter who it is, it will never be able to break my ice. Unless you use destructive energy to kill this bald man together, otherwise he will be trapped in it forever." However, just as he finished speaking, there was a tooth-piercing click on the ice. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared on the ice layer on the surface of the jade body. "What? This guy can destroy my ice." Seeing that Qi Yu was about to escape, Super Eyes Shenron was shocked. Of course, he will not sit still. After finishing speaking, Super Eyes Shenron mobilized all his power again and started to shoot Qi Yu at the speed of light. But this time, Super Eyes Shenron did not dare to hold back the slightest. Blue's rays of light are inextricably linked, impacting on Qi Yu's body nonstop. The gap that had just opened was frozen again, and Super Eyes Shenron had no intention of stopping there. Under the irradiation of blue light, the ice layer on Qi Yu's body surface became thicker and thicker and continued to expand. Not long after, it surpassed the size of an asteroid and then turned into a frost planet, continuing to grow. Not long after, 10 heavy ice blocks 10,000 times larger than the Earth appeared in the 11th universe. It's made entirely of. Chapter 132, Evil Omega Shenron appears. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 132, Evil Omega Shenron appears. 3 more, please subscribe. The hard ice blocks flew in all directions, setting off a blizzard of extreme cold in the void. Beerus and the others couldn't stand it anymore, and were forced to keep retreating by the blizzard. Finally, the bald devil appeared in front of everyone again, and twisted his neck. This time, Super Eyes Shenron was really dumbfounded. Super Eyes Shenron exclaimed, "What are you kidding? I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is so outrageous that someone broke my ice with sheer strength." Qi Yu picked up a piece of ice, then squeezed it casually, and the transparent solid ice turned to ashes under his 2 fingers. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "This thing is as brittle as glass. What's so strange about it?" Cold sweat slipped from Super Eyes Shenron's forehead, and it swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, "You said, my solid ice is as brittle as glass." Qi Yu looked at the dumbfounded people around him and said distressedly, "I said my standards are different from ordinary people. For example, you all think that Vegito, gods of destruction, is very powerful, but in my opinion, it's no different from the common people. Similarly, you may think that this ice is hard, but to me it is no different from glass. Gods of destruction, glass, ice, and common people. Anyway, none of you can stop my fists, so how can I tell you apart?" Vermut looked at Beerus beside him, who sighed heavily, then lowered his head. No way, he knew what Qi Yu said was true. At the Power Conference, he also said the same thing. Standing at Qi Yu's level, I'm afraid it's really hard to figure out the difference between them. Just like Qi Yu said, since everyone can blow up at will, how to distinguish who is stronger. Everyone present can't be used as a benchmark to measure Qi Yu's strength, and vice versa, Qi Yu can't be used as a benchmark to measure them, because everyone is not at the same level. Don't be kidding me. Super Eyes Shenron obviously couldn't accept Qi Yu's words, spread his wings and rushed towards Qi Yu, then gritted his teeth and said, "I am the second strongest Eyes Shenron among the 7 evil dragons. How dare you treat me like an ant, you beastard earthling." The Super Eyes Shenron's figure broke through all the shattered ice, and with an extremely cold breath, launched a fatal blow to Qi Yu. However, Qi Yu didn't even look at it. He picked his nose with one hand, and with the other he casually threw a punch at Super Eyes Shenron. After a jolt that nearly made gods of destruction faint, it was all gone. The sky is gone, the frozen planet is gone, and Super Eyes Shenron is gone. Everything happened so quickly, the colorful starry sky ahead seemed to be swept away by an invisible broom, and everything disappeared completely. Beerus and the others recovered from the dizziness, and only saw a Super 4-star emitting a faint light in the void. After finishing all this, Qi Yu waved to everyone and said, "Let's go, Super Eyes Shenron, this appetizer is really tasteless, let's go and see the main course." Vermut looked at Beerus, and it took a long time to recover from the shock and stammered, How strong is he?" It was only at this time that Vermut realized that Qi Yu hadn't given his full strength in the Tournament of Power. It is really unclear where the limit of this bald earthling is. Beerus, who was used to this kind of thing, sighed and then said, "Don't ask this question. Even he himself doesn't know about this kind of thing. Let's go and see the last evil dragon." After all, Beerus also quickly followed Qi Yu's pace, leaving only Vermut standing there in a daze. Could it be that we really picked someone as terrifying as Lord Grand Priest to be our master? With 6 super dragon balls in tow, Weiss is a little slower. When they rushed to the last place, they saw countless planetary wreckage, even the gods of destruction planet from the 11th universe. Asking for flowers, 0. A little girl with twin ponytails was wounded all over, floating in the void. Seeing the girl, Vermut immediately turned pale with fright and ran up to help her up. Needless to say, this girl is the angel of the 11th universe, Macarita. Macarita, how are you? What about the others? Macarita, wake up. By this time, Macarita had completely passed out. Seeing this, Son Goku handed a fairy bean to Vermut and said, "This is a special product of our Earth, and it is a magic medicine that can heal all injuries in a short time." Hearing Son Goku's words, Vermut immediately opened Macarita's mouth and let her swallow the celestial beans. Soon, Macarita woke up. "Lord Vermut, it's great that you're still alive." Seeing that Macarita had recovered, Vermut asked again, "Are you all right? Macarita, where are the others?" After waking up Macarit. Chapter 133, Swallow It All and Fight Me Again. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 133, Swallow It All and Fight Me Again. For more, please subscribe. For a long time, Qi Yu has only felt dangerous in two people. The first is the Grand Priest, who never showed his strength from the beginning to the end, and the second is the Dark Man Qi Yu after 10 years of penance. Of course, this guy in front of him can be regarded as the third one. Essentially, there is no difference between an Earth Evil Dragon and a Super Evil Dragon. The Earth Dragon Ball was polished by the Namk people using the debris of the Super Dragon Ball, and it has the same root and origin. After people make a wish, the evil negative energy accumulates inside the Dragon Ball and grows stronger. When reaching a certain level, the evil dragon appears. Both are the crystallization of negative energy, and their abilities are similar, but they are absolutely different in strength. The original 2-star dragon couldn't even beat Goku's granddaughter, the 130 Xiaofeng, who didn't even master Super Saiyan transformation, and now she can compete with Beerus. It can be seen from this how big the power span is. The most terrifying of all evil dragons, Super Omega Shenron, is sure to be more terrifying. After seeing the monster, Macarita curled up in Vermut's arms, trembling with fear. At this moment, Goku came up to comfort him and said, "It's okay, we have the super bald devil Qi Yu in our universe. No matter what kind of enemy he is, he can't stop him with a single punch." Just then, Beerus' voice came from beside Goku. "Wait, Goku, look." As soon as Goku turned his head, he saw that Qi Yu's expression was not normal. It's no longer that tired, lifeless look. Qi Yu folded his hands and faced the Omega Shenron in front of him. His eyebrows stood on his forehead like two sharp swords. Beerus swallowed, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, because Qi Yu's eyes were burning with a look called Fighting Spirit. You have only seen this kind of look once, that is, when Qi Yu faced Grand Priest in the Tournament of Power. Hey's no way. Even Son Goku, who is extremely dull, can react. Once Qi Yu shows such a look, it means that he has found an enemy who is good enough to fight. Does the Super Omega Shenron in front of him really have such strength? Beerus said, "No, we'd better stay away from these two guys and run tilde. Weiss, who has experienced countless times, dropped a few Dragon Balls, dragged the spaceship, and ran to the distance with Beerus and others. Vermut still didn't understand what was going to happen and asked a little strangely, "What are you doing? Why are you all running away?" Beerus said, "Don't talk nonsense, you and Macarita are also coming here. If you don't want to die, you'd better hurry up." Although I don't know the reason, but seeing Beerus and others running, Vermut shamelessly followed. After everyone hid in a meteorite outside the galaxy, Vermut asked, "What's going on? Is something going to happen?" Beerus sweated profusely and explained to Vermut, "Vermut, no matter who wins or loses, you must be prepared. After today, the 11th universe may not exist anymore." "What did you say?" Vermut and Macarita screamed at almost the same time. After all, they are from the 11th universe, and they don't deal with this problem as easily as Beerus and others. Vermut pinched Beerus's neck, shook it vigorously, and said, "Beerus, tell me why the 11th universe is about to be destroyed. Isn't that bald-headed demon king in your universe invincible? Could it be that he can't beat this one, evil dragon?" Beerus slapped Vermut's hand off and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "It's because Qi Yu is too strong. Do you know how dangerous it is for me to stay with this guy all day long? Last time he took the whole 7th, the universe is blown up." Macarita murmured, "What did you say? Take the entire universe?" At this time, Vegeta also looked serious and said, "Once Qi Yu meets someone who can let him enjoy the thrill of fighting, he will become like this. The biggest problem now is not the Super Omega Shenron at all, but Qi Yu himself." Beerus also said, "Yes, we can only hope that Super Omega Shenron is not so strong. If Qi Yu really regards it as an opponent and stimulates all his potential, then everything will be destroyed." Vermut swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then realized that the nickname of the bald-headed Demon King is not just a random one. He himself is the most unstable time bomb. If one fails, it will blow up directly into the sky together with the entire universe. Vermut said, "Is there any way to stop him?" As soon as this sentence came out, Beerus and the others looked at Vermut with idiot eyes. That's right, Qi Yu, who is so powerful. If he wants to do this, who can stop him? The meteorites after the shattered stars are floating in the void, surrounding. Chapter 130 for the arrogant Qi Yu. 5 updates, please subscribe. Chapter 130 for the arrogant Qi Yu. 5 updates, please subscribe. Qi Yu was excited, but the gods of destruction were terrified. Beerus, who was hiding behind the meteorite, even had the urge to run. If it wasn't for the amulet of ties in the spaceship behind him, Beerus might really take wise and run away. Angel Macarita, a beauty with twin ponytails, sticks her head out from behind the rock and looks at Qi Yu's big eyes, which are full of little stars shining with admiration. "Is this the warrior who can compete with my father? It's really amazing, Tilda." Vermut slapped her on the forehead, then pointed to the spaceship behind him with his thumb and said, "She is already married, and his wife is right behind you." Macarita looked behind, and sure enough, she saw Tacy sticking to the glass window of the space capsule, looking at herself angrily. "HMPH, old woman, can't you get a divorce once you're married?" Goku said awkwardly to Macarita, "You don't look like this." At this moment, Super Omega Shenron and Qi Yu made contact. Facing Qi Yu's contempt, Super Omega Shenron was extremely angry, seeing that this Earthling neither attacked nor defended. The always despicable Super Omega Shenron certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. 22 But Qi Yu is not Goku, if he is not completely sure. Of course he would not be like this. The first collision between the two was earth-shattering. The Super Omega Shenron's leg slammed on Qi Yu's head, and a terrifying explosion followed. Fierce energy streams erupted in the void, wave after wave, burning all the stars along the way to ashes. Beerus and others held the meteorite with their hands, struggling to resist the strong impact. Vegeta said, "I just knew, why are we the ones who are unlucky every time he fights?" Beerus said, "Give me a try. If this continues, we will be blown away by the energy flow tilde. The Super Omega Shenron's strength is indeed extremely strong, just such a blow. The power is no longer inferior to Qi Yu's usual fist. But when the target of this attack was Qi Yu himself, everything changed again. The impact gradually subsided, and Super Omega Shenron still maintained his kicking posture, while the enemy in front of him remained unscathed. Such a powerful kick only deflected Qi Yu's head and did not cause any real and effective damage. In an instant, Super Omega Shenron's complexion changed. Qi Yu slapped Super Omega Shenron's leg off, then twisted his neck and said, "I said, eat 6 Super Dragon Balls and fight me again." Omega Shenron flew into a rage and then aroused all his strength. In the void, a round of red flames suddenly ignited, and the aura was thousands of times stronger than Jiren's. Even Beerus and others who are thousands of years away can clearly feel the power of the Super Omega Shenron. Beerus swallowed and said, "You guys think, is it possible that Qi Yu is not this guy's opponent?" It's no wonder that Beerus hesitated. The aura was so strong that it surpassed what everyone had heard. Compared with Super Omega Shenron, the breath of Beerus and others is really like the light of fireflies, insignificant. No one present had ever seen such a huge amount of energy. Vermut said tremblingly, "The energy of Omega Shenron has exceeded the neutralization of the entire 11th universe, such a monster. How on earth did such a monster appear in this world?" After seeing the power of Super Omega Shenron, Everyone turned pale with fright. Only Qi Yu remained expressionless. I say it one last time, swallow the Super Dragon Ball and fight me again. Don't blot, I'm getting a little bored. The transformed Super Omega Shenron was filled with enormous power. He laughed loudly and said, "The people on Earth who speak so much, you dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Go to hell tilde tilde tilde." After finishing speaking, a scarlet Kai blast gathered in Super Omega Shenron's hand, and it expanded bigger and bigger. The energy contained in this Kai blast is even 1,000 times higher than Son Goku's Super Spirit Bomb, and its volume has already exceeded the size of a planet. Seeing such a gigantic Kai blast, Beerus and the others couldn't help but grow up and let out an incomprehensible exclamation. At this moment, the Super Omega Shenron gave a loud shout and threw the type Qigong with both hands. Kai blast is getting closer and closer, with a destructive power. Before it gets close, the meteorites and planetary debris blowing towards the face are wiped out under the overflowing energy. Facing the brilliance that covered the sky, Qi Yu's Hawaiian shirt was blown loudly. Just when Kai Blast had almost touched Qi Yu, he moved. Qi Yu stretched out a leg, and then slashed towards the Super Kai Blast with one kick. The spherical Super Kai Blast was kicked into an oval shape by Qi Yu, and then suddenly bounced, shooting at its master, the Super Omega Shenron, at Chapter 135 Injured. Interesting. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 135 Injured. Interesting. One update, please subscribe. Angel's wand can observe what is happening at a super long distance. When Champa and Beerus had a dispute before, Batos had already demonstrated this function. Through the image made by Wise, Beerus and others saw clearly the battle taking place on the field. After the oversized Kai blast exploded, the situation of Omega Shenron looked a little messy. Its hard exoskeleton was burned red with its own energy, and its body was covered with scars, and Green's blood flowed out. Qi Yu came to those Super Dragon Balls, kicked one of them in front of Super Omega Shenron, and said, "Now, do you want to eat it or not?" Omega Shenron spat out a mouthful of blood, then sneered, "Earthlings, you will pay for your pride." Is Qi Yu proud? Not really. The reason why he did this was just to have some fun for himself. Sora has such a powerful combat power. If there is no enemy, then who should he show his strength to? Qi Yu said, "Hurry up, I only wait for you for 10 seconds. Super Omega Shenron said, "Then I will do as you wish." After speaking, Super Omega Shenron spit out a black light. The black light was radiating, covering all the Super Dragon Balls and making them smaller and smaller. Soon, all the Super Dragon Balls fell into the mouth of Super Omega Shenron. Immediately afterwards, 7 raised lumps emerged from Omega Shenron's chest, and then slowly turned into 7 Super Dragon Balls. Qi Yu stared at Super Omega Shenron's chest and said, "It's so strange. How did you make these 7 big guys into such a small one?" Omega Shenron said, "It's too late to say anything now, prepare to die." Qi Yu snorted coldly, then stretched out his arms and tore off the Hawaiian shirt on his body. Immediately after him, he spread his hands and said to Super Omega Shenron, "The game has begun, let the horse come over." After swallowing 7 Super Dragon Balls, the aura of Super Omega Shenron didn't expand rapidly, but became very obscure. The so-called return to basics is probably the same reason. Although he couldn't feel anything through his senses, Qi Yu could hear his increasingly violent heartbeat, as well as his hands trembling with excitement. So, he couldn't help but think of things that happened a long time ago. At that time, I was on another Earth, just a common human being. When he was very young, he also fought with the neighbor's children, although it is a bit ridiculous to use this as a comparison. But born in different environments, people's most instinctive feelings are indeed the same. Nervous, angry, pupils shrink due to the high-speed secretion of adrenal hormones, and the spirit is extremely excited. It is as if there is a flame in the soul, which is burning vigorously. "Come on, miscellaneous, why are you still hesitating?" Qi Yu shouted violently, and Super Omega Shenron couldn't hold back the anger in his heart anymore, and launched an attack on Qi Yu. This man always despises himself like this, and now that he has gained great power, he must torture this bald head well. Therefore, he wasn't going to kill Squeeze with one punch. That is a speed that has never been seen in the universe, even comparable to instant transmission, and can go to every corner of the world in one breath. The next moment, Qi Yu was already punched. The vibrations centered on Qi Yu's abdomen and spread in all directions, covering the entire 11th universe. Even in the distance, Beerus and others were shaken by this force. "It's all over the place," Vermut said with a pale face. "We have fled to this place, and we can still feel such an impact. What kind of terrible attack is this?" As the 11th universe's gods of destruction, he seems to have seen the future of the entire world. Once Omega Shenron fully unleashes its strength, the 10th universe must. Egg. At this moment, the expressions of Beerus and others changed. In the light curtain of Wise, Qi Yu, who is like a demon god and has never been defeated, was actually injured. A strand of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth slowly. How is this possible? Goku's eyes widened. Even if he was a dark man, he only scratched Qi Yu's skin a little bit. No strong person has ever been able to cause actual damage to Qi Yu. Immediately, a question popped up in everyone's mind. Could Qi Yu also be defeated? No, of course not. At this moment, Beerus suddenly yelled, "Look at Qi Yu's expression." Vegeta murmured, Was he laughing? Yes, Qi Yu is laughing. Super Omega Shenron's fist hadn't been retracted yet, and it was firmly pressed against Qi Yu's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, he also saw Qi Yu smile. Generally, when strong men are fighting, if one party takes the enemy's attack, then his body will subconsciously evade and release part of his strength. But the blow just now was diff. Chapter 136, You Are Really Too Weak, 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 136, You Are Really Too Weak, 2 more, please subscribe. Qi Yu's fist was once again imprinted on the head of Super Omega Shenron. But this time, Qi Yu's fist was not so simple. Omega Shenron's head was completely blown off, and the fragments flew several light years away, and then turned into mucus and slowly gathered back together. It took more than a minute for Omega Shenron's head to grow back. Qi Yu said, "Come again, is this not enough?" "Don't underestimate me, tilde. Super Omega Shenron let out a deafening roar and then launched an attack on Qi Yu. At the same time, Qi Yu also soared into the sky, fighting with Super Omega Shenron. Every time the fists and feet of the two collide, there will be terrible shocks in the 11th universe. As the battle intensified, the entire universe shook wildly like a sky tree about to fall. At this time, Beerus and others could no longer watch the battle in the light curtain. They could only try their best to stabilize their bodies so that they would not be taken to other places by the violent impact. The two terrifying forces collided again and again. After a new round of fighting, the whole world made a crisp sound, and a crack in time and space appeared in the night. That crack runs through the entire 950 worlds from top to bottom and can be seen in any corner of the universe. Vermut held his head and said, "It's over. They finally destroyed the 11th universe, Beerus. Tell them to stop tilde. Beerus said, "I'm just a slave of the bald devil. He won't listen to me. Let's run tilde. The vibration became more and more intense, and the crack became more and more obvious, and the planet around him was constantly being disintegrated under the vibration. This situation is exactly the same as when Qi Yu fought against the Dark Man, and even worse because this battle has just begun. At the other end of the universe, Qi Yu endured more than a dozen heavy blows from the Super Omega Shenron in a row, and finally seized the opportunity to forcefully tear off the Super Omega Shenron's arm. Super Omega Shenron retreated quickly, but Qi Yu followed him like a shadow. A broken arm injury is a serious injury that can leave a disability, but this injury only lasted for one breath. In the next second, Super Omega Shenron's arms grew again. "Qi Yu, I will remember your name. I must admit that you are indeed the most powerful person I have ever seen. But my body is immortal. No matter how many times you kill me, I can recover immediately. My injuries can heal, but your injuries are increasing, so you will definitely be defeated by me." Qi Yu laughed wildly. If you have time to talk nonsense, it's better to concentrate and fight well in this unparalleled battle. After finishing speaking, Qi Yu's fist swung down again, completely blowing Omega Shenron's body apart. After replying again, Super Omega Shenron said again, "You are right. Before you die, I will definitely accompany you to the end." As a warrior, Super Omega Shenron was also gradually infected by Qi Yu's blood. Regardless of personality, fighting is its instinct and vocation. When encountering such an enemy, the aggressiveness in Super Omega Shenron's heart is completely ignited. But gradually, this hotness gradually became colder, and then replaced by fear. Because he could clearly feel that Yu's strength was increasing at an unimaginable speed. Why did his fists get heavier and heavier, and he couldn't resist anymore? Why is his speed getting faster and faster? I have gradually been unable to keep up. Why did he get stronger and stronger, even though he suffered so many injuries, and finally became stronger and stronger? What's wrong? Come again, tilde tilde tilde, why are you like that guy, getting weaker and weaker? CCBJ. Qi Yu's knee hit the Super Omega Shenron's exoskeleton hard, shattering along with his sternum. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the two horns on Super Omega Shenron's head and tore the entire head in half. Severe pain continued to come from Super Omega Shenron, and finally, he was afraid. There is no real immortality in the world of Dragon Ball. Each recovery consumes a huge amount of energy of Omega Shenron. Once the energy is exhausted, Omega Shenron is really dead. Super Omega Shenron knew that if the fight continued like this, Qi Yu would kill him sooner or later. Seeing the bad situation, Super Omega Shenron turned around and wanted to run away, but Qi Yu didn't give him this chance. In the next second, Qi Yu appeared on top of the Super Omega Shenron and said, "Did I say you can go? Don't run away, you coward." After all, Qi Yu's legs split the Super Omega Shenron in half from top to bottom. After the violent explosion, the crack in space-time spread again, and it was about to split the entire universe into two. Why did your speed become so fast? What kind of monster are you? At this time, Chapter 137, The 12th Universe. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 137, The 12th Universe. 3 more, please subscribe. After finishing everything, Qi Yu returned to the spaceship. Seeing that he was covered in wounds, Tacy took out the medical kit and bandaged his wound with distress. At this time, Vermut had completely lost his mind and yelled at Qi Yu. "It's over tilde tilde tilde, our entire 11 universe is over tilde tilde tilde." Through the window of the spaceship, the universe can be seen on the verge of destruction. This time the battle was even more tragic than when they fought against the Dark Man, causing the entire universe shell to be shattered in large pieces, exposing the chaotic realm of nothingness. All planets and galaxies were affected and completely reduced to rubble and dust. At this moment, Qi Yu had just recovered from the excitement of the battle and said to Vermut displeasedly, "You lowly slave, do you want to reprimand me for my behavior?" Just kidding, in life, things like reputation are still necessary. He promised to be a slave for life. Does this guy dare to go back on his promise? If this is the case, then Qi Yu is going to use his own fists to teach him to be a man. Seeing that Qi Yu was about to get angry again, Vermut immediately closed his mouth, and then shook his head like a rattle drum. Qi Yu nodded and said, "You're smart. If that's the case, I'll show you the way. The Super Dragon Ball is now in the very center of your universe. Take the radar in Y's hand. It's easy to find." Vermut was surprised. Super Dragon Ball is really still in our universe. Qi Yu said, "After the Super Omega Shenron is defeated, these Dragon Balls are already ownerless. Can't you just collect them yourself? Contact Supreme Kai from your universe, and you should be able to find them soon." Since Vermut is alive, Supreme Kai of the 11th universe must be alive too. Unlike gods of destruction, Supreme Kai's duty is to observe the development of the universe and promote the evolution of the creatures of the universe, which is equivalent to a living geographical encyclopedia of the universe. If coupled with the Super Dragon Ball radar, I believe that within a few hours, everything can be restored to its original appearance. To be honest, the current Super Dragon Ball is useless to Qi Yu, and Vermut can use it however he wants. Hearing Qi Yu's words, Vermut was immediately overjoyed. This is also his luck. If there is no Super Dragon Ball, I am afraid that Vermut will become the first gods of destruction without a universe. At this time, Beerus also stood up and said, "Because of this evil dragon incident, our seventh universe has also suffered a lot of damage. Let's repair it together with ours." Son Goku said, "There are also universes that were wiped out by Zeno before. Let's make a wish to restore all universes to their original state together." Suddenly, Vegito remembered Majin Buu, who was resurrected by the Dragon Ball before, so he said, "Will the evil dragon not be resurrected?" Qi Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, the evil dragon itself is the negative energy of the Super Dragon Ball, and it cannot be revived. This is like a question of which came first, the chicken and the egg. As long as you don't overuse the Super Dragon Ball, the evil dragon will not appear again. Let me tell you first, the next time the evil dragon appears again, don't come to me." In fact, the power of Super Omega Shenron did not satisfy Qi Yu either. But the real situation is that through this battle, his physical strength has indeed become much stronger. If not, Qi Yu would not be able to suppress the Super Omega Shenron so easily without using his physical body. But the increase in strength doesn't make Qi Yu feel anything, so he just doesn't know. In the eyes of Beerus et al., this is not the case at all. During this time, Beerus and the others have made rapid progress, so everyone can clearly feel that Qi Yu's power has become more obscure, like another unknown universe. Although we don't know its full picture, we must never doubt its danger. Immediately afterwards, everyone went to collect the Super Dragon Ball together. Those with the weakest strength in the field can reach the state of gods of destruction, and it is easy to find Super Dragon Balls. Soon, everyone collected all the Dragon Balls and made a wish. The other universes were destroyed because of himself, and Goku is actually very guilty about this matter. At his strong request, other universes that had been wiped out by Zeno reappeared in the world. Asking for flowers. After getting his wish, Vermut ran to Qi Yu, bowed respectfully to him and said, "Master Qi Yu, from now on, you are my master of Vermut. Please believe me, I will never betray you." Seeing that Vermut was so grateful and loyal to him, Qi Yu couldn't help but glanced at Beerus. The latter immediately whistled and turned his head away. Of course, Qi Yu. Chapter 138 Broly. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 138 Broly. For more, please subscribe. The first universe and the 12th universe are a pair of twin universes, and their relationship is similar to that of the 7th and 6th universes, but the status of these two universes is very special. At the beginning of the most primitive world, when there was nothing in this world, the first creature to appear is the Zeno, followed by the first pair of universes. It can be said that the history of the first universe and the 12th universe is even longer than the angel family. Among them, the universe ruled by Jin is called the Ultimate Universe, and the universe ruled by his big brother Ivan is called the Supreme Universe. Of course, sometimes the length of history doesn't make the difference. What's more, according to Jiren's current strength, there is no need to take gods of destruction seriously. Jiren Po himself is also the future gods of destruction of the 11th, 70 universe, and he can be regarded as half the master here. Jiren Po is of course very upset when he sees someone poaching people from his and Vermut's territory. Jiren closed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Get out of the doctor." Huo, interesting. Seeing that Jiren Po refused to agree, Ultimate Gods of Destruction Jin was not angry, but said, "Jiren Po, do you know what you are refusing?" "I refuse to be a traitor." "No, you turned down the chance to be strong." Jiren Po opened his eyes suddenly, then punched Jin violently. At this moment, the chubby Supreme Kai next to Jin stood up and pointed a finger at Jiren. Jiren's broken strength has been obvious to all since the Power Conference. This Supreme Kai actually wants to use one finger to Jing. Just when Jiren was surprised, his fist hit the fat Supreme Kai Agu's finger heavily. Then, something strange happened. There was no explosion and no shock. Jiren's breaking power was like a stone sinking into an ocean. Without making the slightest wave, it was blocked by Agu's fingers. In an instant, a drop of sweat fell from Jiren's broken forehead. This person blocked his own attack with only one finger. The 12th universe is one of the 4 universes that did not participate in the Tournament of Power. It seems that it is not that Jiren has been underestimated, but that Jiren has underestimated the Power Emperor of the Ultimate Universe. Jiren Po, you seem to have misunderstood something. At this moment, Jin said to the stunned Jiren Po, "We have never admitted that you are a strong man, and the reason for giving you this opportunity to join us is because I think there is a possibility of becoming strong. Do you understand?" Jiren broke out, "But why did you come to other universes to recruit people? I am the warrior of the 11th universe." Jin shook his head and said, "What does that matter? The history of our 12th universe is longer than that of your other 10 universes combined. During such a long time, I have been choosing myself among all the universes. Warrior. Many years have passed, countless universes have been destroyed, and countless universes have been reborn. But our 12th universe is still prosperous, and our team is getting stronger and stronger. Jiren, let me ask you one last time. Would you like to join our ultimate team in the 12th universe?" At this moment, Qi Yu's devastating punch appeared in Jiren's mind. If possible, Jiren Po really wants to beat Qi Yu at all costs, and now this opportunity is in front of him. He didn't know how strong the ultimate gods of destruction Gold and professional high gods of destruction Ivan were, but a supreme Kai from the 12th universe could subdue him easily enough. So the power of gods of destruction Gold must be far beyond imagination. With such a person training himself, defeating Qi Yu might not really be a dream. Jin said again, "Jiren, the team of the 12th universe has gathered the oldest and most talented warriors in the world. Only there is the place where a genius like you should go. To be honest, Vermut can't develop you at all. Strength." At this moment, Jiren withdrew his hand and respectfully said to Jin, "Sorry, let me refuse, because I can't betray the universe that gave birth to me." For Jiren's rejection, there was no regret on Jin's face. Supreme Kai Agu beside him snorted coldly and said, "What a guy who doesn't know current affairs." Jin patted Agu on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter. Warriors like this are everywhere in our 12th universe. One more is not much, and one less is not much. There is nothing to be sorry about." Agu said, "That's true, but Agu still feels very unhappy." Jin Dao, "Indeed, this poor Jiren doesn't know how to respect the gods, so just teach him a lesson. Be careful, don't beat people to death, or it will damage the image of our 12th universe." Hearing this sentence, Jiren Po's expression changed drastic. Chapter 139, Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. 5 more, please subscribe. Chapter 139, Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. 5 more, please subscribe. Ultimate Gods of Destruction Jin took his Angel and Supreme Kai and rushed all the way to the location of the 7th universe, and arrived at the hell of the 7th universe in a short while. At this time, the bearded Hades of the 7th universe was still buried in his desk, writing furiously. Seeing someone coming, he adjusted his thick glasses and said, "Who are you?" Agu stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "This is Lord Jin from the Gods of Destruction of the 12th universe. We are here to see Mr. Broly from the 7th universe." Hades' status is several grades lower than Kaiwang Shendu's, not to mention compared with Gods of Destruction. But the problem is, this Gods of Destruction is not the Gods of Destruction of his own universe, so Hades didn't know how to deal with it for a while. The bearded Hades hurriedly stood up from the office chair, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Why don't you take a rest first? Lord Beerus has gone to 11 universe now. If you have anything to do, you can wait for Lord Beerus come back and talk about it." Agu looked at Jin, who frowned and said, "Who is Beerus?" 22, Angel Martinu said, "My lord, Beerus is the Gods of Destruction of this universe. Because it is the last few people to become the Gods of Destruction, so it is normal that you have not heard of it. For endless years, countless universes have fallen, and countless universes have risen. During this time, the Gods of Destruction changed batch after batch, so Jin couldn't remember the names of all the Gods of Destruction." Jin coldly snorted and said, "Why do I have to ask a junior who came out of nowhere to do things?" As soon as he finished speaking, Agu's fingers shot out a beam of energy, piercing Hades' knee. Yan Wang immediately understood that he might offend someone he couldn't afford. Regardless of his bleeding knee, he fell to his knees and yelled, "Come on, come on. Take Mr. Jin to see Broly. Quickly bring Mr. Jin to see Broly tilde. Hades' screams echoed in the underworld, and soon, two clerks ran over panting. The clerks pointed to a car that had been prepared a long time ago and said to gods of destruction, "Lord Jin, please come this way." Seeing that his needs were met, Jin nodded and got into the car. The car drove along the road in the underworld, and soon found Broly, who had been dead for many years. Broly was born as the legendary Super Saiyan. He was born much more violent than the average Saiyan. Naturally, he didn't have the slightest good face when he saw someone coming. Green's arrogance burst out from his body, and he said angrily, "Who are you? Get the hell out of here." Jin stroked his chin and looked at Broly carefully for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, it is really an unusual beast. Although its strength has not yet been developed, it is indeed an ancient Saiyan species." Broly said, "What are you talking about? I told you to get out, didn't you hear me?" Jin winked at Agu, who immediately understood. In the next second, Broly was hit in the abdomen by Agu's fist, and the severe pain caused him to kneel down on the ground, hugging his stomach. After a long time, Broly raised his head with difficulty and looked at Agudo. Why so strong?" Jin stretched out a finger, shaking it slowly. "Broly, you can actually become stronger than him so far. Are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher?" "Stronger?" Jin nodded and said, "Of course, staying here is a waste of your talent. How about it? Are you interested in being my subordinate?" Broly stood up again and said with an angry smile, "I, Uncle Broly, will never be anyone's subordinate." Jin looked at Broly with pity and then said, "Broly, don't you know? Son Goku and Vegeta have become Saiyan gods beyond gods. Everyone is making progress. Only you are still living in this young universe now is your last chance. If you agree, I will directly resurrect you and take you to the 12th universe. There, you will become a real strong man." "What if I say no?" "That's going to be hard. You know, I expect a lot from you, Broly. I'd be mad if you turned me down." After all, a group of Black's destructive energy appeared in Jin's hands. He pointed his hand at Broly and then continued, "If I get angry, maybe I will wipe you out, along with the entire 7th universe." Seeing that Jin was about to get angry, the faces of Agu and Angel Martinu, who were traveling with him, changed drastically. Having followed this person all the year round, they certainly know how terrifying the ultimate gods of destruction gold is. Don't look at his expressionless face all the time. Once he is really angry, the consequences will be very serious. At this time, Broly changed the subject. "Can you really help me defeat Son Goku and Vegeta?" To be honest, 853 I. Chapter 140 A New Crisis. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 140 A New Crisis. 2 more, please subscribe. When Jin made a fuss in the 7th universe, Beerus was playing with Qi Yu in the 11th universe as Qi Yu's low-level slave. The history of the 11th universe is much longer than that of the 7th universe, so the planet and civilization are more prosperous. Now they are in a place called Food Planet, where food stars are best at cooking all kinds of delicious food. As a senior foodie, Beerus was happy and was feasting on the sidelines, but Tacy was not so happy. Tacy said, "Husband, just eating and drinking is so boring, isn't there anything new?" Qi Yu slapped Beerus into the cake with a palm and said, "Didn't you hear what your mistress said? You D***MN Kobold, you look like a low-level slave just by eating like this." Beerus crawled out of the cake, covered in cream, and shouted, "I'm not a kobold, I'm a cat. It's a cat tilde. Slaves have no human rights. I said you are a dog and you are a dog. Do you think so? Tragedy Tower." Vegeta punched the ground, and the whole planet shook slightly. In the end, he still held back and didn't burst out his mantra again. Can't be beaten, can't be provoked. Vegeta can only knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Seeing this group of bosses getting angry, King Lee of Gourmet Planet ran up immediately and said with horror on his face, "My lords, is there any dissatisfaction? We will improve it immediately. Immediately improve it." Just kidding, the bald head in front of me is the existence of gods of destruction as a slave. Who is he? Could it be Master Zeno in Legendary? The Food King can only guess in his heart, but dare not ask. At this moment, Tacy said, "Honey, it's really boring here. Why don't we watch the fireworks?" As soon as these words came out, all the gourmet stars turned pale. Immediately afterwards, Vermut snapped his fingers, and the gourmet planet suddenly exploded, turning into brilliant fireworks all over the sky. A group of people were brought into the spaceship by the scepters of the angels. Qi Yu was still holding the cake in his hand before swallowing it and opened his mouth in astonishment. After a long time, Qi Yu and Tacy came back to their senses and said to Vermut in unison, "What are you doing?" Vermut wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "But the hostess said she wanted to watch the fireworks. I thought she was not satisfied with the food on the food planet and hoped that I would destroy it." Qi Yu patted Vermut on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. I have learned to read words and expressions. I believe you will soon become a professional dogleg." Tacy put her hands on her hips and said, "Qi Yu, you are not allowed to teach him like this, otherwise you will not know how many planets will suffer in the future. Gods of Destruction's job is to destroy planets, and things like this are not only done by Vermut, but also by Beerus. I remember when Beerus came to Earth for the first time, it was almost blown to ashes. Tacy is just a common person. To her, destroying a world and causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of people is definitely a heinous thing. Reasoning with women is the most unpleasant job, so Qi Yu punched Vermut hard on the head, smashing his head into a bag and yelling, "You idiot, you know you're going to go down like this all at once. How many five-strand people will die? Don't you have any morality and conscience? How can I have a slave like you?" Vermut covered his head and said innocently, "But this is my job, you just praised me." "Praise fart, you heard it wrong tilde. After that, Qi Yu punched Vermut again. Vermut said with a mournful face, "I know I was wrong, and I dare not in the future tilde. Qi Yu patted Vermut's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Very good." At this moment, a vortex appeared in the void, and the 7th Universe Supreme Kai-Zin ran out of the vortex, rolling and crawling, and then shouted, "Master Beerus, it's not good, it's not good." Seeing Xena's distressed appearance, everyone knew that something had happened, so Wise immediately got him into the spaceship. Beerus said, "What happened? Take it easy and speak slowly." Supreme Kai gasped, "It's the 12th universe. Gods of destruction from the 12th universe came to the 7th universe, he destroyed the underworld, and took Broly away." Beerus was furious. As the boss of the 7th universe, how could he allow a gods of destruction who came out of nowhere to take over his old place? Besides, the underworld of a universe is so important. It controls the cycle of life and death of the whole world. Once it is destroyed, the whole universe will be in chaos. To restore all these things must rely on the power of ghost kings and gods to repair them bit by bit. Just when Beerus was about to explode, Vermut suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 141, The Ultimate Team. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 141, The Ultimate Team. 3 more, please subscribe. After the Dragon Ball reshaped the world, Vermut hadn't returned to the planet gods of destruction. As soon as he entered the door, everyone saw Jiren lying on the ground. His joints were shattered, and he had fallen into a coma. How did this happen? Who beat him like this? After training, Jirenpo's strength has improved a lot again. It's reasonable to say that they can't beat Super Omega Shenron, but if anyone can beat Jirenpo, it's really a supernatural event. Fortunately, Son Goku brought enough Sengoku to prepare for the battle with the super evil dragon. Vermut lifted him up, and Goku fed the fairy beans into Jirenpo's mouth. After a while, Jirenpo woke up faintly. Goku said, "What happened, Jiren?" Facing the sudden appearance of the 7th universe and his party, Jiren couldn't recover and asked, "Why are you here?" Son Goku said, "It's the 12th universe. They suddenly attacked our 7th universe. Right now we are discussing how to deal with 207 in them." Speaking of the 12th universe, Jiren's broken expression immediately changed. "Yes, it was them, and I was also hit by the Supreme Kai of the 12th universe." Beerus nodded and said, "It seems that the gods of destruction of the 12th universe is really strong. Wait, you seem to be talking about Supreme Kai." Jiren broke out. That's right, it was the chubby Supreme Kai from the 12th universe who knocked me down. I didn't see his movements clearly during the whole process, and I became like this with just one move. The most important thing, yes, he blocked my attack with only one finger. In a universe, Supreme Kai is definitely not a priesthood in charge of combat. If Shendu, the king of the world, is so powerful, let alone gods of destruction, it is simply unimaginable. Beerus yelled at Vermut, "Tell us, what the hell is going on with this 12th universe?" Vermut sat on the ground, sighed, and said, "It's a long time to talk about it. Everyone knows that each universe has its own CCBD theme, right? For example, our 11th universe is a proud universe. The 3rd universe is the universe of wisdom, the 4th universe your 7th universe, and the 6th universe correspond to peace and prosperity respectively." Beerus said, "Of course I know this, each universe represents a kind of virtue, but what does this have to do with the 1st and 12th universes?" Vermut said, "Do you know what the themes of the 1st universe and the 12th universe are?" Goku asked curiously, "What is it?" Their themes are ultimate and supremacy. One represents the strongest power, and the other represents the highest status. They are the earliest and most powerful universe, and they are different from ordinary existence. Among them, what Jin did the so-called scariest? Then, Vermut began to tell the story of King. This guy with a shark face is different from the general gods of destruction. Through power conquest, he has mastered all the rights of the 12th universe. It can be said that the entire 12th universe is his own subjugation, and even Supreme Kai will obey his orders unconditionally. Gods of Destruction Jin is not only powerful, he is also good at training warrior, and has established the most powerful army for the 12th universe, the Ultimate Team. There are a total of 12 members in the Ultimate Team, and each of them is extremely powerful, with unfathomable strength. In addition, everyone in the 12th universe pursues power, so their combat effectiveness is much stronger than other universes. In order to obtain a more powerful warrior, Jin is observing all universes anytime and anywhere. Once he finds a good seed with potential, Jin will stop at nothing to get it, and he will even start a war to destroy other universes to do so. Jiren nodded and said, "That's right, he invited me to join their universe, and I didn't agree, so I was beaten like this. But I really want to hear them say that Jin's main target is not me, but 7th universe a Saiyan called Broly." Beerus et al. Don't know who Broly is, but Son Goku and Vegeta sure do. In the early years, Broly's strength had left a deep impression on them. Hearing the name, Vegeta's face changed. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Beerus asked, "Who the hell is Broly?" Goku said, "Master Beerus, have you seen that Gale from the 6th universe?" Beerus said, "The one who turns into a muscular girl when she gets angry and then goes crazy." Son Goku nodded and said, "That's right, Broly is very similar to her, but Broly should be more talented than her. He is an extremely fierce warrior." The strength of a warrior is not only energy and body, but also a strong will to fight. Even with the same constitution, Gale's cowardly character is always a big problem. This also explains why Kim chose Broly instead. Chapter 142, Angel Macarita. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 142, Angel Macarita. For more, please subscribe. The 12th universe is a gloomy place, with barbed wire and all kinds of weapons all over the perimeter of the buildings. It is more appropriate to say it is a giant military fortress than a city. Once here, Broly is thrown into an arena and forced to fight various warriors. On the throne of the auditorium, Sharkface Kim is enjoying Broly's performance with a glass of wine. "Broly, if you continue like this, you will die." The warrior in front of him was extremely powerful. Broly was beaten to the point of blood, but he could only grit his teeth and stand up from the ground. He looked at Jin sitting on the top of the arena and said, "Why are the people who fight me so much stronger than me every time? Did you do it on purpose?" Jin shook his wine glass and said leisurely, "Of course I did it on purpose, Broly. Only a warrior who has overcome death can become a real strong man. Defeating these few is just the beginning, and then you have to face 1,000. There are more than 200 warriors who are stronger than you. If you lose one game, you will die." Broly knew that Kim wasn't kidding, because Kim never joked when it came to this kind of thing. Broly said, "If I was killed, wouldn't it be meaningless for you to bring me here from the 7th universe?" Jin laughed and said, "Broly, you seem to think highly of yourself, but I have to tell you, I have never seen 1,000 or 800 guys like you in my life. You think you can become a strong? No, more important is the determination and will to surpass yourself. If you are really killed by them, it means that you are not good, and Tilda will not feel sorry for you." Broly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze back to his grinning opponent, a titan with a big belly. Although he is bloated, this guy has a terrifying speed that is not commensurate with his size. Immediately afterwards, Broly rushed towards his goal. That's it, Broly. If you want to be a member of the Ultimate Team, you have to show your strength first. Seeing Broly's devotion, Jin Jade was satisfied. Meanwhile, Beerus et al. Of 7th Universe are doing the same thing. Weiss used his power to control time and space to build an enhanced version of the time and spirit room for the 3 Beerus to train. Besides Goku and Vegeta, even Vermut was captured. Vermut looked at Qi Yu next to him and complained, "Why do I have to come to practice?" Qi Yu said displeased, "As my low-level slave, don't you feel ashamed of your strength? Vermut, you can't even beat Beerus. In fact, I want to improve your status and make you a low-level slave where's the chief steward. Stop complaining and do your job." In fact, at the level of Beerus and others, no one can be their teacher anymore. Whether it is the use of chi or fighting skills, everyone is basically close to the extreme, and the difference between them is nothing more than chi and body. So the training method formulated by Wise is also very simple, that is, playing. The weaker Vegeta is in a team with Vermut, and Beerus is in a team with Goku for a 2-on-2 battle. On this point, it is similar to Jin's method. Actual combat is the best way to strengthen yourself. Through continuous offensive and defensive switching, I believe everyone can move to a higher level in a short period of time. For things like special training, Vegeta has long been impatient. Being behind Son Goku for a long time made him extremely impatient, and as soon as Wise finished talking about the rules, he rushed up to fight Vermut. The training started soon, and Qi Yu walked out of the time and spirit room, ready to go home and rest. Just kidding, one day in this room is equal to several months in the outside world. If you stay inside and watch a few people fight for several years, then Qi Yu will definitely go crazy. He originally thought that he could live a leisurely life for a long time, but he didn't expect that this tranquility would be shattered the next day. In the early morning of the next day, Qi Yu's #1 fan, Macarita, came to Earth and brought a lot of condolences. She ordered her subordinates to move a lot of things into the Bree Mansion, which completely angered the hostess ties. "Move these things back quickly, you shameless woman. My family, Qi Yu, is already married and is my husband." Asking for flowers. What does it matter anyway? A common person like you can only live for less than 100 years, and after 20 years, you will be an old woman. Qi Yu will definitely abandon you and fall into my arms. Tacy said angrily, "You're lying, Qi Yu wouldn't do that." Macarita posed a seductive pose and then said, "An overbearing earth woman, our angel can live forever. A powerful warrior like Qi Yu doesn't need a yellow-faced woman as a spouse. I feel shabby when." Chapter 143, A Slipper Kills You, 5 more. Please subscribe. Chapter 143, A Slipper Kills You, 5 more. Please subscribe. The days passed quickly, and before I knew it, more than a month had passed. On this day, Qi Yu quarreled with Tacy because of Macarita, so she ran away from home. In the afternoon of the same day, Broly finally walked out of the arena. At this time, Gods of Destruction Jin was already standing at the door, and handed a black badge to Broly. "Congratulations, Broly. Starting today, you have officially become the 13th warrior who passed my test." Broly looked at the black badge in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Agudai replied in reply, "This is the badge of our Ultimate Team universe. With this, you are a member of the Ultimate Team." Broly gave an evil grin and dropped the badge on the ground. 777 huh? Seeing Broly's behavior, Jin didn't get angry immediately, but said, "Broly, it seems that you don't seem to want to join our Ultimate Team." Broly clenched his fist, then pointed at Jin Dao. Jin, I have already dealt with more than 1,000 warriors you arranged, and now it's up to you. That's right, Broly, I really like your personality. But since you don't want to be my subordinate, then you are worthless to me. Broly suddenly felt that something was wrong. He said, You, what do you mean? Jin said to warrior beside him, Go, cut off his hands for me. As soon as Sharkface finished speaking, gods of destruction, a head-turning grotesque figure wearing a fighter vest stood up. Broly had just set up his posture and was ready to fight. The next moment, his whole body was pushed down to the ground by the bull-headed warrior. His head hit the ground, making a loud noise. Broly wanted to resist, but the bull-headed warrior's arm carried unparalleled strength, making him unable to move at all. At this moment, the bull-headed warrior pulled out the axe on his body, aimed at Broly's hands. Broly was terrified. After practicing life and death during this period of time, his strength was far beyond what he could compare in the past. But in front of the Tauren in front of him, he had no power to resist. Angel conjured up a chair for Jin. He sat down in front of Broly and said, Broly, what gave you such an illusion that you can challenge my majesty? Now I will give you another chance. Are you willing to surrender to me? Broly raised his head and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you again? As soon as Broly finished speaking, the audience burst out laughing, as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. After a long time, Supreme Kai Agu said, Broly, it is true that you are an idiot. Betrayal? With a traitor like you, what can you do? Let me tell you, the bull-headed warrior in front of you is called Sola, is ranked 12th in the Ultimate Team. You can't even beat him, and you still want to resist Mr. Jin. It's really ridiculous. Just then, a voice sounded. I said, can you keep your voice down? What kind of laughter is this? Didn't your mother tell you that your laughter is ugly? Talk about you, the fat man next to you. Following the sound, everyone saw a bald man in a Hawaiian shirt squatting on the side of the road, not knowing what he was doing. Agu looked at him and said angrily, Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? I am the Supreme Kai of the 12th universe. So what's wrong with you? Supreme Kai is amazing. I just got kicked out of my house by my wife, and I'm full of will-o'-the-wisps. You'd better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll punch you to death tilde. That's right, this is Qi Yu who ran away from home and wandered around the world. Because of Macarita, he quarreled with Ties for the first time, and then came to the 12th universe. In fact, he didn't even know where it was. However, Qi Yu's speed is much faster than Wise's. It took only one afternoon to cross half of the universe and appear here. Agu furiously said, You humble guy, I'm going to beat you to death now. Before Agu finished speaking, Qi Yu took off his slippers and suddenly appeared in front of Agu. Before Agu could react, Qi Yu slapped him on the face with his slippers. Suddenly, a red mark appeared on Agu's face. You beastard. Crack tilde. I'm going to kill you tilde. Tilde. Qi Yu's strength is not great, but his speed is extremely fast. With Agu's skill, he couldn't see Qi Yu's movements clearly. Agu covered his face and said, Who are you? Our 12th universe will not let you go. Papa tilde. Seeing that Agu was still the hardest, Qi Yu whipped him a dozen slippers in a row, and then one of them was too hard. Amidst the loud noise, Agu was blown into the air. His obese body was like a missile, smashing countless tall fortresses. Qi Yu looked at the slipper that was only half left in his hand, then looked at Gods of Destruction Jin and said, Are you his boss, your subordinates? Chapter 144 Gods of Destruction Jin Amp, S Ambition. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 144 Gods of Destruction Jin Amp, S Ambition. One update, please subscribe. When one's subordinates were beat, instead of punishing them, they rewarded the enemy. Although the cultural environment of each place is different, for Qi Yu, this is indeed a rare thing. Qi Yu said, If I beat you too, will you still be as proud as you are now? Jin Dao, if you can really defeat me, then you will be the new master of the 12th universe. Not only will I not punish you, but I will follow you wholeheartedly. Qi Yu said, What kind of bullshit logic is this? Jin Dao, because we have a goal that must be achieved. For this goal, we need enough strength. As long as you can show enough strength, whether it is Gods of Destruction or Supreme Kai, you will volunteer to be your most loyal servant. Interesting, so what's your goal? This time, Jin didn't answer Qi Yu's words, but just smiled without saying a word. Qi Yu shook his head, then turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Jin stopped him. Why is this leaving? Don't you really want to know what our goal is? Qi 22 Yu turned around and said, what other goals do you have? You are already the most powerful universe, and I can guess what you yearn for. I just don't want to say. But in order to realize it, we need a powerful warrior like you. Jin stood up from the chair and then opened his arms as if to embrace the sky of the entire universe. Immediately after, he said, don't you find it strange? There are so many universes, such a vast and magnificent world. Its ruler is a child who doesn't understand anything. He doesn't even have a mature mind. He only cares about he is interested in the game. In order to fulfill his wish, countless strong men fought to the death, and once he became unhappy, they would eliminate everything in the entire universe as punishment. At this point, Jin paused, then turned his head to look at Qi Yu and said, strange warrior, don't you think this is boring? Qi Yu said, no matter who you are, Zeno, I feel very boring. I'm just a common man with no pursuit. I don't want to run for the president of the country, and I don't want to be involved in such a struggle. After finishing speaking, Qi Yu looked at Broly, who was pressed to the ground, and then disappeared in place with a dodge. After Qi Yu left, Jin shook his head and then said nothing. At this time, Agu, who was beaten into the air, ran back. Qi Yu's last slipper was so heavy that his entire face was swollen. Seeing that Qi Yu had left, Agu said, who is this person? Jin shook his head and said, I don't know who he is, but he must be the top powerhouse in the entire universe. A super powerhouse stronger than me. What? How can this be? Are you kidding me, Lord Jins? Everyone present couldn't believe it, and questioned Jin one after another. Jin Dao, you are too far away from his realm, so of course you don't know how terrible he is. When I saw him, I wanted to see another world, an independent world with infinite possibilities that does not belong to Zeno. I believe he is the warrior we have been looking for. As long as he joins, our dream will come true. Agu murmured, this man, is this bald head really as strong as you say? Jin Dao, of course, otherwise, how could I retain him like this? Agudao, but there is such a warrior in this world, why haven't we heard of it? Agudao, then you have to ask the person in charge of monitoring other universes, arrest the officer in charge of intelligence work, and skin him tonight. Yes, Master Jin. After all, 2 warriors turned and left, and the 2 lines of gold went to the task. In the entire 12th universe, if you do something wrong, you will pay a heavy price. Such things happen frequently, and everyone is not surprised. At this moment, turning his head, Warrior Saul said to Jin, what about this guy? What he was talking about was Broly, who was pressed to the ground, and after experiencing all this just now, Broly felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. Originally, he thought that he had become very powerful, but he didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of the real strong. Broly roared, Kim, if I beat you, can I also be your master? Is what you said true? Jin Dao, of course it's true, but you're fine. Even if you practice to the end of the world, you can't reach my level. Why did the strong like just now refuse to join us and finally ran away for more than a dozen people? Universe, I found out that it is indeed a wretch like you. How about Broly? I will give you one more chance. If you don't want to die, then do it for me. Well, Broly swallowed and said, what's the matter? Jin Dao, go to the 7th universe and destroy this universe for me. I believe that with your current strength, it shouldn't be a P. Chapter 145, Broly invades the 7th universe. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 145, Broly invades the 7th universe. 2 more, please subscribe. At this moment, Beerus and the others just came out of the training room. It's only been a month in the outside world, but in Y's self-made time and spirit, they've been there for years. Goku and Vegeta are already bearded, and Vermut and Beerus are ragged. Beerus, who has been pampered all the year round, couldn't bear it the most. As soon as he came out, he yelled, cultivation is really hard. Now I just want to find a place to have a good meal and then sleep for 100 years. Son Goku said, Master Beerus, let's talk about it after defeating Broly. HMPH. Speaking of this topic, Vegeta immediately let out a cold snort. What Broly, if he really dares to come, I will beat him to pieces. After this period of training, everyone's strength has been enhanced unprecedentedly. Although everyone's fighting style is still different, everyone has made great progress. Among them, except for Vegeta, everyone has perfectly mastered the use of Ultra Instinct. But don't underestimate Vegeta because of this. Although he didn't practice Ultra Instinct, Vegeta has made new breakthroughs in his own way. For Vegeta to say such words with such confidence, it's not just about breaking the bank. Wise said, "In this case, let's go to Vegeta's house for dinner first. I heard that everyone has come out, but Bulma has prepared a lot of delicious food." Hearing this news, Beerus' eyes immediately became the size of copper bells. As an old foodie for billions of years, what Beerus can't stand the most is someone tempting him with delicious food. Wise, hurry up, I can't wait. Hey, Master Beerus tilde. After all, Wise waved his scepter and teleported everyone to Earth. At this time, Bulma was ordering the servants to bring a lot of delicious things to the table. Beerus reached out to grab a piece of cake as soon as he walked briskly, but Bulma slapped Beerus' hand off. She squeezed her nose and said, "Beerus, you guys go take a shower, it really stinks." Son Goku said, "Sorry, there is no bathroom in the House of Time and Spirit." Beerus looked around and saw Tacy sitting in the corner of the hall alone, depressed. Vegeta said, "Strange, what about the bald devil? Didn't he stick to Tacy every day before?" Bulma whispered, "Actually, the bald-headed Demon King had a quarrel with Ties. He said he wanted to go out alone to relax, and then he ran to other universes. Ties is feeling sad right now." At this moment, there was a sudden violent vibration from the ground, and the cake that Beerus just got fell to the ground again. D***MN, who is it? My cake, I want to kill him. Beerus rushed out of the room and saw a green star twinkling in the sky. With the eyesight of the few of them, it is natural to be able to clearly see the situation behind that burst of green light. It was a muscular Saiyan, burning with green flames, and it was Broly from the 12th universe. For Broly, this is where the destruction must begin. Broly and Son Goku were born on the same day, and because of some coincidence, Broly was born to feel Son Goku's anger. So finding Goku is easy. After finding Goku, Vegeta is certainly not far away. These two Saiyans who sent him to hell are the eternal pain in Broly's heart. Only by defeating them head-on and appreciating how they struggled in despair can Broly's anger be relieved. Broly stood in the sky and shouted, "Son Goku, Vegeta, get out and die." The powerful green light burns in the sky, forming a tendency to block out the sky. Storms and waves blew the earth like invisible razors, plowing out ravines in the mountains and plains. What happened again? D***MN. At this time, Satan was already frightened and ran away. Ever since I got to know Goku and others, such a thing will happen once every 3 days, which makes Mr. Satan feel very depressed. Son Goku said, "That's right, it's Broly, he's really back." Beerus said, "I don't want the 7th universe to be destroyed again. Goku Vegeta, you lead him to the void." At this time, Broly is no longer what it used to be. If there is a real fight here, the consequences may be very serious. Son Goku himself is a martial idiot, and when he sees a strong opponent, his old problems immediately flare up. In order to prevent Vegeta and himself from grabbing food, Son Goku immediately flew into the air and then said to Broly, "Haha, Broly, I didn't expect you to be resurrected from hell. I heard that you went to the 12th universe. You must have become a lot stronger." Broly said, "Son Goku, we meet again. This time I must completely destroy you and Vegeta." In order to get to where he is today, Broly has gone through unimaginably hard training for normal people. In Jin's arena, he crossed death again and then reached a stronger realm. Chapter 146, Get Lost or Die. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 146, Get Lost or Die. 3 more, please subscribe. Before all of this, Qi Yu was just a common person. Accustomed to the life of ordinary people, he has never cared much about who becomes the president and who rules the world. In contrast, he was more concerned about whether Tacy had calmed down when he returned home, and whether he would be awkward with himself. After running around the Dragon Ball world for a long time, he realized that he is not the material to be a hero after all. Although the world is big, there are only a few people who can have a relationship with him. Let's leave it to Goku and the others to save the world. Flying back along the sky of the void, suddenly he heard a few roars. Kamehameha tilde tilde tilde. Final flash tilde tilde tilde. Destruction shockwave tilde tilde tilde. Giant meteor meteor tilde tilde tilde. Qi Yu raised his head and suddenly saw two shock waves flying towards him, one left and one right. Why did this happen? It started half an hour ago. Unlike most villains with a lot of nonsense in 590, Broly, a reckless man, never cares whether there are many people on the opposite side. As a result, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of people. However, Goku and others still far underestimated Broly's potential and strength. After Jin's death training, Japan Broly is indeed incredibly powerful. Unlike Goku and others who use Ultra Instinct to fight, Broly's transformation is closer to Vegeta. Green's flame was brought to the extreme by Broly. In the darkness of nothingness, he was like a dazzling green sun. The four of Beerus swarmed up, but still couldn't take Broly. The two sides fought evenly, and when everyone was about to use Kai Blast to end the battle, Qi Yu happened to appear between the two groups. As a result, the Kai Blasts coming from two directions hit Qi Yu accurately at the same time. After the loud noise, Qi Yu raised his head and looked at the two groups of people around him. His face darkened again. D*MN, is I a Kai Blast receiver? I remember that this scene has been staged before, okay? Could it be that after I was reborn, I still have the attribute of attracting? This is boundless emptiness. You are trying to pretend to be me want to buy a lottery ticket. Originally, he went out to relax, but after returning, Qi Yu's mood became even worse. At this time, the two groups of people were posing to launch the pos of Kai Blast, and they all looked at Qi Yu innocently. The Bald Demon King, why are you here? Are you that super bald warrior who appeared in the 12th universe? Seeing Qi Yu, Broly was the most surprised. The purpose of his trip was to help Jin find Qi Yu. According to Jin, Qi Yu probably has the #1 super combat power in the universe. However, what Broly didn't expect the most was that Qi Yu was also the warrior of the 7th universe. Of course, Broly, who is not afraid of anything, doesn't really believe it. In fact, the gods of destruction named Jin has never made a move in person, and it is unknown whether he is a real powerhouse. As for his judgment, it is even more doubtful. You must know that the only thing Qi Yu has done is to smoke the Supreme Kai of the 12th universe with his slippers. Supreme Kai, as everyone knows, is just a weak chicken with no fighting power. Broly looked at Qi Yu, then nodded and said, "That's right, if you can take my Kai Blast, you are considered a liar." See calf, Qi Yu didn't speak, and didn't even look at Broly. That attitude is exactly the same as Kim, as if Broly is really just a bum. Discount Broly was furious. Bald-headed Demon King, what an arrogant name. I, Broly, want to try today. Are you really like Jin said, and I am a person from a completely different world? If you are really that powerful, let's see your strength. At this time, Son Goku suddenly shouted, "Broly, don't mess with him. The bald devil recently had a fight with his wife, and he's in a bad mood. If you mess with him, we'll all be in trouble." Broly said, "HMPH, Son Goku, let me show you my real strength." Broly burst tilde tilde tilde. After all, Broly's aura surged again. Green's flames gathered on him and formed a huge ball of light. In the ball of light, red fluff began to grow on Broly's body, and he turned into the 4th form of Super Saiyan. Goku was surprised. Unexpectedly, Broly hasn't shown his full strength yet. Beerus was also a little surprised. What is this form? Why haven't we seen it before? The 4th category of Super Saiyan is Saiyan's atavism phenomenon, relying on extreme anger to stimulate the power hidden in Saiyan's body. In this era, Goku and others are taking a completely different path, so no one has seen such a transformation. Of course, except for Qi Yu. At this moment, Broly roared again. "It's not enough, it's not enough." Broly's aura continued to rise, and the red hair on his body began to transform towards wit. Chapter 147 The Gods of Destruction and AMP #039 S-Plan. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 147 The Gods of Destruction and AMP #039 S-Plan. For more, please subscribe. Super Saiyan 5 was supposed to be something in Dragon Ball after Dragon Balked, but now it appears in the official history universe. This made Qi Yu sigh. Dragon Ball is really a world full of infinite possibilities. In fact, no matter what method is used, all roads lead to Rome in cultivation. Mysterious Gohan has never learned the transformation of Super Saiyan God, but he has also reached this level. The same is true for Broly today, and even Qi Yu himself Tilda. Broly in Super Saiyan 5 state has no realm. He just fights with his physical body with a strong and unreasonable spirit, but it has the same effect as Qi Yu. To deal with such an enemy, Qi Yu finally took up his own weapon, and he took off his other slipper. Son Goku asked Beerus in astonishment, "Slippers, what does the bald devil want?" "You ask me how do I know?" The fact that Beerus et al. Do not know does not mean that Broly does not know. When he was in the 12th universe, he saw with his own eyes how Qi Yu beat up Supreme Kai with a slipper. D***MN bald, how dare you insult me Broly tilde. Thinking of this, Broly became even more angry, and the arrogance on his body also increased. At this moment, Qi Yu raised the flip-flops in his hand, and then slapped Broly rushing towards Broly. Not a snap, but a loud boom. The slipper in Qi Yu's hand was only half left in an instant, while Broly flew up into the sky with a bloody line. What did I just see? The bald devil beat Broly away with a slipper. It's just. Everyone was speechless. Generally speaking, slippers are the father's exclusive weapon, and they are used to beat the son. But Qi Yu can do it. Such a powerful Broly is as powerless as a child in front of Qi Ya. Broly steadied himself, and it took a long time to pull himself together. At this time, his entire face has been pumped into a pig's head, with a red shoe imprint on it. Impossible this. How is this possible? I have clearly become so powerful. Qi Yu said, "Didn't Jin make it clear to you? Broly, you're just a bum with no brains and no combat power. Get lost, or I don't mind making a cameo appearance as Superman and sending you back to the hell of the 7th universe. Go." Broly roared, "You're lying. Even if I can't become the strongest in the 12th universe, it's absolutely impossible for me to lose to someone in a lower universe like the 7th universe." After saying that, Broly was like a bull losing his mind, pressing towards Qi again. The next moment, Qi Yu appeared above Broly's head, and then raised the other half of the slipper in his hand. Mirror series, seriously, one shoe tilde. This time, Qi Yu really used his strength, and before Broly could react, the half-slipper slapped on his body. With a bang of thunder, a terrible force erupted on Broly, and the strong wind made Beerus and others unable to open their eyes. When everything calmed down, Broly's figure had completely disappeared into the realm of nothingness. After a long time, Beerus said tremblingly, "Broly, where did you get Broly?" Qi Yu said, "Go back to the hell of the 7th universe and look for it. It must be there." After all, Qi Yu flew towards the 7th universe on his own, and now he has to go home to deal with the crying wife at home, and has no time to spend with this group of people. In the distant 12th universe, Jin opened his eyes and said, "Broly died. He died in the 7th universe. It seems that this new universe really has a lot of talents." Supreme Kai Agu pondered slightly and then said, "So, that bald head is also a person from the 7th universe. According to Broly's strength, there are not many people who can beat him. Except for the top 4 universes, it's really not easy to find such warriors in other places. The first thing everyone can think of is a bald guy of unknown origin." Asking for flowers, Jin sat up from the chair and then said, "In this case, let's go to the 7th universe again." At the same time, in the distant 1st universe, a monk was sitting with his eyes closed. In him, Gold's energy is the most lingering around him like a smoke screen. His name is Camus. He is the strongest in the Supreme Universe, and he is also the absolute trump card in the hands of gods of destruction. In fact, Camus is not his name, but a title. As for his original name, Camus has long forgotten. Unlike most strong men, Camus' power does not come from himself, but is gifted by others. In the world of Dragon Ball, Qi is the root of strength. The stronger the Qi, the stronger the warrior will be. 0. In each era, the first universe will select the most talented warrior, and this warrior is honored as Camus, which means dedication in the language of the first universe. Each genera. Chapter 148 Indulge in Silkiness. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 148 Indulge in Silkiness. One update, please subscribe. During the days when Qi Yu left, Tacy stood by the door every day like a watchman, shedding tears. Generally speaking, it is not a serious problem for the husband to run away from home, and he will come back in a few days. If it doesn't work, you can call the police or post a missing person notice. But her man was different, a mighty warrior, a Superman who could go anywhere with his body. As long as Qi Yu wants, he can stay in any universe, even gods of destruction can't find him. There is another person who has the same action as Tacy, and that is the little girl Macarita. These days, Macarita squatted with Tacy every day, but after waiting for so long, Qi Yu still didn't show up. Instead, the two actually became 7 friends in this environment. Tacy, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been stalking me, Qi Yu wouldn't have run away from home. I also have something wrong. Obviously, Qi Yu did nothing wrong, but I lost my temper and got angry with him. Do you think Qi Yu will not come back? What if he married someone else in a universe we don't know about? Having said that, the two of them had tears in their eyes again, and then sighed together. Bulma has seen everything that happened these days, and today, she delivered meals to Tais and Macarita as usual. Sister Macarita, you'd better have something to eat before continuing to wait. Seeing that the two looked like they were not thinking about food, Bulma also sighed. Don't worry, maybe you won't come back after all, Tais, you have such a good relationship with him. Just as Bulma finished speaking, Qi Yu appeared. He was ragged and barefoot like a tramp. Seeing Qi Yu, Tacy and Macarita burst into tears at the same time, and then rushed forward. Scared me to death. I thought you weren't coming back, tilde. Finally back, you are finally back, tilde. What's the matter? Contrary to imagination, when Qi Yu returned home, she was not smashed with slippers, nor was she slapped in the face with a broom. Husband, are you hungry? Bulma just asked the servant to cook, tilde. Handsome bald guy, are you tired? Why don't you change your clothes and take a shower first? Both Tacy and Macarita handed their food to Qi Yu, and at the same time, the stomachs of the two girls groaned. Immediately, even the heartless Qi Yu was a little moved. You didn't eat anything. The two little faces blushed at the same time, and then looked at each other. Qi Yu said, Eat first. I'm not hungry. I'll just go take a shower and change my clothes. After finishing speaking, Qi Yu walked to the bathroom. The things in Beerus' mansion are all high-end goods. Qi Yu put a big pot of hot water, and then submerged the whole body in the water, and then couldn't help sighing. D*MN, it's better to be at home, the D*MN 12th universe. All of them only know how to practice. Even the hotel is like a gym. This is hurting me. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qi Yu thought it was a robot waiter delivering cold drinks, so he casually said, Come in. However, when the door was opened, Qi Yu was stunned. Seeing Tacy and Macarita appearing in the bathroom at the same time wrapped in towels, Qi Yu was not calm for a moment. In terms of age, Macarita is more than enough to be Tacy's grandmother, but Angel's lifespan is very long. Even after living for countless epochs, Macarita still looks like a delicate young girl. The drops of water stick together with her skin, crystal clear and indistinguishable from each other. But Tacy is just the opposite. As a mature woman, Tacy is synonymous with hotness, where it should be convex and where it should be warped. Because she likes the sun on the beach, Tacy's skin is a healthy wheat color, especially the pair of long legs. No matter how you look at it, you will never get tired of it. Through the hazy water vapor, Qi Yu saw the perfect figures of the two, and felt a little thirsty for a while. You guys are. Tacy said, I discussed it with Macarita. If you like it, we will. Seeing this situation, Qi Yu was extremely angry. At this moment, he told everyone that he was different from those men who started to mess up and ended up abandoning. He wanted to tell Ties and Macarita that he was definitely not that nasty stallion. Then he yelled to the second daughter with a straight face, "Yes, I just like this kind of thing, come on my darlings." Both Tacy and Macarita submerged in the water. Qi Yu hugged left and right and let out a contented laugh. D*MN, under the strong request of many readers, Lao Tzu has finally evolved into a harem heroine. What a long road, happy life in the future. What a world it is. Okay. The next day, Beerus brought a large group of people to Bulma to eat and drink, and saw Liu Mang and his second daughter laughing on a bee. Chapter 149, Zeno and Amp #039 S-War. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 149, Zeno and Amp #039 S-War. 2 more, please subscribe. Bulma was still relentless, but Beerus also looked at the sky at this moment and interrupted Bulma's rampage. "Stop making trouble, Bulma. Something really happened now." Bulma said, "What happened? Why are everyone so serious?" At this time, Weiss pointed to the sky for Bulma. At this moment, several figures emerged from the back of the black hole. It was gods of destruction Jin. "Mr. Qi Yu, we meet again, but it took me a lot of effort to find out your address and name." Qi Yu sat up from the boat and said, "Didn't I say that I'm not interested in your goals?" At this time, Beerus and the others were already much stronger, so they could feel the destructive aura from these people. As soon as these people appeared, the expressions of the people present, including Vegeta and Vermut, changed. Especially 22 Vermut, with cold sweat constantly breaking out on his forehead, and then slowly stepped back 2 steps, saying the name of this person. "It's Gods of Destruction Gold." All the Gods of Destruction, Beerus knew the name, and even though they hadn't communicated with Jin, Beerus still knew this guy. So Beerus stepped forward and said, "Jin, what are you doing in our 7th universe? You are not welcome here." Because of ruining the relationship with the underworld, Beerus, of course, doesn't have a good look at Jin. Even with Jin's immense strength and army, after all, Beerus is the Gods of Destruction of this universe, and this dignity is necessary. Beerus knew Jin, but Jin didn't know Beerus, or he didn't take Beerus seriously at all. Standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, Jin said, "You are Beerus. It's really interesting. You are running this new universe, but you have produced such powerful warriors as Broly and Qi Yu. Maybe you are an excellent Gods of Destruction. How about it? Beerus, would you like to claim my universe? Come with me. I can appoint you as my lieutenant." Qi Yu said, displeased. "Did I say you are engaged in pyramid schemes? Why do you want to pull into your universe when you see someone?" Jin did not get angry at Qi Yu's sarcasm, but said, "Qi Yu, the reason why you say that is because you haven't seen the danger of the future universe. A war is about to break out, and the universe without power will eventually fall into a state of destruction no matter who it is. No one can escape this disaster, and only the most powerful universe can survive in this world." Beerus said, "Stop, alarmist, where is there any war?" Jin coldly snorted and said, "Of course, the election war for the next Zeno is about to start, because Zeno has decided to die." "What, Zeno election war?" Jin's words shocked everyone present. Who is Zeno? He is the lord of everything who is in charge of life and death in all universes. As long as he is happy, a single thought can determine the life and death of countless worlds. Such an existence is about to die. Who would believe it? Beerus said, "Nonsense, Lord Zeno is immortal, no one can defeat him." Jin looked at Beerus with pity and said, "Except for the eternal time, there is nothing immortal in this world. Master Zeno is immortal, invincible, but this does not mean that he can really be eternal." Qi Yu frowned and said, "Since he is immortal and invincible, who can kill Master Zeno?" Jin said, "Of course someone can kill Lord Zeno, and that is Zeno himself." Qi Yu laughed and then said, "You mean you want me to believe that Zeno will commit suicide?" Of course, do you know how long Master Zeno has lived? 1,009 universe epochs. His lifespan is hundreds of times longer than Ivan and I. As for Beerus, even a baby in front of Zeno know. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of eating it, and even the most fun game will get you tired of it. When you are tired of everything, it is only a matter of time before you choose to die. In retrospect, there was indeed something unreasonable about Zeno. Generally speaking, although he is not righteous, he is not an evil person either. But there is such an existence, playing marbles with the universe all the year round and constantly destroying the worlds. This in itself seems to be something that a person with a tendency to destroy will do. And Jin's words sound incredible, but they are not completely unreasonable. Everything in the world has birth and death. Even if no one else destroys you, one day you will choose a place for yourself. Suddenly, Qi Yu remembered what he had said to One Punch Man in his hallucination. After a long time, anyone will become a lunatic like me and eventually destroy everything. If Zeno is unwilling to choose his own end, then one day he will become a person like Saitama. Qi Yu said, "Then what is your so-called war?" Jin Dao, after Zeno's death, the world needs a new Zeno. We don't know how. Chapter 150, Give Qi Yu a Woman, 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 150, Give Qi Yu a Woman, 3 more, please subscribe. Jin said to Qi Yu on the ground, "Then Qi Yu, are you willing to join our 12th universe now? If you agree, I can even help you become Zeno, as long as you ensure the participation of our 12th universe in the future. Just status and safety." There is an old saying that one person attains the Tao, and the chicken dog ascends to heaven. Jin hopes to use Qi Yu's power, even if it makes him the last person to achieve the Tao, as long as Qi Yu promises to take himself and his universe to heaven. In fact, there are no real evil people in Gods of Destruction. They are all the heads of the universe and the highest force in the world. If a guy like Broly or Frieza had been Gods of Destruction, that universe would have been destroyed long ago. To put it bluntly, everyone is just standing in their own position, thinking about things that are beneficial to their own world. At this time, Vermut said, "Don't listen to him, there is Camus in the first universe, and that is the #1 strongest person even the Grand Priest admits. You are definitely not his opponent will die." Rarely, Vermut, who had degenerated into a lowly slave, expressed concern for Qi Yu. Qi Yu was slightly surprised and then said, "Camus, does the first universe exist like this?" Jin nodded and said, "Camus' strength is almost ridiculous. With your current strength, of course you are not his opponent. But fortunately, we still have time. I will train you and give you even stronger strength." Beerus was a little disbelieving. The bald devil Qi Yu has never been defeated. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he can be easily defeated with one blow. Jin Dao, "Beerus, you can't see the depth of Qi Yu with your realm, but I can see it. The aura in his body is extremely vast. It can be said that he is one of the most powerful warriors in the universe, but he is not the only one. Camus' strength has been accumulated over countless years, and in terms of the pure amount of breath, Camus is indeed stronger than him. But if it is better than the physical body, then it must be stronger. Regarding this point, Qi Yu has absolute confidence. If you only fight with the body, no matter where you are, I am afraid that you will not be able to find a stronger existence than One Punch Man." Qi Yu said, "Okay, you go back," I said, "I'm not interested in your goals." Jin looked at the 2 beauties on Qi Yu's boat and said, "Do you like women? As long as you come to our 12th universe, I can find you any kind of woman." After all, Jin patted his hands, and a tall, black-haired girl appeared in the 7th universe. She was wearing tight ninja black silk, her breasts were as big as a ball, and her butt was bigger than a ball, making one suspect that the waist of the water snake that was grasped could support the weight of her body. Qi Yu asked, "What the hell is this?" Jin Dao, "Her name is Kay. She is the strongest person in our 12th universe, and she is also a gift from me to your excellency Qi Yu. Kay, do you know what you should do in the future? From now on, I will be Lord Qi Yu's wife, personal belongings, and servant." At this time, both of Qi Yu's ears were grabbed at the same time. The bald-headed demon king suddenly wanted to cry without tears. "I finally lived a peaceful and happy life. Why is it like this again?" At this time, Jin had already brought his own people into the vortex and returned to the 12th universe. Once back in the 12th universe, Kim slumped into his chair. This seems to be just a simple cutscene, but in fact, Jin has thought about many issues in advance. Agudo, Master Jin, is it really appropriate for you to do this? After all, K is the strongest in our 12th universe. Jin Dao, what's the use of the first strong man? Can the first strong man defeat Camus? I told you that the Zeno selection conference is likely to be a personal battle. What we need is one person, the strongest warrior. Only one person can take the position of Zeno, and the person who comes here not only represents his own universe, but also represents himself. The one who wins is Zeno, the one who loses may have nothing. The most disturbing thing is that the 12th universe where Kim is located and the strongest first universe are sworn enemies. If Camus or Ivan became the gods of destruction, they would definitely erase the 12th universe without hesitation and completely get rid of this enemy who has been entangled for countless years. For this reason, no matter what kind of price you pay, you are willing. Agu said, but there are many beauties in the 12th universe, wouldn't it be good to just find one? Jin angrily said, aren't you talking nonsense? There are many beauties in the 12th universe, but are there many beauties in the 7th universe? You can give Beerus but you. Chapter 151, The 5th Universe. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 151, The 5th Universe. For more, please subscribe. The 5th universe is called the Balanced Universe, and it is also one of the most powerful universes, and their gods of destruction is quite different from other universes. Arak will conduct a very in-depth verification of the destroyed objects, trying to expand the possibility of the world with a minimum of damage, so the 5th universe is the youngest among the 4 universes to reach this level. In the preliminaries of the Tournament of Power, several gods of destruction had fought briefly, among which Arak was able to hold his own against Supreme Ivan and Perfect Gods of Destruction Liquor, from which we can see his outstanding personal ability. P.S. I have carefully studied this paragraph in this work. There are rumors on the internet that Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction, but the source of the information is unofficial. Several gods of destruction fought briefly in the skirmish. Personally, I think that from gods of destruction, the difference in strength can be seen in the grouping. Gods of destruction of the 4 strongest universes are all against gods of destruction of the same 4 universes. The author thinks that the arrangement of the original work has a deep meaning. Don't like it, don't spray it, don't take the setting that the eunuch Akira Toriyama did not announce, for example, 693. Arak looks like an African witch doctor, but he is full of wisdom. He has his own arrangements for the Zeno general election, which is not yet clear about the competition rules. Are you ready, Gale? Next, you're going to the 7th universe to assassinate the man named Qi Yu. The one talking to him was a warrior wearing armor. His face was hidden under the helmet, and a long tail like a lizard was dragging behind him. Unlike the proud Jin, although the Tournament of Power is just a confrontation between the common universe, Arak will still study it carefully. This is the style of balancing gods of destruction. He is always so rigorous and never ignores any possible risks. He is afraid that there is a slight hint, and he wants to kill it before it is immature. Gale said, yes, Master Arak, he is just a lowly universe warrior. I will definitely bring his life back to you. Arak nodded and said, although you are the 5th warrior in our CCFG universe, don't underestimate the enemy. Yes, Mrs. Arak. After speaking, Gale bowed to Arak, and then walked out of the Gods of Destruction Hall. After the arrangements were made, Arak breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't know when the Zeno selection meeting will start. It may be tomorrow, or it may be 100 years later. A talented warrior can fully develop his potential in just 10 years and become very powerful. Qi Yu is the champion of the Power Tournament. Let's not talk about his current strength, but he must be a very talented warrior. If this person grows up, it is very likely that he will become the enemy of the 5th universe in the future. The best way is to take advantage of the present and get rid of it early. Although Gale's strength is not the most powerful, he is definitely the most vicious character in the 5th universe. In order to achieve the goal, Gale can use even the most obscene methods. With him making the move, Arak felt relieved. Of course, his focus, like Jin, is on the 1st universe. Camus of the 1st universe is the well-deserved #1 powerhouse in the whole universe. If you don't defeat this person, then everything is empty talk. At this moment, the tall and mighty angel Quetzal came up and said to Eric, Master Eric, Jilil, the gods of destruction of the 8th universe, has arrived. Eric nodded and got off his throne, then followed Quetzal to the reception hall. At this time, Jilil, who looked like a 10-song golden-haired fox, was already waiting here. Jilil is from the 8th universe, known as the perfect gods of destruction, so is very picky about everything. Jillier looked at Eric's living room with contempt and said, Eric, how long has it been since you renovated this place? Look at the old floor. If it was me, I'd have eliminated all his things a few years ago. Eric said, Jillier, I didn't call you here to listen to your comments on my decoration. Jillier wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, It goes without saying that I understand that you just want to unite with me to fight against the more powerful 1st and 12th universes. Eric snorted and sneered, sat down on the sofa in the living room and said, That's right, since you're willing to come, it means you have the same idea as me, right? Jillier nodded and said, Ivan and Jin are indeed too powerful. If we fight on our own, we must be eliminated in the end. These two guys are not good characters. Once we fail, we will definitely be eliminated. We'll be eliminat. Chapter 152, The Powerful Gale. 5 more, please subscribe. Chapter 152, The Powerful Gale. 5 more, please subscribe. Gale is the 5th warrior in the balanced universe. Although no one has ever seen what kind of face the person under the armor looks like, the entire universe knows this person's name. Because Gale lived long enough, he wasn't the most gifted, but he was definitely the oldest. In fact, Gale doesn't take Qi Yu seriously. Anyway, the 7th universe is an inferior universe. No matter how strong the warrior here is, it is still difficult to compete with the 5th universe. It's not just talk. To know that people like Vegeta and Son Goku can be regarded as geniuses no matter where they are placed. But if they hadn't met Beerus and received Wise's training, it would be very difficult for them to reach today's level throughout their entire lives. Whether a universe is strong or not depends on whether their gods are in charge. The gods are the creators of living beings, and they should also be their teachers leading the way for these people to move forward. And Beerus from the 7th universe is always sleeping, and Supreme Kai is just a tamp who doesn't know what he is doing all day long. After a flash, Gale appeared on Qi Yu's balcony. In the bedroom, 2 women were chatting. Really, D***MN Qi Yu doesn't know where to go. Don't worry, we didn't make much trouble this time. He just went out to avoid the limelight, and he'll be back in 2 days. Qi Yu is not at home. Hearing this news, Gale was not only not disappointed, but secretly happy in his heart. According to his style of doing things, try not to force yourself if you can. It is with this cautious attitude that Gale can live to this age. The 2 women in the room should be Qi Yu's women. If they were caught, the bald man at the power tournament would have no choice but to catch them. So Gale opened the window and jumped into the room. Seeing the intruder, Tacy was already frightened, but Macarita is the angel of the 11th universe, not some helpless little girl. At this time, she stood up and stood in front of Tacy and said to the people in front of her, "Who are you?" Gale laughed and said, "I'm here to invite 2 beautiful ladies to come with me. I think I have something to talk to the owner Qi Yu here." Tacy and Macarita looked at each other and immediately understood that the guy in front of them was after Qi Yu. Macarita pointed at the door and said, "Get out, otherwise I won't be polite." Unmoved, Gale continued to approach Macarita step by step. Finally, Macarita moved. She flew up and kicked Gale's face. As the daughter of the Grand Priest, Macarita's strength is not weaker than that of Champa and Beerus before. It stands to reason that even if this kick did not go all out, it is enough to make this warrior who does not know where he came from suffer. But Gale just reached out with one hand and easily grabbed Macarita's leg. No matter how hard Macarita tried, she couldn't get her leg out of Gale's hand. Macarita also knew that she had met a strong man, so she turned her head and shouted to Tais, "Teus, run, he is a very powerful person." In the 5th universe, 2 gods of destruction are watching as it happens. Perfect gods of destruction, Jilil snorted coldly and said, "You actually want to win by kidnapping a woman. You people in the 5th universe are really not perfect." Eric said, As long as it can be successful, this is Gale's style of doing things. We have our own way of doing things, and there is no need to follow your aesthetics. Gale said, "It's just a human being in a low-level universe. Isn't it good to win glory? Anyway, that human being is not considered powerful." At this moment, a slim figure appeared in the light curtain, and she touched Gale's back without anyone noticing. "Wait, what is this? Why does it seem to be the woman from the 12th universe? Kay, could it be that the 7th universe and the 12th universe have conspired?" Seeing that he had succeeded, Gale let out a chattering laugh and said, "With you, I can let Qi Yu be captured without a fight, just come with me obediently. 2 ladies." Suddenly, a voice came into Gale's ears. It was the voice of Gods of Destruction Arak. "Asking for flowers. Gale, watch your back." As soon as Gale turned his head, he saw a woman in a black ninja outfit. She covered her face, only showing a pair of black-purple eyes, but those eyes are very beautiful, shining like stars in the sky. "You better let them go." Gale frowned slightly. The woman in front of her was very strange. She was clearly standing in front of him, but she couldn't feel her breath. Generally speaking, there are only 2 reasons for this situation. First, the woman in front of me is a super strong person who is far beyond him. Second, this woman is just a common person. This is a low-level universe, and of course Gale believes in the latte. Chapter 153, The Chance to Become Zeno. One more, please subscribe. Chapter 153, The Chance to Become Zeno. One more, please subscribe. As soon as Gale's words came out, even the 2 gods of destruction couldn't figure out the situation. Logically speaking, how could an existence like Kay go to a lower universe to work as a maid for others? Could it be that this person is not Kay? Come to think of it, the universe is so big that having 2 people who look alike is nothing new. Eric coughed twice and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, we should have made a mistake." After all, Kay's reputation is a little too loud. In the vast galaxy, there are no more than 4 or 5 people who can rival Kay. If they really encounter such a big evil star, I am afraid that even Gale will have to confess to being in the 7th universe. Hearing Arak's words, Gale's heart became more stable, and he said to Kay, "What happens here is none of your business. 653-2, get out if you want to survive. I only have to deal with that people called Qi Yu. To deal with my master, so you are my enemy, so I don't have to hold back. Keep it, it's up to you." He looks like Gui Xiang, but Gale doesn't believe that the person in front of him is really Kay. A female warrior from a low-level universe can't even feel breath in her body, so how could she stop her actions? At this time, Arak's voice came again. "Gale, don't waste time. Take these 2 women away quickly. They are chips to threaten Qi Yu." "Yes, Aras." After that, Gale slapped Kay's head with one palm. Kay stood still, but Gale's hand failed to hit Kay, because in the next second his arm was gone. Blood spurted out from the wound, Gale was stunned for 2 seconds, and the severe pain suddenly struck. My hand, who are you?" Kay threw Gale's arm on the ground and then said, "Aren't you talking about my mother just now?" "That's right, my name is Kay, and I am the maid of Lord Qi Yu." Seeing this scene, Arak and Gale, who were located in the distant universe, stood up from the sofa, watching everything that happened in the light curtain in disbelief. The woman who claimed to be Qi Yu's maid turned out to be Kay herself. How can this be? Why did Kay appear in the 7th universe? Did she betray Jin? Just now, even the 2 of them failed to see clearly how Kay did it when they destroyed Shendu. To have such strength, it must be Kay himself. Kay came from the 12th universe that believed in strength, and he never held back his enemies. In the next second, Gale's head flew high and hit the floor of Bree's mansion. From the beginning to the end, no one could see Kay's movements clearly, because her speed was too fast. Seeing what happened, Arak was the most angry. Originally, he just wanted to solve a future threat casually, but he didn't expect that not only the goal was not achieved, but General Yuan was lost. After all, Gale is the 5th-ranked warrior in the Balance universe. Without such a combat power, his grasp of the Zeno selection conference is weaker. How did this happen? How did Gale? Kay's strength is too strong. With the strength of the 5th universe, revenge must pay an extremely painful price. But at this time, Jillier said, "Calm down, Eric, this is an opportunity for us." Eric furiously said, "What chance? That's Kay, the woman who is second only to Grand Priest." Jillier said, "No matter how strong you are only one person. Kay actually left the 12th universe. That is our best chance." The 12th universe is not just one K. Jin likes to find talents in each universe, so in terms of the number of strong people, the 12th universe is the most powerful. Therefore, everyone in the ultimate team is a rare powerhouse in the universe. These people usually huddle together, and no matter who they are, they have to avoid their edge. It's hard to find a guy like Kay who is alone. Jillier said, "Kay is really powerful. Although I don't know why she left the 12th universe, we have a chance in the face of a single warrior. As long as Kay dies in the 7th universe, then Jin's strength will also be greatly weakened. In this way, Gale's death will not be considered in vain. Sacrifice a Gale, but in exchange for such important information, if Kay can be killed, this is indeed a profitable business." Eric also had to admit that Jillil had a very good point. After pondering for a while, Eric made a decision and said to Jillier, "How many people can you produce?" Jillier said, "The strongest of our universe is currently training. Besides that, you can choose the 2nd or 3rd warrior. But relatively, you must also send out a strong enough combat power." Eric nodded and said, "That's it. Even if we go all out this time, we must keep Kay in the 7th universe forever." At this time, Kay didn't know how much trouble he got into. She and Macarita moved the body. Chapter 154, A Slipper Shoots You to Death. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 154, A Slipper Shoots You to Death. 2 more, please subscribe. Hearing Kay's answer, Macarita exclaimed again, "That's really amazing. How does your strength compare with my father's?" Kay shook his head and said, "Grand Priest is indeed very powerful. I had a fight with him before, but I couldn't pass 200 moves. But I suspect that your father didn't try his best at all." 200 moves. No matter whether Grand Priest tried his best or not, it would be absolutely terrifying to be able to perform 200 moves in his hands. That's the Grand Priest, the warrior who serves Zeno. As a child of the Grand Priest, Macarita certainly knows her father's strength. In an instant, Macarita regarded Kay as a treasure. She ran to Ty's ear, then whispered to Ty's, and Ty's nodded frequently. There is such a maid who will be hanged and beaten when the gods of destruction comes. That afternoon, Qi Yu, who had gone out to escape, came back. Just like last time, the trio of Tais who had been having trouble getting along with each other got along harmoniously, which made Qi Yu very suspicious, whether he was carrying something on his body that could restore peace to everything in the world buff. Qi Yu stared and said, "What's the matter with you? Why 22? Just when Qi Yu was confused, Macarita stood up and told Qi Yu what happened just now. This made Qi Yu fall into deep thought. The fact that the 5th universe will send an assassin means that the Zeno trial is a real thing. Otherwise, the 5th universe, which has no intersection with the 7th universe, would definitely not need to spend so much trouble. That assassin's strength can surpass that of an angel like Macarita, so it's definitely not a small character that can be seen everywhere. Qi Yu looked at Kay and said, "Can I count on you during this time? Macarita and Tacy have no fighting power against the high-level universe. Their safety will trouble you." Kay knelt on the ground, put his hands on the ground, and said, "Of course, my master, my existence is to complete the tasks you assigned." Seeing Kay's low-key actions, Qi Yu was a little uncomfortable and said, "Kay, why is a warrior like you so low-key? Actually, you don't need to be like this." Kay said, "I was trained as a fighting tool. To be loyal to my master is the meaning of my existence. Now that Mr. Jin has transferred me to Mr. Qi Yu, I will naturally be Mr. Qi Yu's tool. As long as Mr. Qi Yu don't transfer me to other people, I will guard you until death." Thinking about it, this training method is very in line with Jin's style. This Gods of Destruction turned his own Gods of Destruction planets into military bases and implemented military dictatorship-like management. It's only normal for a warrior like Kay to come out. If not, Jin might not be able to make everyone in the 12th universe obey him. Thinking of this, Qi Yu is not doing everything possible to drive Kay away. In any case, with Kay's protection, his own home is finally much safer. Qi Yu didn't want to participate in any Zeno selection competition. For him, the current life was already very satisfying. There are two beautiful and obedient women in the family. Even if Tacy's astronomical wealth is aside, he has extorted a lot of money from Satan. With a rich life and a happy family, what more can you ask for in this world? Qi Yu in his previous life was just a common person, and such a life was already very satisfying for him. However, the so-called tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. On the third day, Qi Yu felt several strong qi appearing around his house. Really, is it over yet? Qi Yu threw the pillow away, sat up from the bed and said to Kay, "Kay, come with me, the D*MN mice have come into the house again." Kay suddenly appeared in Qi Yu's room, knelt down on one knee and said, "Yes, master." After finishing speaking, Qi Yu got dressed and went out with Kay. For the 5th and 8th universes, this may be the largest expedition since their worlds came into being. Both sides brought several top-ranked warriors to surround Kay. Qi Yu appeared in the courtyard, and while tying the belt of his pajamas, he shouted, "Wherever the mice come from, come out to me, or I will beat you to death with a slipper." Seeing that they were discovered, the warriors of the 5th universe and the 8th universe did not hide, and appeared in front of Qi Yu and Kay one after another. Arak looked at Kay and said, "Unexpectedly, a powerful warrior like you would bring the 7th universe here. But you have left the ultimate team, so you don't have to go back." As soon as these words came out, Qi Yu suddenly came to his senses. This group of people did not come for themselves, their goal was Kay beside him. That's right, Kay's reputation in Dragon Ball Super Universe is enough to afford. Chapter 155 Qi Yuvs 5th Universe. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 155 Qi Yuvs 5th Universe. 3 more, please subscribe. For Kay, whether Qi Yu is really that powerful is not the most important thing. What is important is that this is Qi Yu's request. Qi Yu's request is an order, which cannot be violated. Trained as a tool of the 12th universe, and having lived that way for such a long time, obeying his master's orders was like a survival instinct for Kay. So she nodded and said, "Swear to the death to complete the task." Qi Yu said, "You don't need to swear to death. Can you open the door to the world of nothingness?" "Of course." Qi Yu said to the warriors of the 5th universe and the 8th universe with his hands behind his back, "If you are really not afraid of death, then follow me to the void world." After all, Kay opened the door of time and space for Qi Yu according to Qi Yu's request. Qi Yu stepped in, followed by Kay. The golden-haired fox Gilliard glanced at Arak and said, "Shall we follow?" "Of course." Arak squinted his eyes and said, "We didn't come to the 7th universe for a joke, but Kay has already appeared, so of course we can't just give up." After all, the 2 gods of destruction brought their own warriors to the realm of nothingness. There are only 2 people on the other side, and one of them is the warrior of the 7th universe, so there is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Ka stood up from beside Qi Yu and said, "Which one of you will come first?" Although Kay is dressed as a female ninja, she doesn't have a weapon in her hand. Instead, she has a light blade condensed from Qi. This move is very similar to Hitt's hand knife, and the same fighting technique should be used. Arak winked at warrior behind him and said, "Bud, go and test her strength first, and if it doesn't work, then quickly back off." Bud is the crocodile company Kay mentioned earlier, ranking 2nd in the 5th universe and 10th among all universes, just entering the top 10. Generally speaking, the strength difference between the top warriors is not that big. As long as this state is reached, it is almost difficult to tell the winner within 10 minutes. Letting Bard test, the enemy's strength can not only find out the enemy's details, but also avoid reducing the number of people on his side. It is really a good and stable move. Bud shook his fist, then opened the crocodile's big mouth and said, "I think the 3rd position in universe will be replaced from today." Kay didn't speak but put on a defensive posture, serious and silent. Seeing this scene, Qi Yu couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. In any case, with Kay's calm and sharp fighting spirit, Qi Yu has already won half of the battle. At this moment, Bud burst out of his anger. A stream of flames burst out from between Bard's scales and burned radially, looking extremely powerful. Besides, The periphery of the flame is also covered with a layer of silver, which is obviously the symbol of Ultra Instinct. Although they are also Ultra Instincts, Bard's Ultra Instincts and Goku are completely different dimensions. Bud's silver light is very subtle, but very concise, and it is as effortless as breathing. Obviously, this warrior's understanding of Ultra Instinct has reached a very high level, just like breathing, completely turning his talent into his own instinct. After the preparations were completed, Bud's figure turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards Kay. At this moment, Kay also moved, and her body turned into an arc in the void, piercing Bud's waist from the side. This move was extremely fierce, and at the critical moment, Bud finally managed to stabilize his figure and dodge it. After opening the distance, Bud looked at his waist and found that there was a hole in his scales. It's amazing. For the real strong, Bud was not stingy with his praise. If I had been slower to react just now, I would have been ripped apart. Kay still didn't speak and looked at Bard intently. This is the way the third strongest person in the universe fights. Accurate, ruthless, and absolutely free from any interference from the outside world. Every minute and every second is observing the enemy, waiting for the opportunity. She hardly confronts people head-on, like a poisonous snake entrenched in the dark, waiting for a fatal blow at any time. In comparison, Qi Yu's style of blasting the enemy and the universe together at every turn is indeed a bit too rough. At this moment, Bud roared again, and the flame on his body became stronger. These blazing flames wrapped Bard's body, making him look like a dazzling planet. This time, Batter's speed was more than 10 times faster, and he appeared in front of Kay in the blink of an eye. But Kay's speed is faster than him, to an unimaginable extreme. The battle ended in a split second, and Kay's hand knife cut the crocodile Bud in two, making the Tusu. Chapter 156, No One Can Escape. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 156, No One Can Escape. For more, please subscribe. Bud is already the warrior ranked second in the 5th universe. Judging from the strength Kay showed, he would die if he went up alone. Seeing that the situation is not good, Eric said, "It doesn't matter, one person is not Kay's opponent, let's go together." Killing Kay was also the main goal of Jillier's trip. So this time, he didn't hold back and sent all his warriors directly. These warriors come from different universes, but they are all equally powerful, adding up to more than a dozen people. Kai Blast flew around in the void, constantly setting off clusters of shockingly powerful explosions, but Kay was like a butterfly beside the enemy, constantly fluttering. No matter how the enemy attacks, they just can't touch her. All of a sudden, a bright crosslight slash appeared in the void, and a warrior was abruptly cut into 4 pieces by Kay. Eric asked anxiously, "Why is this woman so strong? Could it be that so many warriors are not her opponents?" Jillier said, "After all, Kay is a warrior who can go through 200 moves in the hands of the Grand Priest, but it is not so easy to defeat. Be patient, her power is not endless as long as you can kill her, worth the price." 330. The fighting became more and more fierce. Kay became more and more courageous. The second, the third, the fourth. Not long after, 5 or 6 warriors were killed by Kay. But by this time, Kay's physical strength was obviously exhausted. She began to pant violently, and the 2 vitality knives in her hands gradually dimmed. Eric yelled, "Keep it up, Kay is about to die, kill her for me." At this moment, Qi Yu yelled, "Stop, stop, my mate is tired. It's halftime now, let her rest and recover before playing again." Jillil and Eric looked at Qi Yu, who was on the side, and the latter mocked. "Do you think we are idiots? How can we let her rest at this time?" Qi Yu said, "I didn't think you were idiots, I just thought you were all weak. If you don't stop, I will be rude." Jillier snorted coldly and said, "You are a low-class resident of the universe who doesn't know how to live or die. A guy who only dares to hide behind women. An existence like you is not perfect at all. No, not only is it not perfect, you are simply the scum of the world." At this moment, Qi Yu's body erupted with blazing white flames. Suddenly, an unimaginably vast Qi appeared in the void world, and the torrent of power made the entire void world tremble slightly. Feeling this breath, the faces of Jillil and Eric instantly turned pale. In their memories, there is only one person in the world with such a terrifying aura, and that is the contemporary Camus of the Day universe. It turns out that this seemingly common man is actually a strong man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Camus. This is simply outrageous. Camus's power is not his own, and the reason why he reached that terrifying state is entirely because of the sacrifices of the strong in the past. Generations of Camus passed down their own chi and injected it into the body of the next generation of Camus, so that such a terrible monster was created. But what happened to Qi Yu? Why does this bald man have an aura no less than that of Camus? What is this? Why does such a warrior appear in the 7th universe? If he is someone from our 8th universe, then the Zeno trials. In fact, it was Kay who was the most shocked. We have lived together for a while, but Kay didn't expect his master to be such a powerful existence. That's right, if not, how could Jin give her to Qi Yu? Kay murmured, is there really someone in the world who can reach such a state by himself? Just when Kay was killing God, a warrior seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack on Kay. But his fist didn't hit Kay, but hit the chest of Qi Yu, who suddenly appeared. After the loud bang, Qi Yu remained motionless, looked down at the dazed warrior in front of him and said, "Have you not eaten today, kid? Why are your fists limp, as if they were tickling me?" This warrior looked at Qi Yu's unscratched chest and then at his bloody fist. He really couldn't understand why his punch, which could destroy even galaxies, didn't cause any harm to Qi Yu. What is this man's body made of? Is there such a hard substance in this world? In the next second, a terrifying voice rang in his ears. Million series, true serious punch tilde tilde tilde. Qi Yu rarely activates his flame form, firstly because it is unnecessary, and secondly he cannot control his own destructive power. But here is the realm of nothingness, which allows him to indulge himself. The warrior from the 8th universe instinctively wanted to escape, but it was too late. Qi Yu's fist carried terrifying energy, like a wildfire on the dry grassland, engulfing everything in front of him in an instant. Chapter 157, Prepare in Advance, 1 update, please subscribe. Chapter 157, Prepare in Advance, 1 update, please subscribe. The two gods of destruction returned to the 5th universe, but they were still in shock from what had just happened. Up to now, they still can't figure out where this pervert Qi Yu came from. Jillier said, "What happened to that bald head? This is simply beyond common sense." The time Qi Yu appeared was still very short. In the eyes of gods of destruction, whose time unit is hundreds of millions of years, this man should be about the same age as a baby. If they hadn't witnessed Qi Yu's incomparable ability with their own eyes, Shendu wouldn't have believed that a warrior of a lower universe would have such power. There are so many strong men, they can't stop Kai Tilde Yu's punch. Eric, who has always been known for his witty calculations, frowned and said after a long time, "You are right, there is a problem with this person, and his existence is unreasonable. Unless .17. Jill said, "Unless what?" Eric paused and then expressed his conjecture. Unless he is not from this universe. Life in every world follows the basic laws of survival and evolution, and the rules of the universe determine their upper and lower limits. According to common sense, it is impossible for a strong person like Qi Yu to appear in this world. Camus may have a higher realm than Qi Yu, but Camus cannot be simply regarded as a person. He is the synthesis of thousands of generations of Camus, which is why he is so powerful. But it's unreasonable for someone like Qi Yu to appear. The 7th universe was born less than 1/10 of the time of the 1st universe. Even if he mastered the same secret method as the 1st universe, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate a strong person like Qi Yu. Bye. Then there is only one possibility. That is, Qi Yu is not from this world. Jillier said, "You mean Jade is an alien species?" Eric said, "There is indeed such a possibility. If this is the case, even Zeno may not be able to eliminate him. When Zeno is the manager of this world, he can wipe out everything in the world at will. However, no one knows whether his ability will still work if he faces creatures that do not belong to this world." Gale said, "Now is not the time to ask this question. Even if he really came from another universe, it doesn't make sense to us, because such a warrior cannot replicate." Eric said, Since it cannot be replicated, it must be eliminated. Jillier said, "He is so strong, how to eliminate him? Even if we send all the warriors, we may not be able to win. Even if we succeed, how can our district compete with the first and second universe under the huge loss of Qi?" Arak said coldly, "We can't defeat him, it doesn't mean other people in this world can't. As long as we make Camus and Qi Yu hostile, everything will be fine. There is also a unique superpower in this world who is more powerful than Qi Yu, and that is Camus. If Camus does match up with Qi Yu, win or lose, the alliance formed by the 5th universe and the 8th universe will be minus a powerful enemy." When the two Supreme Kais were plotting a new conspiracy, Qi Yu was taking K on his way home. After watching K's battle, Qi Yu couldn't help but praised. "Speaking of which, you are really powerful. You are many times stronger than those guys like Son Goku and Beerus." For a long time, the people around Qi Yu have been evaluated by him as having no actual combat effectiveness, but K is different. Even compared to Super Omega Shenron, K is much stronger. In fact, this also made Qi Yu a little worried. He didn't understand whether the gods of destruction gold in the 12th universe had a wrong nerve, and he insisted on giving K to himself. "Master Qi Yu, my strength is your strength, and you are so powerful. Even without me, not many people are your opponents." Hearing Qi Yu's praise, K blushed and looked very cute. Qi Yu said, "K, can I trust you? Maybe you should tell me why Jin gave you to me." "I think Lord Jin must have taken a fancy to Lord Qi Yu's power." "Asking for flowers. But I have made it clear that I will not join the 12th universe." K touched his head and said, "I don't know about this either. I know how to be a qualified tool. Master Jin told me that these things are not something I need to consider." Qi Yu sighed and then stopped asking this question. He saw that this girl was really stupid. If she doesn't give orders, she can't even judge herself in many things. It's really not what method Dao Jin used to train K like this. At this time, K said again, "Master Qi Yu, can I follow you all the time?" "As you like." Hearing Qi Yu's answer, K instantly became full of energy, as if he had encountered some great event. Not long after, Qi Yu and others arrived home. In addition to the second daughter of Tacy, gods of destruction Beerus and Chapter 158 Zeno Selection Conference. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 158 Zeno Selection Conference. 2 more, please subscribe. The so-called come whatever you are afraid of. The next morning, the Grand Priest descended on the 7th universe. Grand Priest is Zeno's messenger, and when he comes, Zeno's will naturally arrive. Beerus and the others quickly ran to the ground of the Grand Priest, lay down respectfully on the ground, and prepared to listen to the teachings of the Grand Priest. Finally, the Grand Priest announced the news that made them extremely worried. Grand Priest said, "Master Zeno is ready to unload the burden. 2 years later, Master Zeno will hold a Zeno selection meeting in the Void. The competition will still take the form of a group arena, which is similar to the last strength conference, but it will no longer be a team competition, but an individual competition." Vegeta said, "Individual competition, what does this mean?" Grand Priest said, "That is to say, everyone does not represent the universe he is in, but represents himself. As long as he can win the competition, he will be the new master." The Grand Priest's words made everyone gasp, even Qi Yu, who stood aside. Anyway, the winner this time will inherit the power of Zeno, which is scary to think about. There is only one position for Zeno, and only one person can win this game, so everyone can only represent themselves in the competition. Once you win, you will reach the sky in 1 step, and if you lose, you will be lost forever. Even if the current Zeno will not eliminate the losers, the new Zeno probably will not let go of these enemies who dare to compete with him. Qi Yu said, "But why limit the time to 2 years?" Grand Priest said, "Considering that in the universe born later, many warriors have not yet developed their potential, so Master Zeno decided to give these warriors a period of time to practice." Beerus also asked, "Do all universes have to participate?" Grand Priest nodded and said, "That's right, each universe must send 10 warriors. Well, let's not talk about it, I have to notify other universes." After all, the Grand Priest disappeared into the 7th universe. Everyone was silent, and after a long time, Beerus said to Qi Yu, "What do you think?" Beerus naturally hoped that Qi Yu would participate. As long as Qi Yu was there, the winning rate of the 7th universe would increase a lot. But the final decision is still in Qi Yu's hands, because this match is too dangerous. If one fails, even a squeeze will cost his life. Qi Yu said, "Give me a little time to think about it." Beerus nodded and said to several Saiyans, "Okay, but Goku and others must participate. Everyone go to gather the players first. Then let me all enter the room of time and spirit, and no one is allowed to come out within 2 years." For any universe, this battle is a challenge, but also an opportunity. As long as one of the warriors wins, even if it's just luck, the entire 7th universe will benefit greatly from it. With Zeno in the future, other problems will not be a problem. Goku said, "Speaking of players, I have a good candidate." Beerus sighed, "I thought about it too, but I'm afraid he won't cooperate." Vegeta asked blankly, "Who are you talking about?" Son Goku and Beerus said in unison, "Broly." Vegeta was quite frightened, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Beerus and Son Goku said made sense. Since Jindu values Broly so much, it means that Broly does have a talent that is rarely seen in the entire world. In previous battles, Broly has shown extraordinary strength. If in such a short period of time, Broly can achieve such growth, then give him another 2 years, no one can tell how far he will reach. It's just that Broly doesn't have a bright mind, so it's hard to reason with him. In contrast, Frieza, who is smart and evil, is far better. Vegeta said, "I'll talk about this later, Kakarot. Now we need to collect 7 Dragon Balls first. Dead people can't enter the room of time and spirit." Anyway, Frieza has to be resurrected. According to the agreement in the last power tournament, Frieza should also be revived after the match. The protagonist and his party are pure and kind people, and since the agreement is made, they will not go back on their word. After that, Qi Yu took Kei back to his home, and Vegeta and Goku went out to collect Dragon Balls. For these two, collecting Dragon Balls was indeed an easy task. With the help of the Dragon Ball radar, it took less than a day to get all the Dragon Balls. Afterwards, Beerus took Goku, Vegeta, and others, and went to the underworld himself. Because of Jin's attack just now, the underworld at this time is still in a dilapidated state, and it can be said that there is no grass growing. Although the staff of the underworld are still undergoing repairs, it may take a long time before the real are. Chapter 159, Preparations Before the Station. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 159, Preparations Before the Station. 3 more, please subscribe. What Zeno selection meeting? I'm not going. Sure enough, Broly was tougher than Frieza. Frieza would at least listen to what Son Goku had to say, but Broly refused without even thinking about it. Beerus was already prepared for this. He took out the pocket containing the Dragon Ball and said to Broly, "If you agree to participate in the competition, I will use 7 Dragon Balls to revive you." Unexpectedly, Broly interrupted Beerus and said, "If you don't want to go, don't go." "What are you talking about, Beastard? How dare you disobey me, gods of destruction, Beerus?" Seeing that Beerus was about to get angry, Vegeta quickly pulled him back and then said to Broly, "Broly, do you want to get the power to defeat Chikai?" "What?" This time, Broly finally raised his head and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Both Vegeta and Broly are the most traditional Saiyan, pursuing absolute power, and have a paranoid competitive heart towards those who are stronger than themselves. This point can be seen from the fact that Vegeta competes with Goku all the year round, and even became a demon Vegeta for this reason. So the person who knows Broly best is actually Vegeta. After hearing Vegeta's words, Broly really became interested and asked, "How can you really defeat him?" Vegeta said, "Of course that is to become Zeno." His words startled both Beerus and Son Goku. Jokingly, if Broly became Zeno, then all the universes would cease to exist tomorrow. But in this Zeno selection meeting, everyone really needs Broly's strength. This is the same reason that everyone had to let Frieza participate in the Tournament of Power. At least Broly can eliminate a few more enemies for everyone. Broly said, "What is Zeno?" Next, Vegeta began to introduce the format of the Zeno selection conference to Broly. The more Broly listened, the more excited he became. That is to say, as long as I win this conference in Raleigh, I will become the strongest person in all universes. Yes. Stronger than both Jin and Qi Yu. You can kill them all with a single thought. Broly snorted coldly, then nodded and said, "All right then, I'll just come to this Zeno selection meeting." Unlike Frieza, Broly has strong limbs and a simple mind. Once he promises something, he usually doesn't regret it. After getting his answer, everyone went to where Frieza was. Of course, the ambitious Frieza would not let go of this opportunity to climb on top of Beerus, and agreed without even thinking about it. So Goku summoned Shenron directly in the underworld, and made a wish to Shenron, hoping that both Frieza and Broly would be resurrected. After a flash of white light, Broly and Frieza appeared on Earth together. Beerus put his hands behind his back and said, "Okay, with the addition of Goku's son and brother number 17, we have a total of 8 people. In the end, we will see if Qi Yu and Kaisen will participate. If they don't come, we will make up 2 more. Individuals will do." Frieza sneered and said, "HMPH, it's amazing that I would fight side by side with you again." Beerus said, "Combat. Don't be arrogant, Frieza. There is no difference between your current strength to participate in the Zeno selection meeting and death. We still have 2 years to practice. If you can't meet my requirements by then, I will personally send you back to hell." "What did you say?" Even if it was Beerus who said this, Frieza was still very upset. The thing he hates most in his life is the contempt from others. At this moment, Beerus pointed to Frieza and said, "Vegeta, let him wake up." Vegeta nodded, and the flame of blue burst out all over his body. Compared with the last time we met, how could Vegeta be 100 times stronger at this time? The terrifying aura oppressed Frieza, forcing him to retreat again and again. Looking at the embarrassed Frieza, Beerus said, "Understood now, Frieza, even if Vegeta's strength is not enough to be seen in the Zeno selection meeting, let alone you. During your absence, many things it has long since changed." Frieza said, "You mean, do we still need to practice?" Beerus said, "Every one of us must enter the House of Spirit and Time, except one." "Who's that person?" "Qi Yu." After speaking, Beerus looked in the direction of the Berry Mansion, and until now, Qi Yu has not given him a positive answer. In fact, Qi Yu at this moment is not as relaxed as usual. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is a good thing to be able to fight with enemies who are flying into the sky and escaping from the ground. You can fully experience the atmosphere of the Dragon Ball world, and it is also good for peace of mind and health. If you are lucky, you may even gain the admiration of the 2 little girls. 60, but if Qi Yu wants to bet his own life, then Qi Yu is a little he's. Chapter 160 Everyone in AMP #039 S strength is skyrocketing. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 160 Everyone in AMP #039 S strength is skyrocketing. For more, please subscribe. Tacy said, "But I think, if such a thing can really happen, it must be something to be thankful for." Qi Yu shook his hand, then looked up at the boundless sea. "Kay, are you there?" On weekdays, Kay always hides in the shadows, but upon hearing Qi Yu's words, her figure emerges from the corner of the wall. "Have you any orders, my master?" Qi Yu said, "I heard that you are the strongest in the 12th universe." Kay said, "Yes, even Mr. Jin still needs me to be on the front line." "Then your fighting skills must be very good." Qi Yu has an invincible body and an aura like the stars and the sea. But the only thing lacking is fighting skills, because the enemy's strength is too weak, so no one can block his punch. But if Camus is really as strong as everyone says, then Qi Yu can no longer fight in this way. "Can you teach me your tricks?" "Of course, my lord." The 2 years were coming to an end, and Jiren walked out of the training room at last, and then changed into the proud team clothes again. Dispo sighed, "Jiren, I can't feel your anger at all." These days, Dispo is also working hard to maintain this training, but compared to him, Jiren's progress is obviously much greater. Jiren looked at his calloused fist and said, "I have discovered all my potential, but I don't know what the result will be when I face Qi Yu again." Dispo said, I believe you are already stronger than him. Have I really surpassed him? Jiren looked up at the stars in the sky, full of hope. In the past fights, Qi Yu has never exerted his full strength, so many things cannot be judged. He is like the starry sky in front of him, always maintaining a deep sense of mystery. This time, I will tear up your mystery, Jiren said abruptly. At the same time, Hitt was wearing a linen robe, looking alone at the stone wall in the rolling yellow sand. According to the gods of destruction Champa, the stone is called the Star Stone and is a substance that fell into the sixth universe from other worlds. No one knows where it came from, but it's literally the hardest thing Champa has ever known, infinitely stronger than even the kind used to build the Tournament of Power Ring. Champa once made a bet that even if the entire universe were destroyed, there would probably not be a single scratch on this stone. But today, the stone is already full of cracks. At this moment, Champa and Batos appeared on this desert planet. At this time, Champa is no longer so obese, and his long-term practice has made his body look much more well-proportioned. Champa looked up at Star Stone and then sighed. Hitt, I didn't expect that you have really cultivated to the point where you can damage the Star Stone. Hitt folded his arms and said, I don't know which one is harder, Qi Yu's body or this stone. It has always been Hitt's dream to smash Qi Yu's defense, but every time he fails. In order to obtain an attack power capable of injuring Qi Yu, Hitt came to this planet alone, honing his attack against the Star Stone day and night. Counting it now, it has been almost 2 years since such a boring day. During the period, he himself couldn't remember how many times his fingers were broken, and now he looked at the black Star Stone. Besides the cracks, there were bloodstains on it. These bloodstains all flowed from Hitt's fist. Champa kept waving his hands and said, Impossible, impossible. There must be no harder substance in this world than the Star Rock. As I said, this is something that flew from other worlds and does not belong to any universe. Anything on it is harder. Yeah. Hitt slowly bent down, then stretched out a knife in his hand, aimed at the Star Stone in front of him, and assumed an attacking posture. Champa said, Hitt, what are you doing? Hitt did not answer Champa. In the next second, his body suddenly appeared in front of Xingxingxi, and then he sent a shocking blow to Black's stone wall. There was no turbulent energy flow, nor exaggerated loud noises. Hitt's hand pierced directly like a knife cutting tofu. The whole world seemed to be banned at that moment, and then destructive energy burst out from Hitt's hands. A muffled sound came from the inside of the Star Stone, and the so-called indestructible stone was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge stone wall collapsed suddenly, and the fragments of the Star Stone fell like a waterfall. Champa, with a wide mouth, gaped at Hitt's attack. Although it is not as big and rough as Qi Yu's fist, it is like an indestructible blade that can easily tear everything apart. Needless to say, the current Hitt has far surpassed his current gods of destruction. Hitt put away his knife, then turned to Champa and Batos and said, Let's go, I can't wait to try this attack on Qi Yu. Champa L. Chapter 161, Jiren Break V's 5th Universe. 5 updates, please subscribe. Chapter 161, Jiren Break V's 5th Universe. 5 updates, please subscribe. At this time, Qi Yu was already waiting at the door of the Time and Spirit Room, and when he saw Beerus and the others, he greeted them first. After seeing Qi Yu, Beerus couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction and said, I knew it, you would definitely come. 17. Qi Yu said, After thinking about it for a while, I think Zeno's position is really attractive. Vegito snorted coldly and said, You haven't just been idle at home all these years, have you? If so, then I will accept Zeno's position. Qi Yu yawned and said, I've been cultivating these years, and to be honest, it's pretty hard. Qi Yu knows how to practice, and no one would believe such a thing if he killed this group of people. At best, it's just 200 push-ups a day, and then run 10 kilometers. Except for Qi Yu, no one would regard this kind of thing as cultivation. Beerus said, The Grand Priest is already calling, let's go to the arena first. Qi Yu said, It should be 10 days before 2 years. Old tradition skirmish. There are a total of 12 participating universes, and each universe has 10 people, which amounts to 120 people. As a 2x2 group arena, the number of people is really a bit inappropriate. Therefore, Grand Priest decided to send some of them directly as the 520 did last time, so as to ensure the normal progress of the subsequent main race. As for who to escort, it has to be decided by the skirmish. Riding on Y's beam of light, everyone flew towards the arena located in the realm of nothingness. Unlike last time, this time the arena was built bigger, and the materials were also different from last time. The first one to arrive was the 6th universe, and when he saw the color of the ring, Champa cried out, Could this be the Star Stone?" Hitt nodded and said affirmatively, "That's right, it's the Star Stone. I have spent 2 years facing the Star Stone every day. Since Hitt said so, it must be right. But the Star Stone is originally something from the foreign world. Where did the Grand Priest get so many?" When Hitt and Champa raised questions, Grand Priest explained, "Actually, this is not the real Star Rock, but I CCCJ created it myself, CCCJ, according to the molecular structure of the Star Rock, although it is not as hard as the real Star Rock, but it is also very difficult to be broken. I believe that the situation at the Power Conference should not happen again." At this time, other universes also arrived at the venue one after another. Team Pride is still dressed in red. Wisdom Universe has brought a super-sized new robot. The people of 7th Universe have not changed much, except for the newly replaced Broly and Kay. The other personnel basically remain the same. Of course, everyone's attention is still mainly focused on the 4 universes that have not appeared before. People from the 5th, 8th, 1st, 12th, and 4 universes have all stood in front of everyone, but none of these people recognize them, and they don't know what kind of abilities they have. For Universe, who has already participated in the Tournament of Power, this is really bad news. Qi Yu's eyes scanned the players in the 1st universe, but couldn't find the one who looked like Camus. Moreover, only 9 people came to the entire 1st universe. It seems that this Camus was hidden as a secret weapon. At this time, Grand Priest began to introduce the rules of the skirmish to everyone. The number of contestants is really too much now. In order to ensure the normal progress of the group arena, we need to eliminate some of them first. Next, let's draw lots. Those who catch the blue sphere, please match your opponent according to your own number, and those who catch the red serial number will automatically advance to the next round of competition. The group arena is a 2-on-2 competition system, so the contestants must also be a power of 2. After all, Grand Priest waved his hand, and a box containing various spheres appeared in front of everyone. Qi Yu reached in and was lucky enough to get a red sphere. That is to say, there is no need to fight Qi Yu in the skirmish. The Zeno selection competition is an individual battle, and actually has little to do with Universe. But after all, it involves the interests of the universe itself, and everyone has more or less feelings for the universe they were born in, so they generally form groups based on the universe as a unit. Everyone in the 7th universe was lucky. Except for Gohan, Frieza, and Vegeta, Yin's family even got the red ball. Vegeta, who got the blue ball, snorted coldly and said, "It's just for you to see the results of my practice." Frieza also got the blue ball. He looked at his number and said, "I am number 6, Vegeta, if we meet in the 1st. Chapter 162, Son Gohan Vs Gabe, one more, please subscribe. Chapter 162, Son Gohan Vs Gabe, one more, please subscribe." The laughter gradually subsided, and suddenly, Jiren said something very strange. He turned to Qi Yu in the stands and said, "In the past, I couldn't even compare to Shendu, a high-level universe king, but now I can beat the official warrior of the high-level universe. Qi Yu, have you seen it? As long as you put in effort and sweat, people you can become stronger, you can't always be on top." Yagra folded his hands and said, "What are you talking about? I am your opponent. Where are you looking?" Jiren Po ignored Agra and walked down the ring without looking back. Seeing Jiren leave the ring, Agra said, "Pretend to be great so you dare not abstain." At this moment, Grand Priest suddenly raised his hand and said, "I declare that Jiren, the player from the 1st universe, wins." Grand Priest's words made the entire venue instantly silent, and everyone who was still laughing at Jiren just now was stunned, like ostriches that have lost their souls. Yagra said anxiously, "Wait for the Grand Priest. We haven't started the fight yet. Why did you announce that Jiren Po won? Why did the winner be Jiren Po and he walked off the ring? Don't you understand? It's so sad. Jiren turned around and said, "You're already dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Agra quickly twisted up, blood gushed wildly, and then suddenly fell to the ground. The whole venue was suddenly in an uproar. Which of you saw his movements clearly? I heard that the speed of the attack is so fast that it can make the dead think that they are still alive, but I didn't expect it to be true. How could such a low-level world as the 11th universe have such a powerful warrior? Jin in the stands couldn't help but nodded and said, "Even I didn't expect that Jiren's breaking can reach this level." Agu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As someone who had beaten Jiren Po violently, he was under the greatest pressure. It is conceivable that once he meets Jiren in the arena, he will definitely disown him without hesitation. Agu tremblingly said, "Jiren Po has such potential, I really missed it." Jin shook his head and said, "No, maybe it's not because of his talent that he became so strong." "Agudo, why is that?" Jin looked at Qi Yu in the 7th Universe Auditorium and said, "Because he encountered a strong enough enemy. For a warrior, the belief in defeating the enemy is the best catalyst. Obviously, he encountered a very terrifying enemy. If it weren't for the strong desire to defeat Qi Yu, Jiren Po would not have reached the level he is today." Not only Jin, but even Beerus realized Jiren's intention to fight against Qi Yu. He turned his head to look at Qi Yu and said, "Are you confident in facing such a powerful enemy?" Qi Yu frowned slightly and then said nothing. His gaze was still looking at the vacant seat in the 1st universe. If nothing else, this seat should belong to the person named Camus. The second one was Son Gohan. Seeing Gohan on the stage, Beerus and others all had smiles on their faces. Qi Yu asked, "Is there anything funny?" Goku said, "The bald devil, it's time to show you the results of our decades of hard work. Gohan at this time is different from before." Qi Yu asked, "How strong is it?" Vegeta frowned slightly, then said in a deep voice, "Better than me." Qi Yu smiled slightly before shifting his gaze from the stands of the 1st universe to the ring. A guy as proud as Vegeta actually admits that he is not as good as Gohan, which shows that Gohan's strength is indeed extraordinary. Strictly speaking, Son Gohan is the most talented warrior among the protagonists. As early as the Cell era, his strength has already surpassed Goku and Vegeta. It's just that this guy's ambition is not above martial arts, otherwise his strength must be extremely terrifying. But today's Gohan is a Gohan who has been practicing penance for countless years, and he should have stimulated his true potential. Asking for flowers. Gohan's opponent is Gabe, the Saiyan from the 6th universe. Son Gohan inspired his own aura, forming an arrogance around his body. There is no change in his appearance, just like the humans in common. Gabe was surprised. "You are Son Goku's Son Gohan? How can you not even change Super Saiyan?" Son Gohan patted his head. His stupid look was exactly the same as Son Goku's. "Sorry, I can only fight in this general form." Gabe sighed and said, "That's such a pity. This is the first match. I don't want to be eliminated so soon." 0. After he finished speaking, he started to roar. Energy lightning lingered around him, and after a while, he turned into a Saiyan with long gold hair. In 2 years, Gabe has practiced to Super Saiyan III. Gabe shouted to Vegeta in the stands, "Master Vegeta, look at the results of my practice. I am only 1 step away from you. W." Chapter 163, Hitt vs Gods of Destruction. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 163, Hitt vs Gods of Destruction. 2 more, please subscribe. Although he had already guessed to take it, Champa still couldn't help gnashing his teeth and was hitting the guardrail of the stands with his fist. Bato said, "Master Champa, please be more gracious." Champa said, "D***MN Beerus, my warrior lost to Beerus again." Bato said, "The next one is Hitt, you can rest assured." Speaking of Hitt, Champa immediately felt relieved. The suffering that Hitt has suffered in these years is simply beyond people's imagination. In order to become stronger, he left himself alone on the desert planet and practiced day and night. It is precisely because of this that Hitt has obtained such a powerful king of power. But after seeing Hitt's opponent, Champa's face darkened immediately. Walking onto the stage was a golden-haired fox, 590 Raccoon, who was the 8th Universe Gods of Destruction Jilil. The Zeno selection contest was launched for all warriors, and Gods of Destruction was of course included. Unexpectedly, Jillier got Blue's ball. He stroked his golden hair and said, "I am the mighty Gods of Destruction, but I want to end up fighting a mortal myself. It's really not perfect." Champa protested against Grand Priest from the stands. "I am against this game. How can a guy like Jillier be here?" Although he has never fought against each other, Champa also knows that Jillier's combat power definitely belongs to the first echelon in Gods of Destruction. Sometimes time is the most powerful weapon. Fortunately, you are several universe epics older than Hitt. In other words, Jillil's practice time is hundreds of millions of times that of Hitt. There is no such thing as aging in Gods of Destruction. As you can imagine, this is definitely an unfair battle. But Hitt didn't flinch, aimed at Jillil and stretched out his knife. Jillier clasped his hands and said, "You are the strongest warrior of the 6th universe. Little guy, I am Gods of Destruction, but I am sorry to make the first move, otherwise people will say that I am a bully." Hitt was born as a killer, but he doesn't know how to push people. Seeing that Jillier was motionless, he immediately launched the Flash Time Kung Fu and then attacked Jillier. Immediately, 10 incomparably sinister chills seeped out from Jillier's heart. This man is dangerous, very dangerous. Years of experience saved Jillier's life at a critical moment, and he quickly raised his hands to protect his chest. A loud noise came from the stands, and Jillier's body retreated violently, and it was not until the edge of the ring that the terrible impact was released. Seeing the pitch-black abyss, Jillier couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and at the same time, a drop of blood slipped from his arm. Hitt's earth-shattering blow shocked everyone, and everyone immediately started talking. Beerus said, "It's a terrible skill." At that moment, just now Hitters, all power was gathered at the 10 points of the fingertips. That's why this blow can create such a terrible effect. Goku said, "Ouch, I didn't expect Hitt to become so powerful tilde. I really want to fight against him once." Beerus slapped Son Goku on the head and said, "Idiot, you should pray that you meet the weakest enemy." While everyone was discussing, Jillier had returned to Hitt from the edge of the stands. The moment just now made him embarrass himself in front of everyone. This time, Jillier was really angry. D*MN mortal, I will kill you tilde. Jillier's muscles swelled suddenly, and his hairs stood up one by one, and he turned into a huge monster more than 2 meters tall in a blink of an eye. The berserk energy continued to radiate from him, blowing so many low-strength spectators that they couldn't even open their eyes. The first Supreme Kai said, "What a terrible breath, is this the power of Jai Liar? It seems that we still underestimated him before." Ivan said, "This is the strongest form of Jilil. He usually pursues the beauty of his own appearance. If he hadn't been mad by anger, he would not have become like this. The little girl who came to the 6th universe, bad luck for the guy." Jillier walked towards Hitt with heavy steps and said viciously, "In this form, my strength and speed will become 10 times that of before. Are you ready to suffer, you beastard?" After the transformation, Jilil was extremely powerful, but Hitt was unmoved, and he still put on a posture and said, "Are you ready? Next, I will attack you with just 100 times the strength." "What did you say?" "I said I would attack you with just 100 times the strength." Was that just a probing attack, or was this mortal joking with himself? Gale looked at Hitt and saw that his expression was serious and silent, and he didn't mean to be joking at all. "What are you talking about? I'm the perfect Gods of Destruction, Jilil tilde. Jillier roar. Chapter 164, The Unlucky Frieza, 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 164, The Unlucky Frieza, 3 more, please subscribe. After Hitt returned to the chief election, Champa said excitedly, "I didn't expect you to beat Gods of Destruction Jilil. Hitt, you are really great. You are worthy of being the one who will succeed me as the next Gods of Destruction." Batos with a poisonous tongue said, "Master Champa, please don't put money on your face, okay?" Hitt didn't speak, still staring at the stand where Qi Yu was, and the next game started at this time. Frieza is next to play, and his opponent is someone from the first universe. Grand Priest said, because Camus himself didn't show up, Ivan, the first gods of destruction, helped him to draw the lottery. Unfortunately, Camus won the blue ball. Camus couldn't play, so I invited him. His companion Simba fought in his place. Qi Yu secretly wiped off his sweat. This game can still be called substitute play. Doesn't Grand Priest know what sportsmanship is? Unexpectedly, the rules are obviously unreasonable, but there is no objection. Hearing this news, the atmosphere on the field was immediately detonated, and everyone cheered for Frieza 22. Come on, Frieza tilde. Kill your enemies, Camus will be eliminated. As long as you can win, Camus will not be able to compete tilde. Camus is the #1 powerhouse in the universe, and because of this, everyone is so excited. It turns out that this player is playing instead of Camus, so as long as this person is eliminated, it is equivalent to eliminating Camus. For a while, Qi Yu became more interested in this enemy who had never faced him before. If it wasn't for Camus's power to make everyone despair, how could these people at the scene behave like this? It was the first time in Frieza's life that so many people spontaneously cheered for him. Such an atmosphere made the evil Emperor of Universe feel a little uncomfortable. He spit out and looked at his enemy. Unexpectedly, Simba, who replaced Camus, was only a 14 or 15-year-old child, which made everyone even more excited, except for Jin. As Ivan's old opponent, he knows Ivan's character too well. Ivan, the supreme gods of destruction, never fights uncertain battles, and he sent this child to replace Camus, which shows that Zin is indeed qualified to replace Camus. Jin snorted coldly and said, "A group of idiots, if Camus could be eliminated in this way, do they think Ivan is a fool?" At this time, the battle between Simba and Frieza is about to begin. After such a long period of training, Frieza's combat effectiveness has long since changed from what it used to be. Brilliant flames erupted from his whole body, and a set of crystal-clear armor covered the surface of his body like this, forming an indestructible barrier. Under the shining light, this set of armor is dazzling and looks extremely gorgeous. Qi Yu said, "Frieza actually has a new trick." Beerus nodded and said, "This is Frieza's strongest form, Diamond Frieza, which is countless times stronger than his past." Feeling the powerful breath of Frieza, the cheers of the audience became more intense. Frieza stretched out his paw and laughed at Simba. "I, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, will not hold back your hands just because you are a child. Let me eliminate you and that Camus in advance. Oh ho ho tilde. Simba knelt on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he didn't see Frieza's provocation. At this time, the priest Yin announced the beginning of the BU. Without hesitation, Frieza rushed towards Simba and then swept Simba's head with one leg. However, this determined kick was blocked. When they saw Simba's movements, those who were still cheering were like ducks whose throats were choked, and they could no longer make a sound. Because Simba only uses one finger. Beerus and the others had big mouths, their jaws almost fell to the ground, they were all stunned and speechless, sweating profusely. That's Frieza, the genius Frieza who can rival Goku after practicing for a month. Relying on the desire for Zeno's power, Frieza's cultivation over the years has not fallen at all, and the degree of desperation is second only to Vegeta. But such a guy was actually blocked by someone with one finger. How could other people accept it? Not only Beerus, even Qi Yu's eyes Shendu changed slightly. He looked at the child kneeling on the ground, with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes, but then he shook his head and said, "It's still a little weaker." Beerus and others didn't know who Qi Yu was talking about, and they all thought he was talking about Frieza. At this moment, Ivan said, "Simba is an unprecedented genius warrior in our universe, and also the next generation of Camus. You actually treat him as a weakling. It's really ridiculous." In each era, the first universe will select one of the most powerful warriors as Camus' successor. The fact that this boy can obtain T. Chapter 165 Qi Yuvs Ultra Instinct Broly. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 165 Qi Yuvs Ultra Instinct Broly. For more, please subscribe. Only now did everyone understand how terrifying the Quanquin Selection Conference was. Here it can be said that the strong are like clouds, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Randomly jump out of an unknown person. It may be a desperately powerful warrior. Frieza was killed just like that. If someone told Beerus and others like this before the game, no one would believe it. But now, such a thing is happening before everyone's eyes. With the warriors appearing on the stage one by one, the skirmish soon came to an end, and there were countless people who left a deep impression. After losing Frieza, Beerus is obviously not in a good mood. After all, the Emperor of the Universe is everyone's precious combat power. At this time, Grand Priest announced again, "The match will start in 2 hours. Please take a break. Now I will announce the list of groups. In the first group, players Qi Yu will play against Broly, and the second group will be played against Broly." Group. Hearing the arrangement of the first group, Beerus' face turned green all of a sudden. Both Qi Yu and Broly are members of the 7th universe. I didn't expect that they were destined to be eliminated from the very beginning. This made Beerus very angry, but the lottery was random, and he had no right to change it. After hearing the news, Broly was very excited. He looked at Qi Yu beside him and said, "I never thought that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon." Kay snorted coldly and said, "Revenge on the master. It's up to you." Broly said angrily, "Woman, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." For such a long time, Qi Yu and Kay have also been in love. Seeing Broly's rude words, Qi Yu felt a little unhappy. "Broly, you'd better keep your mouth clean, or I'll kill you in the ring." Broly laughed loudly and said, "Qi Yu, you who stay at home all day and never practice, how could you defeat me, Uncle Broly? Now I am not the same as before. Just wash your neck and wait for me." Qi Yu didn't speak anymore, but there was already a trace of murderous intent in those cold eyes. Beerus sighed. Once in this state, the bald devil will never listen to anyone's advice. Seeing Qi Yu getting angry because of him, Kay's heart felt sweet, and he lowered his head shyly. 2 hours rushed by, and soon it was the turn of the first group of players to play. Qi Yu appeared on the field in a flash, then ticked his finger at Broly and said, "Don't you want revenge? Come down and try." Seeing Qi Yu play, many people cheered up. After all, Qi Yu is still the champion of the power tournament, and most of the universes recognize him. Among them, the most concerned, of course, are Jiren and Hitt, the 2 defeated opponents. The stands of the 6th universe and the stands of the 11th universe were just opposite each other. Jiren took a quick look at Hitt, then appeared beside Hitt and said, "Did you feel it?" Hitt nodded and said, "It's unbelievable that this guy would do such a thing." Champa next to him didn't understand, so he said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Jiren broke out, "Did you may notice Qi use steps and movements when he jumped onto the ring?" Champa asked in astonishment, "What action?" Hitt explained, "That's the fighting steps and movements of a martial artist. I don't know where Qi Yu got it from Shelly, but it's very clever." In the past, Qi Yu has never used skills, because no matter how powerful the enemy is, he can't stop his casual blow. It even included Jiren and Hitt. Because they were defeated, Hitt and Jiren paid so much attention to Qi Yu. Everyone in the audience didn't notice it, but they noticed Qi Yu's abnormality. This guy is practicing. Yes, today's Qi Yu is a Qi Yu trained by a martial artist, a real warrior. Jiren broke out, "How is it? Are you sure you can defeat him?" Hitt said coldly, "No matter how strong he becomes, I must be the one who defeats Lord Qi in the end." At this time, the game has officially started. Qi Yu put on a very common defensive posture, and there was no breath or flame on his body. For a while, most people were disappointed. This is the champion of the Tournament of Power. It's too much. That is, how do you look like a common man? It's not what it looks like, it's what I see at all. Everyone was talking about it, but as a person who was once killed by Qi Yu with a single punch, Broly dared not underestimate him because of this. Broly let out bursts of roars, and then erupted with terrifying arrogance all over his body. Circles of white's fluff grew out of his body, and Broly in the Super Saiyan 5 state vented his terrifying arrogance in all directions, causing bursts of exclamation, just when everyone was already shocked by. Chapter 166 Instant Kill. 5 updates, please subscribe. Chapter 166 Instant Kill. 5 updates, please subscribe. Qi Yu let out a sneer and then said, "Strong, sorry I didn't see it." Hearing Qi Yu's sarcasm, Broly became angrier and directly attacked Qi Yu. Every punch of his has a destructive momentum, entangled with Qi Yu's hands. The two fought back and forth for a long time before Champa sighed. As expected of the champion of the power tournament, facing such a strong man, Qi Yu still has the upper hand. It's amazing. Hitt said, "Have the upper hand. Stop joking." Champa was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Hitt took a quick look at Jiren, and the two of them burst out laughing in unspoken agreement. Champa said angrily, "What are you two laughing at? Tell me all tilde tilde tilde." At this moment, Qi Yu and Broly punched each other and separated from each other. This is probably the most exciting battle since the start of the match. Everyone in the audience couldn't help cheering for them. Broly raised his fist and said, "2 years ago, you could beat me to death with one punch, but now I can fight you normally. Qi Yu, your era has passed." "Are you an idiot?" At this moment, Jiren Po on the stage couldn't help but make a sarcastic sound. Broly looked at Jiren and said, "Who are you? How dare you laugh at me, Master Broly?" Jiren broke out. "Qi Yu is just using you to train his fighting skills. He doesn't even use his breath in order to prevent you from being punched to death. He doesn't try his best every time he makes a shot. Can't you see it?" Jiren Po is the top martial artist, and he is very familiar with the attacking methods of warriors. Seeing Qi use forceful movement, he knew something was wrong. In fact, not only him, but also the few powerhouses present have seen through this secret. Jin also said, "Broly, besides strength, an outstanding warrior must also have brains. People who can't even recognize themselves accurately are not considered strong at all." Broly roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already going to beat Qi Yu tilde tilde tilde. I'm already going to beat Qi Yu tilde tilde tilde." He turned his head to look at Qi Yu. A cold sweat flowed from his forehead to his chin and then fell to the ground. Yes, after fighting for so long, Qi Yu didn't even sweat on his face. Obviously, Qi Yu didn't give his best. Beerus shook his head and said, "It's still not good. A big bald devil who knows martial arts skills. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrible." Vegito also said, "That's right, Broly never had a chance from the beginning." Broly, like a mad trapped beast, launched an attack on Qi Pressure again. This time, Qi Yu was still fighting him with the same strength and speed, but something was different. "Broly, I have seen through your actions." After saying that, Qi Yu pushed away Broly's fist and then kicked him in the stomach. Broly flew back and retreated, but Qi Yu followed him like a shadow, hitting Broly with his fists like a storm. Broly tried his best but couldn't block, couldn't dodge. His body began to deform and his bones began to snap, but Qi Yu didn't show any intention of stopping. Punch after punch, punch after punch, obviously of the same strength, but Qi Yu has incomparably precise techniques so that he can only be beaten passively. Suddenly, Qi Yu stopped. Broly hung his hands with 2 completely shattered bones, covered in blood, and let out a desperate roar. "Impossible, impossible, tilde 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 why? Why can't I CCCA hit you? Broly, you are worthless to me." Immediately afterwards, Qi Yu raised his fist. This time Qi Yu didn't use his strength, but he really used his physical strength. "Qi Yu, one day, I will kill you every 10 days. And I, Broly, will definitely kill you tilde tilde tilde." Just when Broly was hoarse, Qi Yu's fist landed on his body, and in an instant, that terrifying power completely exploded in the ring. The arena made of imitation star stones cracked inch by inch, the stone slabs and dust rolled up, and Broly's body turned into a cloud of blood mist in an instant, floating in the air. There are only 2 legs left, and they are still standing upright on the ring. Grand Priest in the Sky said, "Qi Yu player, it seems that you have become a lot stronger again." Qi Yu said, "It's a pity that I don't have the chance to fight with you, but I've always wanted to try." Grand Priest said, "There will be a chance. Now I declare Qi Yu contestant the victory." After finishing speaking, Qi Yu stepped off the ring. Knowing this, the entire auditorium was still dead silent. Qi Yu's last punch just now was too terrifying, it completely shocked everyone. After a long time, Hitt took a long breath and said, "Who said Qi Yu can't practice?" Immediately, the fighting spirit in both he and Jiren's eyes was blazing. Yes, only Qi Yu like this has the real value to win. In the stands on the other side, two people were also discussing similar. Chapter 167, The Strongest Gods of Destruction, Gold. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 167, The Strongest Gods of Destruction, Gold. One update, please subscribe. Qi Yu returned to his position from the ring, and it wasn't until then that most of the audience came to their senses and began to discuss. Son Goku said to Qi Yu, "Unexpectedly, the bald-headed devil can also use skills. It's amazing." Vegeta didn't speak, but it could be seen that after seeing Qi Yu's strength, he seemed a little nervous. Qi Yu has learned fighting skills, it is like a tiger with wings, and now many people are like Vegeta, silently hoping that they will not face this monster. The second match begins, please come on stage Tilda. The second to enter the ring is Dispo, and his enemy is a Gods of Destruction, but not the Gods of Destruction of common. He has a shark face and a thin physique. He is the ultimate Gods of Destruction Gold of the 12th universe. Dispo clasped his hands and said, "You are the ultimate Gods of Destruction. It seems that the Gods of Destruction of your 4 universes is nothing special tilde tilde tilde." Just now, Hitt defeated the 5th Gods of Destruction Jilil with a near-crushing advantage, and Dispo's confidence also greatly increased for a while. Most of the 4 universes have existed for a long time, so powerful warriors are more likely to appear, but this does not mean that they are invincible. Over the years, Dispo's practice strength is no weaker than Jiren Poe's. Although not as powerful as Jiren Poe's talent, Dispo is also a rare genius in the World Warrior. At this moment, Jin raised a finger at Dispo and said, one hit, and I'll send you back to your hometown." Hearing Jin's words, the arena started to make noise. Vegeta snorted coldly. This guy is really too arrogant, he is just a Gods of Destruction, how dare he say such big words? After so many years of practice, Vegeta actually has the confidence to say this, but Beerus on the side is a little unhappy. He glanced at Vegeta from the corner of his eye, and then said, "What is it called just a Gods of Destruction, Vegeta? Do you want to practice with me?" In the Room of Time and Spirit, Vegeta has fought against Beerus countless times. No matter which time, Vegeta ended in a disastrous defeat. Hearing Beerus' words, Vegeta couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat and then said awkwardly, Where, Lord Beerus, you know that's not what I meant." Beerus looked at the ring again and said, "Don't worry, this Dispo has absolutely no chance of winning." At this time, the battle has already begun. Dispo's body blurred for a while, and then countless afterimages of Dispo appeared on the field, and his voice came from all directions. "This is the haste that I have mastered after 2 years of training. How about Gods of Destruction? Can your eyes keep up with my speed?" Dispo's speed shocked many people, and even Beerus, who had just said that Dispo could not win, changed his face. This speed is indeed too fast. On the ring, Dispo kept moving at a high speed, and the whole person seemed to disappear. The sky is full of his shadows, but every one of them is an afterimage, not the deity. In the past, Dispo was also good at speed, but it couldn't control it very well. It could only move in a straight line and could not turn. But now, Dispo has completely controlled his own power and can retract it freely. Vegeta said, "Master Beerus, it seems that your judgment is wrong." Beerus looked at the ring coldly and didn't speak, but Vermut on the side affirmed Beerus' point of view, saying, "Beerus is right, it is impossible for Dispo to win." Vegeta said, "Why?" Vermut said, "Do you know who is the strongest warrior in the 12th universe?" Vegeta looked at the beautiful woman in black behind Qi Yu and said, "Isn't it K?" K said, "Yes, that's without counting Gods of Destruction." Vegeta was shocked and said, "You mean this Gods of Destruction is stronger than you?" Asking for flowers, K shook his head and said, "Master Jin gave me all the fighting skills. In terms of strength, we are exactly the same. In terms of skills, we are also exactly the same. Lord Jin is the same as me, and we are all tied in the universe. The third warrior. Tied for third is also third. As a gods of destruction, Jin's strength is a bit too exaggerated. Just when Vegeta was stunned, Beerus announced another piece of news. I only found out afterwards that the Hall had such a title in the older generation of gods of destruction. Vegeta said, "What is it?" "The strongest gods of destruction." As soon as Beerus finished speaking, Jin stretched out a finger and then pierced the air in front of him with lightning speed. A flower of blood suddenly splashed in the empty air, and Dispo, who was still moving at high speed, suddenly appeared. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see that Jin's finger. Chapter 168, Beerus refuses to accept. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 168, Beerus refuses to accept. 2 more, please subscribe. I declare that the winners of the second group are gold players. In fact, there is no suspense about Kim's victory. When this guy stepped down, most people who knew the inside story took it for granted. In any case, Jin is the strongest gods of destruction, tied with K for the 3rd warrior in the universe. At this point, Qi Yu finally understood why Beijing gave K to himself. The reason is very simple. He has long judged that the Zeno selection conference will be a personal battle. As a warrior, K can be said to be a copy of Jin, and everything about her is taught by Jin. K of the Jin Hui will also, and Jin Hui of the K Hui will. There is no slight difference between the two in terms of strength or fighting style. If he can't win the Zeno selection meeting, then Ka can't win 640. In this case, it is better to give K to Qi Yu as an insurance. If Qi Yu wins, then by virtue of the good relationship with Qi Yu, the 12th universe must also be spared from being killed, and maybe Qi Yu can still be taken care of by Qi Yu after he becomes Zeno. No way, the relationship between the 12th universe and the 1st universe is too bad. So Jin can only bet on someone who can defeat Camus, and the most likely one is Qi Yu. After Jin stepped down, the battles seemed unremarkable. Even if there were enemies worthy of attention, the battles were completely one-sided. Until the 11th match, Beerus stepped into the ring, and the most coincidental thing was that his opponent was also Gods of Destruction, and it was Gods of Destruction Arak who was much more experienced than him. Arak is one of the 3 Gods of Destruction second only to Jin, and its strength is no less than that of Jilil and Ivan. If a normal Gods of Destruction confronted him, it would be an act of courting death. Don't look at how easy it was when Hitt won Jilil. For ordinary warriors, it's a matter of reason. Seeing his opponent, Beerus snorted coldly, imitating Jin's way, and raised a finger. Jin only needs 1 move, and I only need 1 move. His provocation caused an uproar again, and many people began to sarcasm. Who does he think he is? A last-born Gods of Destruction who claims to be able to defeat Arak with just 1 move. No matter how powerful Arak is, it is second only to Jin. This Beerus is simply too self-sufficient. I think he saw Jin's strength, and he was scared out of his mind. Beerus ignored everyone's ridicule and stared blankly at his enemy with a pair of purple-black eyes. Arak put his hands behind his back and said, "Beerus, what gave you the courage to speak to me like this?" Beerus said, "Arak, your time is over." Arak snorted coldly and said, "Then I'll try to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth." After saying that, Arak suddenly stretched out a finger and released a destructive Kai blast at Beerus. This Kai blast is different from Common's Kai blast. It has powerful destructive energy and violent rotation, which looks a lot like Piccolo's magic light wave. Just when the beam was about to hit Beerus, his figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Arak and said, "Arak, as I said, your time is over." Seeing Beerus's speed so fast, Arak was startled and then attacked Beerus. There is no flame on Beerus' body, nor is there a powerful aura surrounding him, but no matter how Arak hits, he just can't touch a single hair of Beerus. Qi Yu in the stands couldn't help but nodded and said, "Beerus is really amazing for cultivating Ultra Instinct to this kind of back-to-nature state." Yes, at this time Beerus is using Ultra Instinct. Vegeta also said, "Beerus has maintained the state of Ultra Instinct all these years to reach this state." This time even Qi Yu was a little surprised. Maintain Ultra Instinct all the time. Vegeta nodded and said, "For Beerus now, Ultra Instinct has become an instinct. I tried to attack him while he was sleeping, but I couldn't hit his body. Can't hit his body while he's sleeping. It sounds a bit unreal. But the essence of Ultra Instinct is to let every cell of the body think for itself. So it is not surprising that the body can automatically dodge even when sleeping. If someone asks who is the strongest warrior in the 12th universe, everyone will definitely say K. Because under normal circumstances, destroying Shendu's role as a leader is not counted. So when someone asks who is the most talented warrior in the 7th universe, everyone will instinctively ignore Beerus. But in fact, excluding Qi Yu, Beerus is indeed the most talented warrior in the 7th universe. Don't forget, this guy has been sleeping almost his whole life. That's why Jin asked Beerus to join the 12th universe when he met Beerus for the first time, and promised to make Beerus his adjutant. A. Chapter 169 Gohan Vs Qi Yu. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 169 Gohan Vs Qi Yu. 3 more, please subscribe. Beerus' arrogance deeply shocked everyone, and soon, the first round of competition was over. Compared with the Power Tournament, this game can truly be called a cloud of strong players, and many of them have left a deep impression on everyone. For example, the super robot created by Pepperoni in the 3rd universe, such as the top warrior from the 4 universes, and the gods of destruction in each universe have also emerged many masters. At this time, Grand Priest announced, "This is the end of today's game. Considering that some warriors have already played 2 games, there are physical and injury problems. So the next round of the game will be a week later, when Master Zeno will be there in person and announce something to everyone. Hope everyone will be on time. The next round will be the more brutal top 32. After a round of screening, all those who remain are truly elite soldiers. In such a cruel competition, even if 22 only defeated 1 enemy, that would be a very remarkable thing. It is worth mentioning that only 2 people were eliminated from the entire 7th universe. Except for the unlucky Frieza and Broly, all others appeared. Because of this, the 7th universe has received unprecedented attention from everyone. This universe, who was born the latest, unexpectedly had 8 people advance at the same time, which can be said to be the biggest group of dark horses in this competition. Looking at the back of Qi Yu and others leaving, Ivan couldn't help sighing. Even without K's joining, this universe is one of the top universes. I can't imagine that in just 2 years, the 7th there are so many powerful warriors in the universe. Simba nodded and said, "That's right, especially the one named Qi Yu." Ivan said, "We have known Qi Yu's strength for a long time, and I am more concerned about the situation of other people. Among them, Beerus is also a real strong man, and there is another inconspicuous one besides that." Simba was a little surprised and said, "Master Ivan, who are you talking about?" Ivan said, "That's son Gohan." Simba's strength is very strong, but in his turn, he is definitely not as good as Ivan who existed at the beginning of the world. He carefully looked at son Gohan's eyes, and then he was surprised. "Is this person so powerful? He looks very common." Ivan shook his head and said, "This man named Son Gohan should be the most powerful warrior in the 7th universe besides Qi Yu. He chose a completely different path and gained his own power. It's really impressive. Marvel." Simba said, "This Son Gohan has such a talent, why haven't I heard of it before?" Ivan shook his head again and said, "It's not talent that gives him strength, but courage." Simba was confused by Ivan's words. At this time, he turned his head to look, but suddenly found that Jin was also looking at Son Gohan. Immediately, Simba became alert. If Jin also felt the same way as Ivan, then it was definitely not Ivan's mistake. There could be no such coincidence in the world. For a while, Simba's heart began to burn with a raging fighting spirit. "Let's go, there is still some time before the second round. We can't waste it." After all, the first universe also disappeared in the venue. After returning to the 7th universe, everyone discussed to enter the room of time and spirit, and this time Qi Yu also participated for the first time. You must know that in the past, this guy would never be interested in this kind of exercise. For him, fooling around with Tacy and others is his hobby. But even Qi Yu went crazy and wanted to be strong. Of course, Beerus, who is gods of destruction, was very happy and would definitely not refuse Qi Yu's request. When you open the room of time and spirit, what you see is a completely chaotic world of nothingness. Qi Yu was surprised. You actually moved the world of nothingness here. Wise introduced. Our angel is best at manipulating time and space, so I cut off a large piece of the void world and then moved it into the room of time and spirit. This void world and the whole world are completely connected, and I practice here. You can fully use your power to your heart's content without worrying about causing damage. In the corner of the entrance, there are still simple mattresses and daily necessities. It is really hard to imagine that this group of guys have stayed in such an environment for decades. Only in this way can this group of people advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Qi Yu was also a little motivated, so he said, I want to study the fighting skills carefully. Can any of you be my training partner? Being Qi Yu's sparring partner is life-threatening, and generally speaking, no one would accept such a request. But this time was different. Everyone, including Beerus, turned their attention to the same direct. Chapter 170 Super Gohan. For more, please subscribe. Chapter 170 Super Gohan. For more, please subscribe. The rule of this friendly match is that Qi Yu is not allowed to use the terrifying Qi in his body, and only use the destructive energy to fight Son Gohan with his own body. In order to prevent accidents, Son Goku has prepared fairy beans in advance for emergencies. After talking, Son Gohan and Qi Yu started to do warm-up exercises. Beerus and the others watched from the sidelines, waiting for the battle to begin. Vegeta already covered her mouth and couldn't help sniggering. The big bald devil finally fell for it, and this time, I can finally see this dead bald man get beaten up. Beerus said, It's not clear, at least until now, Qi Yu has never fought seriously. His bottom line is still a mystery to this day. Vegeta said, Even so, that is without using your own Qi. What is really scary about Qi Yu is that ridiculously strong Qi. It is impossible to defeat the current Gohan in this state. Vegeta's words were approved by everyone, and everyone nodded at the same time. Yes, if you didn't have absolute confidence, how could everyone have worked so hard to facilitate this competition? At this time, Son Gohan finished warming up and said to Qi Yu, Qi Yu uncle, I'm ready. Qi Yu said, You come first. Let me see your strength, so we can distinguish between the important and the important. Although Beerus and others have bad intentions, they are only limited to the level of jokes. Son Gohan called himself an uncle. If he really beat someone to death, he would not be able to explain to Tacy when he went home. So Qi Yu asked Gohan to take the first shot. Besides, he wanted to see Gohan's strength. Just then, Gohan clenched his hands and let out a loud roar, sparking his anger. Immediately, a terrifying aura that crossed the void rushed towards him, and Qi Yu's expression changed slightly. There was no change in Gohan's form, but the strength of this aura was enough to surprise even Qi Yu, far surpassing any enemy he had ever met. These include Super Omega Shenron, but also the Dark One Qi Yu. Son Gohan said, I didn't learn Ultra Blue God and Ultra Instinct. I want to achieve the strongest form that no one has ever seen in my own way. Are you ready? Qi Yu uncle, I. Generally speaking, the easiest way is to take the path that everyone walks. Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, and then to Ultra Blue God and Ultra Instinct. As long as he follows this step-by-step practice, Son Gohan will gain extraordinary strength sooner or later. On this road, there are the experiences of the gods and fathers, and everyone can give advice to Gohan and help him improve himself. But Son Gohan didn't do that, and instead chose an unknown path. This is like a rich second generation who wants to kill a penny from his family, but insists on going out to start his own business. Although I don't know what Gohan thinks, but from his aura, I can tell that Gohan is the rich second generation who has successfully started a business. Qi Yu stretched out his hands to block Gohan's fist that was as violent as an avalanche and a tsunami. After the two exchanged more than a dozen moves, Qi Yu gradually lost the upper hand. As a last resort, he was able to dodge quickly and distance himself from Gohan. Looking back, Beerus and the others were already looking at Qi Yu and laughing. I didn't expect you, the bald devil, your opponent for the first time was Gohan. The bald devil is finally about to be defeated. I have been waiting for this day for too long. Don't call me Tragedy Tower anymore, you dead bald head. You know how powerful you are tilde tilde tilde. Qi Yu didn't want to be familiar with these idiots, so he looked at Gohan and said, "Why did you keep the mysterious Gohan form until now? You know, this is a road that no one has ever traveled before." Gohan said, "I want to be really strong, but this universe is too big. Both Jiren and K are more talented than me. So I think, if I want to surpass you, I must be different from you." Qi Yu nodded and expressed his appreciation to Gohan. "Yes, there may be various risks on the unknown road, but you may also see scenery that others cannot see. Gohan, you have become a real strong man." The ones. Receiving Qi Yu's compliment, Gohan couldn't help being overjoyed and giggled. After all, it is Qi Yu who praises himself. He is one of the strongest in all universes. However, at this moment, Qi Yu changed the subject and said, "But if you can defeat me just like this, Gohan, you must have underestimated me. You are not the only one in this world who dares to try something that others have not tried." Thing. After all, Qi Yu made a strange posture. He relaxed his fist, and then stretched out a pair of fleshy palms to his chest. Beerus was taken aback suddenly. "What is this?" Son Goku said, "I don't know, maybe it's the new move of the bald demon king, but WH. Chapter 171, The Strongest Opponent, Camus. 5 updates, please subscribe. Chapter 171, The Strongest Opponent, Camus. 5 updates, please subscribe. Gohan rushed towards Qi Yu, and with this blow, he poured all his breath into his fist. However, his ferocious blow was pulled away by Qi Yu's hand, and it was taken away from the original direction, completely missing it. Gohan's body suddenly lost its balance and tilted to the other side. Ruined. As a warrior, if you lose your balance, you will be beaten, which Gohan is still aware of. But Qi Yu didn't seize this opportunity to attack, but just stood behind Gohan, waiting for him to readjust his posture. Gohan rolled several times in a row before he stabilized his body. He looked at his hands, not understanding what happened just now. Why did his attack seem to hit cotton? Beerus tugged at his ears and said, "Goku-san, what are you doing? Why did such a soft attack almost knock you down?" Even number 17 couldn't help shouting, "That's right, Gohan, come on, this is our first chance to beat up the big bald devil king. You have to grab it tilde tilde." Everyone was yelling at Gohan, who immediately shook his head to keep himself awake. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards Qi Yu again. Qi Yu said, "Gohan, U-907 will not be able to achieve any practical effect if you ram like a bull like a bull. Don't say that I am so much stronger than you, even if I am weaker than you, I will not be defeated by such an attack." After all, Qi Yu repeated the same trick again and pushed away Gohan's attack. But this time, Qi Yu didn't hold back anymore. He yelled and punched Gohan in the stomach. Qi Yu only used physical strength for this blow, without the slightest breath, but it also knocked Gohan down. Immediately afterwards, Qi Yu raised his right leg and slammed his knee hard on Gohan's chin. The chin is the place with the most nerves in the human body. Once it is hit hard, it will cause a concussion in an instant. Sure enough, after this blow, Gohan couldn't take it anymore and passed out directly. This time, Beerus and others were completely stupid. Qi Yu is ridiculously strong. This is something everyone has known for a long time, and Qi Yu will easily defeat Gohan, and everyone will not be surprised at all. The reason why there is such a reaction is because the battle is going on too strangely. Not to mention the use of destructive energy, Qi Yu, CCBA, probably defeated Gohan easily before his physical strength fully exploded. From the beginning to the end, Qi Yu did not show strength beyond Gohan. Son Goku said, is it magic?" Qi Yu handed the fainted Gohan to Son Goku and said, "Of course not, it's just the use of skills. I don't plan to record with Ultra Instinct. I think people are animals of thought. Instead of letting the body think by itself, it is better to use the brain. It is true to completely dominate the body. Use the brain to completely dominate the body." Qi Yu is not going to give these guys the philosophy of life with softness over toughness. Anyway, even if he said it, these wooden fish heads probably wouldn't understand it. so he changed the subject and said, "My attack was very light. Gohan was not injured. Let's start practicing. 1 week is equal to 7 months in the room of time and spirit. These 7 months are enough for us to renew one step further." Qi Yu didn't want to talk about it, and everyone didn't want to ask too much. So Beerus nodded and said, "Then let's all start practicing on our own." 7 months doesn't sound like a long time, but in the world of nothingness, life is extremely difficult. In order to pass the time and to exchange ideas, we often exchanged ideas on the way. But the more they fought each other, the more everyone was afraid of Qi Yu's power. At the very beginning, Son Gohan was able to drink Qi Yu, who had only half his body strength, to play 50-50, but this situation did not last for a few days. Afterwards, Qi Yu was forced to lower his strength standard again and fight Gohan again. By the end of 7 months, Gohan could only force Qi Yu to use 2 points of physical strength, which shocked Beerus and others. Everyone can feel that Qi Yu's strange skills are getting better and better. Not only that, in the constant battle, Qi Yu is improving both physically and mentally. In the end, everyone has to admit that even in terms of talent, Qi Yu is on a completely different level from them. It must be everyone's nightmare to have an opponent who is 100 times stronger than himself and who has improved faster than himself. Today is the last day of staying in the time and spirit room. Beerus changed his clothes and then sighed. "I really feel sorry for Jiren and Hitt. What kind of muscle did they make wrong, and they insisted on choosing Qi Yu to do it their goal? Can this monster really be defeated?" Goku said, "If there is really anyone who can fight the current Qi Yu." Chapter 172, number 17 was instantly killed. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 172, number 17 was instantly killed. One update, please subscribe. This time, instead of announcing the start of the game, the Grand Priest silently stepped aside. Zeno stood up from his chair and announced to everyone, "I have decided to die, so this competition will choose my successor. Please try your best to play interesting games." Zeno's eyes were innocent, and his tone was as relaxed as usual, not at all like he was talking about his own life and death. Perhaps for him, death is just a new toy, interesting because it is unknown. After Zeno sat down again, the match of the top 32 was officially announced. All the surviving players came to the stage to draw lots, and finally determined their opponents according to the numbers. If the same number is drawn, they will go on stage together in order. Unexpectedly, Qi Yu got hit. When the Grand Priest announced the result, Hitt's whole body erupted with a strong fighting spirit. Even after a whole field, Qi Yu could feel Hitt's determination. Next, I invite player Camus from the first universe to come on stage, and against him is player number 17 Tilda from the 7th universe. Over the years, number 17 has also practiced with everyone. His strength can't be said to be the strongest, but he is definitely not weak, but no one is optimistic about him in this game. No way, the title of the strongest Camus in the world is really hurtful. Camus walked down from the stands. His steps were very slow. From the outside, this old man who seemed to be dying was indeed not a strong man. But as the saying goes, there are no worthless men under a great reputation, and no one will underestimate him because of this. Number 17 folded his arms and said, "You are Camus." Camus looked very humble, and his whole body was covered with a layer of peace, which reminded Liu Mang of the Buddha in the religion of his previous life. Camus said, "Young man, can you give me a face to get off the ring? I really don't want to fight with others." Number 17 would not just admit defeat like this. He put on a posture and said, "If you want to win, just rely on your strength to get it yourself." Vegito in the stands snorted coldly and said, "What a shameless old guy. He actually wants to rely on his reputation to make people admit defeat. His idea is simple." Beerus also doubted. Maybe this old guy is not as strong as in Legendary. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly said, "You guys better let number 17 come down now." Vegeta turned to look at Qi Yu and said, "Why? Is this Camus really that powerful?" Qi Yu looked at the old man in front of him with serious eyes and affirmed, "This old man is different from the enemies you have encountered before, I promise. Sometimes, people only need to rely on feelings to make judgments." Camus didn't do anything, but Qi Yu felt something was wrong from the moment the old man appeared on the stage. His existence is like a nail driven into the cosmology. No matter how he looks, he is a bit out of tune with this world, as if the whole world is rejecting him. Sometimes, Qi Yu herself also feels this way. Especially in recent years, as I continue to get stronger, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. That's why Qi Yu can be sure that the Camus in front of him is definitely not just a brag. Seeing that Camus had not launched an attack, number 17 finally moved. Just when his legs were bent and he was about to exert force, an outrageous aura suddenly burst out centered on Camus. Feeling such a terrifying power, number 17's eyes widened in disbelief. He even stopped moving and directly froze on the ring. "Young man, even if you insist on beating me, then I will not be polite." In an instant, the earth-shattering aura set off a big explosion in the entire arena, and a ball of light continued to expand, directly engulfing the surrounding stands. Grand Priest stretched out his hands and immediately formed a transparent barrier surrounding the arena. Terrible impacts continued one after another, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Just before the barrier was about to be shattered, the terrifying burst of energy gradually dissipated. After the light was extinguished, Yinjia guessed clearly what was going on the field. Seeking Flower Zero. How did this happen? What the hell did he do? This is the power of Camus, the number 1 powerhouse in the universe. The number 17 in the center of the ring was gone, and it was evaporated to nothingness in an instant, together with bones and flesh and blood. The entire arena created by the imitation starstone is riddled with holes, and many places have been melted and turned into flowing magma. No matter how powerful number 17 is, he probably wouldn't be able to survive such a force. Number 18 punched heavily on the guardrail of the stands, gnashing his teeth. Beerus comforted, "Don't worry." Chapter 173 Qi Yuvs Super Hit. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 173 Qi Yuvs Super Hit. 2 more, please subscribe. The second battle is Gods of Destruction Quitla. In Gods of Destruction, Quitla's ability is not outstanding. But today's Quitla is different. His aura is like a big mountain. Just standing there is enough to make people feel scared. Beerus frowned and said, "It's strange, how did Quitla become so strong?" Vegeta said, "I'm afraid the reason is not complicated. After losing to Qi Yu, I should have worked hard. The pain of failure is the best catalyst to stimulate potential, especially as the proud Gods of Destruction, Quitla. Quitla has been the laughing stock of all Gods of Destruction since the last time until today. As the supreme existence in the universe, he was actually beaten by a mortal at the door of his house and slaughtered all the warriors in front of him. Whenever this is mentioned, Quitla. 210's heart is like 10,000 suns undergoing violent nuclear fusion." Quitla pointed to Qi Yu in the stands and said, "The bald devil, I don't expect to gain the power of Zeno in this group arena, but I will kill you myself." Qi Yu said, "Sorry, you may not have this chance because you can't walk in front of me at all." Quitla said angrily, "What are you talking about? I, Quitla, am not what I used to be." Qi Yu sighed and said, "Go, let this wooden fish know what a real strong man is." "Yes, Qi Yu uncle." With that said, Gohan jumped onto the ring. Quitla has indeed become stronger, but in the entire 7th universe, no one is optimistic about him because his opponent is Son Gohan. Not everyone in this world is Qi Yu. If you want to defeat Gohan today, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary strong people to do it. Seeing the person coming, Quitla said, "I remember your name is Son Gohan. I saw you at the Power Conference." Gohan was very humble, bent down and bowed. "Please give me your advice." "Advise me a lot? No, that's not the case. I'm going to kill you." A sinister smile appeared on Quitla's face and said, "You are the son of Qi Yu's friend, right? Find some interest on you first." The pitch-black destructive energy churned on Quitla like a thick black cloud, and Quitla let out a roar, just like Sun Wuzhu launched an attack. This powerful attack didn't work, and in an instant, an even bigger aura appeared on Gohan's body. The radial air is centered on Gohan, like a typhoon, blowing the air of Quitla to pieces. Before this match, First Universe had been watching Son Gohan. After witnessing the power of the mysterious Gohan, Simba said, "Master Ivan, you are not mistaken. This Son Gohan is indeed a very terrifying powerhouse." Ivan nodded and said, "Quitla has already lost." On the field at this time, Quitla was already like a small boat with strong wind and waves, unable to even stand firm. He was oppressed by Son Gohan's air pressure and kept retreating towards the edge of the ring. Both of Quitla's feet sank into the ground, and he said with difficulty, "What is this? Why do people like this always appear in your 10th universe?" Gohan said, "Qi Yu uncle said that this power is fate's reward for my courage. I don't understand what it means, but I think I should be able to win you." After all, Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Quitla and kicked at Quitla's body. The kind-hearted Gohan didn't want to hurt anyone, so this kick was very light, but for the struggling Quitla, this kick was the last straw that broke the camel's quilt. Quitla's body flew high and then fell toward the abyss. Before he was about to be eliminated, he was still shouting loudly, "I won't let you go, you stards of the 7th universe tilde tilde tilde." Son Gohan, who won easily, was waiting for Grand Priest's verdict. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the ring. It was Hitt, who had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Son Gohan and said, "Get out of the way." Hitt was not at all interested in this kind of game without suspense. On stage, he kept shaking his legs, anxiously waiting for the end of the match between Gohan and Quitla, because it was his turn to play next, and his opponent was Qi Yu. He has been waiting for this day for too long. For countless days and nights on the desert planet, he has been looking forward to the opportunity to fight Qi Yu again. Grand Priest said, "Player Hitt, I haven't declared Son Gohan's victory yet. Why are you on stage?" "What's the difference? Son Gohan already won anyway. Call that D*MN bald head down." Hitt didn't have any big faults, so Grand Priest didn't bother with him and announced, "I'm going to invite contestant Qi Yu to come on stage." Qi Yu appeared in the ring with an instant transmission and said to Hitt, "It seems that you have become a lot stronger." Hitt said, "I'm ready. I'm going to beat you in this arena today." Qi Yu said, "Then come." After all, Qi Yu opened. Chapter 174, Qi Yu wins. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 174, Qi Yu wins. One update, please subscribe. When everyone was taunting Qi Yu, another voice suddenly appeared on the field. It was the sound of cheering at the top of his lungs. Those who make these voices are all from the same universe as Hitt, or friends, or teachers. Suddenly, the mocking people were all stunned. "Come on Hitt, tilde tilde tilde. Beat him Hitt, don't admit defeat. Think about what you have practiced patiently all these years for." Simba said, "What's the matter with this group of people? The game hasn't started yet. Why does everyone in the 6th universe seem to be sure to lose Hitt? This Hitt can instantly kill Jillier. The strength should be very strong fishy." Ivan shook his head and said, "Don't ask, just watch quietly. This is the struggle of a warrior." Without knowing why, Simba turned his gaze to the ring, where Hitt was desperately gathering his energy. Like a stingy boss, he pulled out the last trace of strength from his body and gathered it in the palm of his hand. Gradually, Hitt's palm knife began to glow, and the dazzling light pierced people's eyes. Hitt said, "This is the move that I have prepared for 2 years. Even a star rock as huge as a mountain will completely collapse under my blow. Qi Yu, can your body withstand my attack?" Qi Yu said, "You can try it." Hitt took a deep breath and then launched a flash attack. When the audience came back to their senses, Hitt's palm was like a sharp blade, stabbing at Qi Yu's body suddenly. With a strong aura, the palm knife wiped out dazzling sparks on Qi Yu's body. The wild energy exploded suddenly like a landslide and tsunami. Immediately afterwards, the arena shattered, the whole thing shattered. The imitation starstone can withstand the gas generated when Camus erupts, but it cannot withstand the vibration generated by the collision between Qi Yu and Hitt. Although it is only one blow, Hitt did explode at that level of power at this moment. He pinned everything on this blow, but the hand knife still failed to penetrate Qi Yu's defense, just like that it was pushed against Qi Yu's chest. No, it's not enough tilde tilde, it needs to be stronger tilde tilde. It needs to be stronger tilde tilde tilde. Such a voice echoed deep in Hitt's soul, stimulating his nerves, as if bringing him back to that desert planet. He also saw the self who was beating the star stone uninterruptedly, and saw his fingers that had been fractured countless times due to overtraining. He saw the rising sun in the desert, and the blood-stained traces on the rock walls under the sun. I can't just fall down, he said to himself silently. If we get here, everything will be meaningless. Hitt's blow was originally the most extreme move in the world. He combined his physical strength, energy, and will into one, striving to burst out with absolute strength in the shortest moment. Because all the power was exhausted, Hitt's body was gradually weakening, and he was about to be exhausted. Even so, can I still not be able to create even a single scar on Qi Yu's body? No, I can't fall here again tilde tilde tilde, never tilde tilde tilde. Hitt yelled up to the sky, and a round of more brilliant brilliance erupted immediately above the knife in his hand. Simba was shocked. He is burning his own life. Is it worth it? The person in front of him is obviously an opponent he cannot defeat. Until now, Hitt's attack has not caused any damage to Qi Yu. Even a fool can understand that Hitt has no possibility of winning at all. In this case, Hitt had to squeeze out his last ounce of strength and even sacrificed his life. In an instant, this question appeared in the hearts of all the audience. Is it worth it? Ivan sighed. Hyder has already answered us with practical actions. For him, this matter is worthwhile. That's why I tell you that this is a warrior's struggle. Everyone in the world is different. Some people are after power, some people are after money. But for Hitt, what he pursued may be such a radiant moment. This battle won't bring anything for Hitt, but he is willing to give everything for his pursuit. Hitt tilde tilde tilde, come on tilde tilde tilde, beat him. Champa's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of tears, but he still shouted in Wecht. Beside him, Caulifla, Gale, everyone from the 6th universe is the same as Champa. At this moment, Simba stood up. Hitt, you are a real warrior. Come on tilde tilde tilde. Cheer Hitt tilde tilde W. Beat him Hitt tilde tilde tilde. Everyone who was watching was moved by Hitt's persistence. They came from different universes and had no intersection with Hitt himself. But at that moment, everyone was shouting for Hitt. Hitt's eyes and ears were bleeding. Because he squeezed himself too much, his blood vessels couldn't bear the huge pressure, and they were bursting one by one. But at the same time, his hand was advancing, sunk into the pressed skin. After an unknown amount of time, the dazzling light finally went out, and Hitt exhausted 840 of H. Chapter 175, The Ultimate Showdown. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 175, The Ultimate Showdown. 2 more, please subscribe. Although it was extremely regrettable, Hitt fell down after all. Grand Priest used divine power to move another ring to the center of the arena. Seeing this scene, many people were a little surprised. But think about it, the contestants smashed the entire arena countless times during the last power conference. Grand Priest is not a fool, it is impossible not to prepare. The next game will be K against Simba. Simba, who appeared as a secret weapon, has extraordinary strength. Even for K, this is a severe challenge. Qi Yu beside Kaeti said, "Sir, if I win, can you grant me one wish?" Qi Yu was a little surprised that a girl like Kay, who has always regarded herself as a tool, would actually make her own demands, which is very rare. Qi Yu nodded and said, "If you have any wishes, just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. My wish is different from ordinary ones, so I must fight for it myself." "Okay then, but you also be careful. If you're not your opponent, don't try to be brave." "I know." After all, Ka jumped onto the ring. Beerus asked Qi Yu, "Can you win?" Qi Yu shook his head and said, "They are about the same strength, so I can't tell. In terms of experience, K is more experienced. If we count the chances of winning, our side should be bigger." This match was considered a focus match. No one could tell whether K, the third in the universe, or the next generation Camus Simba would win. But Simba didn't think so. He said while doing warm-up exercises, "Actually, it might be unfair to you to say this, but I can't help it. No matter what, I will win this game." "I'm going to win this game no matter what," Kay said. "It's not up to you." At this time, Grand Priest said, Now I announce that the match between Kay and Simba has officially started. As soon as Grand Priest's voice fell, the two rushed out at the same time and started a contest. Simba's attack is powerful and heavy, while Kay's is vicious and weird. The figures of the two are like phantom lights, flowing rapidly across the entire arena. There were bursts of explosions, collisions again and again, and they were evenly matched. Everyone originally thought that this game would last for a long time. However, at the next moment, Simba's fist hit Kay's abdomen, beating her to death. Before Kay could catch his breath, Simba's figure followed up again. "What's going on here?" Beerus suddenly said. "The situation is wrong, the beastards of the first universe, it's really insidious." Kay soon got punched again and lost ground. At this point, everyone can see it. In fact, Kay's strength is even stronger than Simba's, but Simba has obviously studied Kay's style of play and fighting style, so he can gain an advantage with ease. He seems to be very familiar with Kay's moves, so he can be expected to be alive. Qi Yu said, "After all, Kay has been famous for so many years, and this kid just came out, so it's normal to be targeted." "Why?" Beerus said, "It won't work like this, Kay will lose." Qi Yu nodded and then shouted to Kay, "Kay, come down, this is an unfair battle, there is no need to fight it." Kay shook his head, stubbornly got up from the ground, and faced to one's enemies. To reach such a state, it is almost impossible to make an on-the-spot breakthrough in a short period of time. With all her attacks being predicted in advance, it is indeed impossible for Kay to defeat Simba, unless she also knows everything about her opponent in advance like Simba. Soon Kay was hit again and was knocked to the ground. "Kay, come down here, it's an order." But Kay persisted and tried to stand up. Beerus said, "She will die if this continues." No need for Beerus to say, Qi Yu also knew the consequences. Finally, he couldn't watch it any longer, and directly jumped out of the auditorium and onto the field. Seeing that Simba might not attack Qi Yu, the old Camus also moved at the same time. The audience was still watching the game with relish, but at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared on the field. Their movements were so fast that they seemed to be teleporting, and even a peerless powerhouse like Jin couldn't see them. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion sounded above the ring. The barrier erected by the Grand Priest wanted to block the terrifying energy impact, but the barrier collapsed at the touch of a touch and was completely disintegrated in an instant. The majestic energy was released everywhere, like a tsunami, rushing towards the stands. Grand Priest yelled, "Everyone stand back tilde tilde tilde." Hearing the words of the Grand Priest, people from other universes quickly backed away. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest kept erecting barrier after barrier. It wasn't how many times the Tao had been shattered before the energy tide grad. Chapter 176, Beerus Vs Jin, who is the strongest gods of destruction. 3 more, please subscribe. Chapter 176, Beerus Vs Jin, who is the strongest gods of destruction. 3 more, please subscribe. The two faced each other, and the flames on their bodies became more and more intense. At this moment, Grand Priest stepped forward. "Qi Yu, Camus, please stop. This competition is to select the next Zeno. Your behavior of intervening in the middle is very bad. If you don't come to the stands again, I will cancel you qualification for the competition." Qi Yu said, "I didn't intend to interfere in the game. I just came to replace Kay and admit defeat." Grand Priest said, "So Kay player, are you willing to admit defeat?" Kay bit her lip stubbornly and refused to speak. Qi Yu patted her head and said, "Actually, it's nothing, he just got your information in advance. With this experience in fighting, you will win the next match in all likelihood. The first universe and the 12th universe are feuds, and both sides are in an endless situation, and Simba should be the secret weapon prepared to deal with the 12th universe. Kay once said that her and Jin's moves are exactly the same. Simba can not only target Kay, but also Jin. To be able to understand Kay's moves so quickly and react so quickly, I am afraid that Simba has been doing various special training in his life for the past 20 years, just waiting for this day to come. I have to admit that although the means were despicable, they did succeed." 500 at this time, Kay hesitated to speak. Qi Yu continued to comfort him. "Are you still thinking about the wish you said before? It doesn't matter, I promise you. As long as I can do it, I will promise you. Finally, Kay nodded and said, I admit defeat. Immediately afterwards, Qi Yu turned his head to look at Kay on the ring and said, You better pray that Simba doesn't meet me. Otherwise, I promise not to give him a chance to admit defeat. What Qi Yu said made Simba break into a cold sweat. He knew that Qi Yu was not joking. And the most frightening thing is that he does have such strength. With Qi Yu's speed, if he got into the ring, he would probably be reduced to ashes without being able to say a single word. Camus said, Before that, you should also pray that you don't meet me in the next round. Otherwise, I will definitely end the game early. Qi Yu said, As long as you can do it, come. After finishing speaking, Qi Yu supported Kay to walk off the ring, and the two of them left afterward. Immediately afterwards, the Grand Priest announced Simba's victory. After seeing the strength of Camus and Qi Yu, many people were ashamed. These two people are really too strong. No matter what, the championship can only be produced between these two people. Even if all the other people add up, I am afraid that none of them is the opponent of any one of them. Except, of course, for one person. At this moment, Jin Zhang said emotionally, Yes, I guessed correctly. Qi Yu is indeed a super strong man who can rival Camus. He has also reached that level. If the 12th universe can't defeat Camus, then they are doomed because Camus, who became Zeno, can never let go of this group of guys who have been against his family all the year round. For Jin, Qi Yu was his only hope from the very beginning, because before Qi Yu appeared, Camus was truly invincible. Agudo, Master Jin, have you already guessed this result? Jin nodded and said, That's right for us, only by helping Qi Yu to Zeno's position can we survive. Agu sighed, You are the wisest gods of destruction. Jin looked at Qi Yu and Kay, and it could be seen that Qi Yu was very satisfied with the C-cab, servant he gave as a gift. If he becomes Zeno 12th Universe 10, Go can survive. Qi Yu helped Kay to the seat and then said, Come on, let's talk about your wish. But I lost. What does that matter? As long as you wish, you can speak out and take it as a reward for your hard work over the years. Is it really possible? Certainly. Kay lowered her head and said, Actually, I want to be your family just like Tacy and the others. Idiot, I have already regarded you as family. I didn't mean that, I meant your woman. Cough, cough, coughs. Under the gaze of Beerus and others, Qi Yu couldn't help blushing and coughing repeatedly. Kay blushed and did not dare to look at Qi Yu. Can't you? Qi Yu was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay. Kay immediately grinned. Vegeta snorted coldly and then said, D***amend the winner in life. It seemed that God was going to punish him. Vegeta was eliminated within half an hour after he finished speaking. As time went by, the competition became more and more cruel. At the time of the top 32, Tian Bahao was also eliminated one after another. In the last match, the mighty Son Goku faced Kim from the 12th universe, and unfortunately lost. Chapter 178 Intense Contest. One update, please subscribe. Chapter 178 Intense Contest. One update, please subscribe. Maybe Beerus is really strong, but in Jin's eyes, Beerus is just a young man. Jin, who has crossed the long river of time, has enough confidence to defeat this newcomer who dares to challenge himself. Jin said to Beerus, From the beginning of this world, I have been the strongest gods of destruction. Until today, no one has raised any doubts about this matter. Beerus, you are the first one who dares to challenge this matter gods of destruction who challenged me. Although you are destined to fail, I admire your courage. Beerus put his hands behind his back and said, Whether you win or lose, you won't know until you have fought. He is not a person who is overwhelmed. Kay's strength is equal to that of Jin, and Beerus understands Kay's strength. Since he dared to challenge Jin, he must have made enough preparations. Grand Priest announced, Now the game begins. In an instant, the figures of the two disappeared from the arena at the same time, and appeared in place at the same time. A gust of fresh wind blows through, and a few violent roars reach everyone's ears. When thunder strikes, people always see the light of the lightning before hearing the thunder. That's because light travels countless times faster than sound, and just now, the two actually did the same thing with their bodies. There were countless scars on Beerus' body, and so did Jin. Obviously, the two had already fought fiercely, but everything happened so fast that most people couldn't watch it with their naked eyes. What just happened? Who saw it clearly? These two are monsters. At that moment, how many times did they fight each other? Just like lightning. Son Goku said to Qi Yu, "Did you see clearly? What happened just now?" On-site strength can stabilize these two. Apart from Grand Priest and Camus, I am afraid that there is only Qi Yu, a bald guy. Also, as a partner of the 7th universe, Son Goku is also concerned about the combat effectiveness just now and who has the upper hand. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Qi Yu shook his head and said, "Just now Jin hit Beerus 49 times, and Beerus returned the gold 31 times. Jin has the upper hand. Especially the one in the abdomen punch, Beerus should be seriously injured." Everyone looked towards Beerus's waist, just as the others said, there was indeed a fist mark there. Beerus' skin was bruised and his bones were clearly damaged. Vegeta said, "Doesn't that mean Beerus is doomed?" Qi Yu shook his head and said, "It's still unclear, both parties are just probing." At this moment, Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Jin, "It seems that you are superior in speed and strength. Jin Dao, are you convinced, young gods of destruction?" Beerus laughed, it was just a warm-up. After saying that, Beerus began to move around the ring lightly, and Jin did the same. The bodies of the two were as light as two fallen leaves. Grand Priest, who was watching the battle, couldn't help exclaiming, "Unexpectedly, these two people have already practiced Ultra Instinct to this level. Beerus and Jin are both geniuses." Champa raised his head and said to Grand Priest, "Master Grand Priest, is this Ultra Instinct?" Everyone has seen Son Goku use Ultra Instinct, and the silver flame is the symbol of Ultra Instinct, but the two of them have nothing on them now. They seem to have become a common person in an instant, without energy or energy. Grand Priest said, "This is of course Ultra Instinct, and it is the highest state of Ultra Instinct. They have truly become one with the environment and have achieved the perfect harmony between themselves and the world around them. Champa, your brother has achieved what you cannot is the realm of comparison." Champa has never been Beerus' opponent, and this meeting, the gap between the two has been completely widened. But this time he didn't mock Beerus. Instead he learned from the 7th universe and shouted to the ring, "Beerus, come on tilde tilde tilde, you are my Champa's younger brother." Seeking Flowers 0. At this time, Beerus and Kim finally made contact. Suddenly erupted while both were breathing, and the bodies of both of them turned into fuzzy phantoms, covering the entire arena. The whistling sound of piercing the air was gathered, and the strong wind blew everything around it into sand. Vegeta said to Qi Yu, "Let's talk about it, what happened in the ring." Qi Yu didn't speak, but K answered instead of him. Although already injured, K is still a strong man in the same realm as them. The two have been attacking each other. Just now, Master Jin has punched more than 200 punches, and Beerus has the same number. But until now, they have not met each other. Vegeta said in amazement, "Haven't met the other party, how can this be possible?" Chapter 179, Beerus died in battle. 2 more, please subscribe. Chapter 179, Beerus died in battle. 2 more, please subscribe. Once entering the Ultra Instinct state, the gap between Beerus and Jin has been negligible. At this point, the competition between each other is no longer physical harmony, but one's own spirit. When the loud noise resounded on the ring, the phantoms all over the sky disappeared in an instant, and only 2 gods of destruction standing back to back appeared on the field. Who actually won? There was a loud bang just now, and that was the sound of someone being hit. Everyone started talking, but Vegeta and the others looked at Qi Yu beside him, who shook his head and sighed, "What a pity." Beerus lost. Just then Beerus spoke. "Jin, you are really too strong." The noisy audience fell silent instantly. 543 Jin said, "You too, young gods of destruction, I take back what I just said. From today onwards, I will not be the strongest gods of destruction in the universe." Beerus said, "I never expected to become Zeno, because Qi Yu and Camus are here, so I have no chance. But now, I have not been able to achieve my goal after all, to become the strongest gods of destruction. After all, the two bodies fell down in different directions at the same time, and then fell to pieces. In fact, the loud noise just now was not one sound, but two. It's just overlapping, so it's impossible to tell them apart. In that short moment, they hit each other at the same time, so Qi Yu said it was a pity. There was no winner in this match. Both Beerus and Kim tried their best, but neither survived. Dead, that Beerus who sleeps all day and goes to the earth to eat snacks is dead. Before everyone came back to their senses, the bodies of Beerus and Jin had turned into debris and were blown away by the wind. The indestructible body of gods of destruction was completely destroyed by the opponent with just one blow. Grand Priest said, "What an amazing fight, I declare double Fang Ping hands." There was a roar of cheers from the audience, and everyone applauded Beerus and Jin's battle. In this way, the top 16 matches have come to an end. Before you know it, the game is already the quarterfinals. Beerus is dead too, tilde. Qi Yu couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. No matter what, this match was a bit too cruel. He couldn't help but wonder, does this match really make sense for Grand Priest and Zeno? In just 1 week, the genius warriors from all the universes died one after another. Why did Zeno do this? Qi Yu looked at Grand Priest, only to see a layer of gloom covering that blue face. At this moment, the box used to draw lots appeared in front of Qi Yu's eyes again. The advanced contestants are asked to draw their own competition numbers. In Grand Priest's tone, a trace of urgency. This time, Qi Yu was the first to play, and his opponent was another Jiren who regarded him as his old enemy. But I didn't expect that Zhou Lianpo would say, "I admit defeat." Just now, Qi Yu and Camus showed everyone their invincible strength, so it is not surprising that everyone surrendered to Qi Yu. But this person is Jiren. It is very surprising. In order to defeat Qi Yu, he has undergone no less practice than Hitt, and in terms of strength, Jiren is also stronger. But such a person chose to admit defeat at a critical moment, which made Qi Yu unable to understand. Qi Yu said, "Why, I don't believe you're scared anymore." Jiren's fighting spirit is also incomparably firm, and when he was still weaker, he still dared to challenge Qi Yu. There was no reason for him to abstain when the day finally came. Jiren broke out, "Because I don't want to die. If I die, I will completely lose the chance of defeating you. There is no Super Shenron in this conference reward I can't do it 10 times again. There is no Dragon Ball in the 11th universe, so if Jiren dies, he is really dead." Qi Yu said, "But what if I become Zeno?" Jiren said firmly, "Then I will continue to practice until I can defeat you, and I will never give up." After finishing speaking, Jiren turned around and walked off the ring alone. Simba said, "Is it really okay for Jiren to break like this?" Ivan said, "Everyone has their own way of fighting. Jiren did nothing wrong, on the contrary. He chose a seemingly difficult, but the only way. It is not only people who died in battle like Hitt, that's what counts as a brave man." Simba looked at Hitt and saw that the leaving figure was full of loneliness. Maybe it was not easy for him to make such a choice. Simba thought so. After Hitt left the field, the game became much less exciting. After that, Gohan defeated the first gods of destruction, Ivan, and Simba and Camus also defeated their opponents, of course. In this way, the semifinals completely became a contest between the 7th universe and the 1st universe. It seems that fate is playing.
All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.